Volume 1. Chapter 1 North Spiritual Academy. The sun was blazing, and the scorching sun poured down from the sky, making the whole land steaming. The willows drooped slightly, retracting their branches and leaves, and looked listless. In the open space projecting bright spots of light cut by the willow branches and leaves, hundreds of figures sat quietly. They were a group of slightly immature boys and girls. At this time, they all closed their eyes seriously, and the breathing between their noses showed a very rhythmic feeling. As they breathed in and out, their bodies seemed to have subtle lights that were difficult to see with the naked eye. The breeze blew quietly, and the clothes fluttered, which was a bit spectacular. In front of these hundreds of figures, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was also a figure sitting quietly. He put his hands together in front of him, crossed his fingers, and closed his eyes, as if he had entered a state of cultivation. This figure also looked like a teenager. He had soft and slightly messy black hair, and his still tender face was a little thin, which made people feel quite comfortable. At this time, around this teenager, there was a light that was visible to the naked eye. Under that light, it seemed that there was a mysterious energy flowing into his body. Under the stone platform, some teenagers suddenly opened their eyes quietly. They looked at the light around the teenager on the stone platform, and they couldn't help licking their lips, showing some envy and admiration on their faces, and then the silence was broken by their whispers. Brother Mu is really amazing. We are still sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he has successfully entered the spiritual realm. He is worthy of being the first person in our East Academy. Of course, let alone the East Academy, I think there are probably few people of the same age in the entire North Spirit Academy who can compare with Brother Mu. A gray-clothed boy in the front seemed to be quite familiar with the boy on the stone platform. Hearing everyone's whispers, he couldn't help but smile proudly and lowered his voice and said, Brother Mu was selected to participate in the Spirit Road. In our entire North Spirit realm, Brother Mu is the only one who has a quota. You should also know what kind of perverts are participating in the Spirit Road. Back then, our North Spirit realm was boiling for a while because of this matter. People who came out of there were basically all booked by the 5 major academies, in the end. 5 major academies? Many young people couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they heard this extremely dazzling name to them. Their eyes were full of yearning and passion. That place was the ultimate dream in the hearts of all young people, but the selection of the 5 major academies was extremely strict. Those who could enter it were all geniuses. If anyone could enter it, it would be considered a promising future. Brother Mu is very powerful. But Brother Mu seems to have only participated for 1 year. I heard from others that Brother Mu was the first person to be expelled before the Spirit Road was completed. A young man hesitated for a moment and whispered, but then he quickly added, we all know Brother Mu's ability. Even if the Spirit Road is full of geniuses from all over the world, Brother Mu will never be inferior. Being expelled like this must be unfair. Many boys and girls looked at each other. This matter was not a secret in the North Spirit Academy or even the entire North Spirit realm. While they felt sorry for it, they were also quite curious. They wanted to know why Brother Mu, who was so outstanding that they were convinced by their own pride, was actively expelled from the Spirit Road. The young man in gray curled his lips and said disapprovingly, someone in the Spirit Road must be jealous of Brother Mu, so they used means to force him away, but it doesn't matter. With Brother Mu's ability, he will be able to enter the 5 great courts sooner or later, and then people will understand. Many young men nodded. Although they also knew that Brother Mu, who they were talking about, was extremely talented, it was not so easy to enter the 5 great courts. After all, he had only practiced in the Spirit Road for a year, and it was not possible to successfully complete the practice. Compared with those geniuses who really came out of the Spirit Road, he should still be a little worse. But just as they were talking, a piece of wood suddenly flew down from the stone platform and hit the forehead of the gray-clothed boy, followed by a chuckle of scolding. Su Ling, do you really think I am a decoration? Believe it or not, I will tell Master Amo that you will stay in the East Courtyard for tutoring and cultivation during the next vacation. Many boys and girls raised their heads and saw that the boy who was practicing on the stone platform had opened his eyes. His dark eyes were like the night sky, full of spiritual energy. At the corner of his mouth, there was also a smile. The smile was sunny and soft, like a finishing touch, making the boy's face look a little handsome. I have to say that this is a very tasteful boy. Hee, Brother Mukin, don't. It's not easy to have a vacation. I'm still looking forward to going back to have fun. If my father knew that I did such a shameful thing, he would beat me to death. The gray-clothed boy covered his forehead and laughed. The boys and girls around him also laughed out loud, and the atmosphere was lively. You also know that your father is fierce. If you can't advance to the spiritual realm within 3 months, you can wait to be beaten. The boy called Mukin shook his head and said unhappily, "How can it be so easy to advance to the spiritual realm? I'm not a pervert like you, Brother Mu, who can casually participate in the spiritual road." Su Ling curled his lips and then stopped talking. Although this matter is not a secret in the entire northern spiritual realm, and Mukin himself is not shy about it, this kind of expulsion is not a glorious thing after all. The boy named Mukin smiled when he heard it, and his expression did not fluctuate too much. He just raised his head slightly and looked at the branch that cut the light spots, his eyes slightly nostalgic and complicated. Spiritual road. I don't know how those guys are now. They should have finished their training, right? If so, maybe they will be able to enter the 5 great courtyards soon. And, she. Mu Chin pursed his lips, and a black-dressed girl with a slim figure, cold and beautiful face, who always carried a dark long sword on her back, flashed through his mind. As the figure danced, the dazzling silver hair, as bright as the Milky Way, also fluttered. It was this mysterious and cold girl, whose cultivation made people feel crazy, who had inexplicably hunted him for more than half a year in the spiritual road, and the reason that made Mukin grit his teeth was that he saved her once. However, when he was forced to leave in the end, she was the first person who drew her sword without hesitation to block him. Thinking of the cold murderous intent revealed by that little face that had never had much emotion and had the potential to become a disaster, Mukin couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I really miss her. Isn't this the little brother Mu from our Biling realm who participated in the spiritual road? Is he leading people to practice again? Master Mo really values you. Just when Mukin was immersed in that complex mood, a slightly harsh voice suddenly came. He raised his head calmly and saw that there were suddenly dozens of figures walking slowly not far away. The leader was a young man with a rebellious face. He was picking grass roots and looking at Mukin with a smile. Lu Che, why are you people from the West Court running to our East Court? Are you looking for a fight? The young man who was called Su Ling by Mukin before saw this group of people, his face sank, and he stood up and sneered. Swish! The hundreds of students from the East Court in the open space also stood up at this time, looking at this group of people with unfriendly eyes. The number of people gathered together was quite imposing. In this Biling Academy, there are East Academy and West Academy. There are often various competitions between the two academies. However, in general, the West Academy has always been stronger than the East Academy. In front of the West Academy, most of the students of the East Academy also avoid it. However, the situation has changed a lot in the past year, and the reason for this change is because of Mukin's existence. In a competition between the two academies before March, Xue Dong, who ranked 3rd in the West Academy, was defeated by Mukin, which made many students of the East Academy feel relieved and weakened the arrogance of the West Academy. And now, these guys from the West Academy actually came to provoke Mukin, which made Su Ling and others a little bit unbearable. The East Court is getting more and more arrogant now. Do they think that they can challenge our West Court just because they have Mukin? Lu Che saw that the East Court had many people, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he curled his lips, pointed his finger at the high platform not far away, and grinned. Do you dare to try? Su Ling and the others looked over and saw several figures on the high platform. Those figures were looking at this side with a smile. After seeing those familiar faces, Su Ling and the others' faces changed. It's the seniors of the West Court Tianjie. In the Biling Court, there are not only 2 courts, the East and West, but also 2 levels, the Heaven and Earth, and Mukin and the others are the Earth level. The people on the high platform are the seniors of the West Court Tianjie, and their strength is naturally much stronger than them. When Su Ling and the others' faces changed, the heaven-level seniors on the high platform also looked down at them with a smile and talked to each other. "That's Mukun from the East Court, right? He's a celebrity in our North Spirit Court and even in the North Spirit Realm. I didn't expect him to be promoted to the Spirit Realm at this age. Although he's only in the early stage of the Spirit Realm, he's also qualified to be promoted to the Heaven Realm. That's amazing. Yes, it's not bad. The East Court has produced a talent. When he is promoted to the East Court Heaven Realm, we in the West Court Heaven Realm will probably be under some pressure. It's said that this kid was selected to participate in the Spirit Road, but I don't know why he was expelled. It's a bit funny. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Did they choose the wrong person and throw him out? Huh. Among the group of people, there was a girl in red. She had a slender figure, snow-white skin, and a beautiful melon seed face that looked a little charming. She leaned lazily against the railing. Her narrow and long beautiful eyes looked at the confrontation on the open space, and then her eyes stayed on the boy named Mukun, as if she was interested. "Hee, Hong Ling, you seem to know this Mukun," a senior from the Tianjia class said with a smile. Judging from the positions of the crowd, she was obviously the center of this small circle. "Well, his father is one of the domain masters of the Northern Spirit Realm, and he has some relationship with my father. We played together when we were young," the girl called Hong Ling said casually. "It is said that he seemed to like you at the beginning?" Hong Ling blinked her narrow and beautiful eyes, and she looked at the body sitting upright not far away. At this time, a beam of light penetrated the willow branches and fell on the handsome face of the boy, forming a circle of faint light arc, comfortable and beautiful, which made her slightly startled. She could vaguely remember the little boy who followed her ass when she was a child, but he was not eye-catching at that time, so she did not pay too much attention to him. However, who would have thought that this boy, who had a somewhat distant relationship with each other, could become the only one in the Northern Spirit Realm who was qualified to participate in the Spirit Road. At that time, Mukun was extremely popular in the Northern Spirit Realm. That kind of popularity did not fade until he was suddenly expelled from the Spirit Road. How can it be considered as love when we were young? Hong Ling smiled as if she didn't care, but her bright eyes looked at Mukun for a second. Now, the latter has begun to emerge after entering Bailing Academy. Although he has not yet become the first person in Bailing Academy, it is still a bit of face for her to be liked by such an outstanding person. Even though she knows that this matter is mostly a rumor, girls of this age are still a bit vain. Hong Ling's vision is not ordinary. Although Mukun is not bad, he is not enough to make Hong Ling moved. Didn't you see that even Lin Xiu failed? That is the 7th in the overall list of our Bailing Academy. Now he has entered the middle stage of the spiritual realm. There is still a gap between Mukun and him. It seems that in our Bailing Academy, the only one who can make Hong Ling look at him is brother Lu Mubai. When the name Lu Mubai came out, even the seniors of these Tianjia paused, obviously feeling a lot of pressure. The first in the North Spirit Academy's overall ranking is Lu Mubai, whose father is the master of the largest domain in the North Spirit Realm, and has a great reputation. Whether in terms of appearance, strength, or background, this is a name that can attract some girls in the North Spirit Academy at any time. In the eyes of the students in the West Academy, everyone knows that Lu Mubai and Hong Ling are getting close. Although this proud flower of the West Academy has not been plucked so far, it should only be a matter of time. If Mukun had successfully passed the experience of the Spirit Road and obtained the qualification to enter the 5 Great Academy, his reputation would naturally be able to surpass Lu Mubai, but unfortunately, he was expelled for some reason. In this way, if anyone compares the two together again, it will undoubtedly make others laugh. Chapter 2: The boy kicked out of the spiritual path. Su Ling and the others looked at the seniors from the west courtyard on the high platform, and their momentum was weakened for a while, especially when they saw the girl named Hong Ling. Their eyes were hot for a while, and then they shrank their heads. This was a real celebrity in the north courtyard, and even their east courtyard had many followers like her. "Hey, Brother Mu, that's senior sister Hong Ling from the west courtyard. It is rumored that you liked her when you were a child." Su Ling approached Mukun and laughed in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Mukin couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He did have an intersection with Hong Ling when he was a child, but at that age, he didn't know what it meant to like someone. He just wanted to find a playmate. Over the years, as his father and Hong Ling's father were at odds, the relationship between the two sides became increasingly distant. I really don't know when this rumor started. Mukin shook his head helplessly, and then looked at the provocative Lu Che. There was a faint spiritual light emanating from his body, and he slowly clenched his palms. If you have something to say, just say it. Mu Chen glanced at the people on the high platform not far away, his sight just paused on the slender figure, and then retracted his gaze. Although they are here, if I want to beat you, even if they stop me, you will have to suffer a physical pain. He was also a little displeased with the arrogance of these guys in the west courtyard. You. When Lu Che heard what Mu Chen said, his eyes suddenly became angry, but just as he was about to scold him, he saw Mu Chen pursed his lips slightly. At that moment, the boy's originally soft and bright face suddenly exuded a cold smell, and under that coldness, it seemed like a blade of ice and sharpness. That feeling was like the quietly surging Jingja in the lazy clouds, inadvertently revealing a sharp and rugged. That smell is definitely not something that a simple boy of this age can have. Lu Che swallowed the scolding in his mouth. He looked at Mukin in surprise and doubt. His expression changed. He was obviously a little afraid of the latter's strength. The last time Mukin defeated Xue Dong from their West Academy, he was there. Hee, it's a bit arrogant. The seniors from the West Academy on the high platform also heard this and raised their eyebrows. They felt a little embarrassed, especially with Hong Ling here. Hong Ling also looked at Mukin in surprise. I guess she didn't expect that the seemingly gentle boy would have such a strong and masculine side. This seems to be a little different from the little boy back then. Several seniors from the West Academy on the side couldn't help but turn over and jump off the high platform and slowly walked over. When they saw them coming, Su Ling and others took a step back, their faces full of vigilance. Seeing this, Hong Ling did not stop him. After all, she was from the West Courtyard, and she also wanted to see if this little boy who seemed ordinary in her eyes really had a dazzling light after losing the ordinary halo of his childhood. Brother Tong. Lu Che was delighted when he saw these people coming, and when he looked at Mukin and the others, there was a little more pride in his eyes. Seeing this, Mukin frowned slightly, but there was not much fear in his expression. Although they were all seniors of the Heaven Realm, their strength was only at the initial stage of the spiritual realm. If they really fought, they might not be able to get any benefits. The senior who was called Brother Tong nodded and looked at Mukin with a playful look. Just as he was about to speak, a cold scolding suddenly came from not far away. Tong Guan, you people from the West Academy come to our East Academy to bully the students from the Earth Academy. You really don't take our East Academy seriously, do you? The sudden shouting startled everyone. Turning around, they saw dozens of figures coming quickly from a distance. In the front was a tall girl. The girl's black clothes were as black as ink, outlining her graceful curves. Her cheeks were pretty, her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her long legs were slender and straight. Her beauty was not inferior to that of Hong Ling. At this time, the girl looked at Tong Guan and others with a slightly cold face, and the people behind her also looked a little unfriendly. It's senior sister Qianer. When Su Ling and others saw the black-clothed girl, they immediately became excited. Some of the young boys' tender faces were flushed. The latter and Hong Ling were called the two beauties of Bailing Academy. They had countless suitors. I didn't expect to meet them here today. Hee, it's Qianer. The Tong Guan was also stunned when he saw the black-clothed girl, and then his expression was a little unnatural. Tang Qianer not only had many admirers in the Bailing Academy, but her own strength had reached the middle stage of the Lingdong realm. Among the Tianjia of the Bailing Academy, she was also quite outstanding. The girl called Tang Qianer came to Mukin's side. She frowned and looked at Tong Guan, then looked at Hong Ling on the high platform. The two girls looked at each other without giving in, and there seemed to be some sparks in each other's eyes. What are you doing here? Tang Qianer retracted her gaze and asked coldly. Look at what you said. Although we are from the West Court is also the Bailing Academy, so it shouldn't be a violation for us to come here, right? The Tong Guan shrugged and smiled. Tang Qian'er snorted coldly, then she stretched out her slender jade hand, patted Mukin's shoulder, and raised her pointed chin. Mukin is from our east courtyard. If you dare to trouble him again, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, her black ponytail bounced, and she looked heroic, with a bit of the demeanor of a big sister. It seems that you are quite popular with women. Tong Guan smiled at Mukin, with a little sarcasm and jealousy. He also had some thoughts about Tang Qian'er, but he never got a good face. Popularity with women is also a kind of strength. Mukin smiled, as if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Tong Guan's words. Compared with those guys in the Spirit Road, Tong Guan really looked a little tender. Hong Ling on the high platform glanced at Mukin, feeling a little disappointed, and slowly retracted her gaze. Is he still as timid and lazy as before? Forget it, we are not here to cause trouble to you today, we just want to tell you something. Seeing that he could not provoke Mukin's anger, Tong Guan also felt bored, and then waved to Lu Che, who sneered and said, Mukin, I am here to tell you a message on behalf of brother Lu Yang. 10 days later, the two academies will compete, and he will choose you as his opponent. Lu Yang? Hearing this name, Su Ling and the others' faces changed. This Lu Yang is the real #1 in the West Academy. It is said that he also broke through to the spiritual realm not long ago. Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. 3 days ago, when brother Lu Yang was tested, he found that he actually had a spiritual vein, although it was only human level. Lu Che looked at Mukin with a gloating look and said with a smile. Human level spiritual vein? When this was said, not only did Su Ling and the others change their faces drastically, but even Tang Qian'er was slightly moved. In the entire Bailing Academy, there would never be more than a handful of students with spiritual veins. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang also had one. Human-level spiritual vein. Tong Guan smacked his lips, and then looked at Mukin with pity. Lu Yang was also at the initial stage of the spiritual movement realm, but if he added a human-level spiritual vein, even a person at the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm would probably find it difficult to defeat him. It seemed that Mukin was going to be unlucky. Brother Lu Yang said that it doesn't matter if you don't dare to accept it, as long as you don't show up that day, he won't embarrass you. Lu Che laughed strangely. If Mukin really didn't show up that day, I'm afraid his reputation in the East Court would be shattered in an instant. You are too bullying. Tang Qian'er raised her eyebrows and shouted. Senior Sister Qian'er, this is not our fault. People should be low-key. Don't think that you are really arrogant because you have obtained the qualification of the spiritual road because of some luck. Lu Che curled his lips and said. You. Tang Qian'er was furious and wanted to step forward, but a hand grabbed her wrist. She turned her head and saw the bright smile on Mukin's tender face. Well, go back and tell Lu Yang, I'll wait for him. You have courage. Then we will wait for your outstanding performance at that time. Lu Che gave Mukin a thumbs up, grinned, and then turned away with a big laugh. It was obvious that he was impatient for the competition 10 days later. Lu Che, Tong Guan, and others left one after another. Hong Ling on the high platform also glanced at them lightly and turned away. Brother Mu, do you really want to accept Lu Yang's challenge? If that guy has a spiritual vein now, it will be difficult to deal with him. Su Ling looked at Tong Guan and others who left, and said with some concern. Do your best. Mukin said casually. Hey, you are stupid, they are obviously provoking you, you don't have to accept this challenge now. Tang Qian'er said angrily. Don't worry, Sister Qian'er, I will know my limits. Mukin smiled. Tang Qian'er frowned, staring at the young man's still immature face with bright eyes. The latter had a bright and gentle smile on his face, but for some reason, she always felt that there was something hidden in the depths of his dark eyes. Humph, anyway, it's not me who will be embarrassed. Tang Qian'er snorted lightly, dissatisfied. Sister Qian'er seems to care about me. Mukin looked at the pretty face in front of him and couldn't help laughing. I don't care if you die. Tang Qian'er's pretty face blushed slightly, and then she rolled her eyes at Mukin and said, I'm worried that you will be beaten half to death and embarrass our East Court. Mukin smiled. Tang Qian'er's father was also one of the domain masters of Bailing Realm, and he had a very good relationship with his father. The two families had always had a lot of exchanges, so he and Tang Qianer had a good relationship. By the way, I just heard a piece of news. Tang Qianer waved to send Su Ling and the others away, then stared at Mukin. I got it from the dean and the others. It is said that the spiritual road has officially ended. Mu Chen's body paused slightly, raised his head, and exhaled lightly. Is it finally over? It is said that there are many extremely perverted guys in the spiritual road this time. One of them is even more terrifying. It seems that he has a rare heaven-level spiritual vein that is rare in 10,000 years. The 5 major academies fought hard to snatch him. Spiritual veins are divided into 3 types: heaven, earth, and human. They are of great benefit to cultivation. Generally speaking, people with spiritual veins will cultivate much faster than ordinary people. In all these years, the Northern Spiritual Academy has never had an earth-level spiritual vein, let alone a heaven-level spiritual vein. This shows how rare this heaven-level spiritual vein is. Tang Qianer stuck out her red tongue, looking very cute and lovely. Heaven-level spiritual veins, I have never seen them before. Those who participate in the heavenly road are indeed some perverts. Oh, yes, you have also participated in the heavenly road. Do you know who that guy is? It should be called Ji Xian. Mukin said lightly, a name that he remembered very clearly. Do you know him? Tang Qianer said in surprise. Yes, I know him. He is indeed a very powerful person. Mukin smiled, lowered his eyes slightly, and said, I almost killed him. Tang Qianer's beautiful big eyes suddenly widened, staring at the childish face in front of her that suddenly seemed to become cold in disbelief, and said in a stammer, Really? It's fake, you believe this too? I'm just a guy who was kicked out halfway. How can I compare with this kind of powerful person who was beaten to a pulp by the 5 major courtyards? The coldness on Mukin's face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Tang Qianer's shocked look and couldn't help laughing. Tang Qianer gnashed her teeth in hatred, as if she wanted to bite him twice, but she finally endured it and snorted, You just entered the Lingdong realm, and you haven't practiced the Lingju yet, right? I heard that Lu Yang has already started practicing. Lingju, I can practice it this time when I go back. It's just right. My father told me to go back after I enter the Lingdong realm. Mukin smiled. Well, then I'll go first. Tang Qianer nodded. Mukin's father was one of the domain masters of the Northern Ling realm after all. He should have prepared a good Lingju for Mukin. Then she didn't say anything more, waved her jade hand, swung her black ponytail, and walked away lightly with her waist twisted. By the way. Tang Qianer paused, tilted her head to look at Mukin, thought for a while, and said, If you are not sure, I will help you beat up that guy Lu Yang, right? Although his elder brother Lu Mubai is a bit troublesome. You are a little sure about me, okay? Mukin was helpless. He could think of such a method. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Tang Qianer said angrily. Others in the Bailing court wanted her help but she refused. But this guy always looked so hateful. Thinking of this, she also left angrily. Mu Chen looked at Tang Qianer's moving figure as she left, and smiled. Then he murmured to himself, Since the spiritual path has ended, she should have entered the 5 courtyards, right? I wonder which courtyard? Thinking of the last time she left, the girl with long silver hair in the lush forest looked at him quietly with a pair of deep, bottomless blue eyes. I will wait for you in the 5 courtyards. If you don't come. The girl held the black sword in her slender hand, slowly stopped in front of his chest, and gently stabbed it at his heart. I will help you kill him, but... The girl stared at him, her eyes like clear glass. I don't like people who admit defeat easily, and this time, you didn't lose. At least, I like it. The breeze blew, lifting the girl's proud and dazzling silver hair. A blush appeared on her usually cold white face. Although it was light, it was breathtakingly beautiful. So, you must come. Chapter 3 Pastoral Domain. The Northern Spiritual Realm is divided into 9 domains, each controlled by a master, and the 9 domains are either united or opposed to each other, which is why the Northern Spiritual Realm has always maintained the status of 9 domains. In addition to the 9 domains, there is another powerful force in the Northern Spiritual Realm that cannot be ignored, that is the Northern Spiritual Academy. However, compared with the 9 domains that are in dispute with each other, the Northern Spiritual Academy has always been neutral. They have no ambition to compete for territory, but just stick to one corner and absorb students. Because of this, the status of the Northern Spiritual Academy in the Northern Spiritual Realm has become more and more lofty. Moreover, the Northern Spiritual Academy also holds the quota for promotion to the 5 Great Academies, which is the most coveted thing for the masters of each domain, because they all know that although their status in the Northern Spiritual Realm is not low, compared with the 5 Great Academies, it is really a bit unsightly. Therefore, in order to obtain these quotas, as long as their children reach the age of cultivation, they will be sent to the Northern Spiritual Academy immediately. Therefore, in this Biling realm, the most unoffensive force is Biling Academy. Muyu, Mucheng. When Mukin walked out of the teleportation spirit formation, the bustling noise came into his ears. He looked at the prosperous scene of Mucheng and smiled slightly. This Mucheng is the main city of Muyu, and his father Mufeng is the master of this Muyu. Young master, you are back from Biling Academy? Go and inform the domain master. Around the teleportation spirit formation, there are guards from Muyu, and when they saw the young man walking out of the spirit formation, they were stunned at first, and then they surrounded him with great joy. Sorry to bother everyone, I can go back by myself. Mukin smiled at the guards. He grew up here and many people are familiar with him. Although he is the son of the domain master, he has a very good temper, so he is also very popular in this Mucheng. He left those enthusiastic guards and ran towards the city. After a while, a huge mansion appeared in his eyes. In front of the mansion, there were 2 big words, Mu Mansion. There were obviously heavy guards in front of Mu Mansion, but Mukin ignored them and ran in directly. After recognizing him, the guard smiled gently, saluted from a distance and ignored him. Dad! Mukin rushed into the mansion and went straight to the living room, where he saw 2 figures. On the main seat was a man in a black robe. The man had a tall body, a straight waist like a gun, and a firm face. Only the white hair on his head made him look a little more vicissitudes, but it was vaguely seen that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. And this person was Mukin's father, Mu Feng, who was also the master of this Mu domain. The one who attacked Mu Feng was a thin middle-aged man. His eyes were sunken and he looked a little gloomy. His lips were slightly pursed, which made him look a little fierce and cold. However, when he saw Mu Chen rushing into the living room, his coldness suddenly disappeared. A gentle smile appeared between his eyebrows. You are back, so why are you shouting? Mu Feng put down the things in his hands and looked at the boy who came in. He couldn't help but laugh and scold, but there was a strong warmth in his eyes. Domain Lord, it's rare for Xiao Mu to come back, so you should be happy. The thin middle-aged man said with a smile. Uncle Zhou understands. Mukin sat down on the chair and said to the thin man with a smile, and his words were quite intimate. Uncle Zhou's name was Zhou Yi, and he was his father's life and death friend. He accompanied his father in the fights in the Northern Spirit Realm and eventually helped him become the master of the Mu domain. He also watched Mukin grow up since he was a child, so he always regarded Mukin as his junior, and the relationship was naturally very good. Ha! You have entered the Lingdong realm? Mu Feng smiled, and then his eyes suddenly stopped on Mukin, and he said with some surprise. Zhou Yi heard this and looked at Mukin in surprise. Sure enough, he noticed that there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the latter's body. I entered it some time ago. Mukin nodded, and when he talked about this, he was a little calm, without too much complacency. It seems that you ran back for the spiritual art this time. Mu Feng smiled. Only after entering the Lingdong realm can you practice the spiritual art, and only after practicing the spiritual art can you really exert the power of spiritual power. We're going to fight someone in 10 days, and it might be a bit troublesome if we haven't practiced the spiritual art. Mukin curled his lips, and seeing the doubtful looks from Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, he briefly explained Lu Yang's challenge. None of the Lu family is a good person. After hearing this, Zhou Ye's eyes became colder and colder, saying, "The Liu family has become more and more arrogant in recent years. Although Liu Yu is the first in the northern spirit realm, do they really think that our Mu Yu is a soft persimmon?" Mu Feng smiled indifferently and said, "I didn't expect that Liu Yang also has a spiritual vein. The Liu family is indeed blessed by nature. It's just a human-level spiritual vein." Zhou Yi said, but when he said this, his brows also frowned slightly, looking at Mukin, and said, "Liu Yang is also the strength of the early stage of the spiritual movement realm. With the help of the spiritual vein, I'm afraid that even people in the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm will find it difficult to deal with him." "Xiaomu, are you sure?" Mukin smiled. He had touched people with heaven-level spiritual veins before. What was a human-level spiritual vein? Compared with those perverts in the spirit road, Liu Yang still seemed a little tender. Mu Feng looked at Mukin's somewhat childish face. He could feel that his son seemed to have changed since he came back from the spiritual road. Although the little guy looked gentle on weekdays, Mu Feng had experienced too many killings after all, so he could sense that under that gentleness and tenderness, there seemed to be a kind of cold sharpness hidden. That sharpness was like a dormant dragon, which would not make a sound if it did not make a sound. Once it erupted, it would be as powerful as thunder. This change surprised Mu Feng and made him feel a little relieved. He cared a lot about his only son. As for why Mukin was expelled from the spiritual road halfway, although he was very confused, Mukin did not say it, and he did not ask much. He believed that his son would not do anything to disappoint him. "Let's go, I'll take you to choose the spiritual formula." Mu Feng stood up, waved his hand to Mukin, and then went to the back of the courtyard. Mukin greeted Zhou Yi and quickly followed. Following Mu Feng through the backyard, he finally stopped in front of a heavily guarded stone door. Mu Feng's palm was imprinted, and a powerful spiritual power spread out, turning into rays of light that filled the stone door. Mu Qin stood behind Mu Feng, feeling the powerful spiritual power fluctuations, and couldn't help licking his lips. Daddy is worthy of being a strong man in the spirit realm. This spiritual power fluctuation is so strong. In cultivation, the initial stage is the induction realm, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then the spiritual movement realm. At this level, you can absorb spiritual energy into your body, and after the spiritual movement realm, it is the spiritual will realm. The spiritual energy in the body condenses into a wheel, and the degree of spiritual power condensation is far beyond the spiritual movement realm. After the spirit will realm, there is the spirit soul realm, which is a watershed realm. Mu Feng is at this level. Once he enters the spirit soul realm, he can be regarded as a real strong man even in the northern spirit realm. Moreover, the combat power of the strong man at this level far exceeds that of the spirit will realm, because after entering the spirit soul realm, he can obtain a unique ability, which is to refine the beast soul. The so-called beast soul is the essence of the beasts in the world. Once it is refined, it can obtain some power of the beast. Combined with its own spiritual power, the combat power will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Between heaven and earth, there is a record of 10,000 beasts. This record is divided into two lists of heaven and earth. It records countless beasts in heaven and earth. The spirit of the beast refined by Mu Feng was what he got by chance that year. It was called Long Yandiao. It was ranked 85th on the list of the land of the record of 10,000 beasts. In recent years, Mu Feng has been in the northern spirit realm and has become the master of this Mu domain. The spirit of the dragon flame eagle has contributed greatly. Creaky. While Mukin was distracted, the heavy stone door slowly opened, and a heavy creaking sound spread out. The stone door opened, and a dusty breath came to his face. Mu Feng opened it casually, and then stepped in. Mukin hurriedly followed. Behind the stone door was a secret room with a dim firelight. Rows of stone shelves came into view. On the stone shelves, rolls of jade slips were placed, and there was a faint light flickering. Mukin looked at the many jade slips in the secret room with a little shining eyes. Obviously, these were all spiritual formulas. Mu Feng clapped his hands. He looked at the secret room, his eyes inadvertently glanced into the depths, and then smiled faintly. "All your father's stock is here, just choose whatever you want, I want to see what you can choose." Chapter 4 Great Buddha Art. Mu Chen's black eyes sparkled as he looked at the stone chamber in front of him. As the master of Muyu, Mu Feng was also one of the most powerful people in the northern spirit realm. Naturally, his stock over the years would not be weak. As for his father, Mukin was not polite at all. He walked into the stone chamber quickly, and then picked up a jade slip. With a glance, there were glowing words on the jade slip. Mortal level middle grade spiritual art, fire cloud art. Mu Chen blinked. Generally speaking, spiritual art is divided into spiritual art of cultivation, attack spiritual art, defense spiritual art, etc., and these various spiritual art are roughly divided into 3 levels: God level, spirit level, and mortal level. Each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. At present, the fire cloud art is a volume of middle grade spiritual art of cultivation of the mortal level. Mu Chen played with the jade slip for a while and put it down. Obviously, he was not very interested. Then he walked into the depths, occasionally picking up a volume, but then put it back. Mu Feng followed behind Mukin slowly, allowing him to choose from the many spiritual skills here. 100 Swords spiritual skills, top grade ordinary skills. Breaking Mountain classics, top grade ordinary skills. The dazzling array of spiritual skills filled Mukin's eyes. Although most of them were ordinary spiritual skills, Mukin also understood that if these spiritual skills were taken out, they would be enough to cause a lot of people to scramble for them. Mu Feng's collection was not ordinary in this northern spirit realm. After wandering for a long time, Mukin finally reached the depths of the stone chamber, but still could not see the spiritual skills he wanted. Then he raised his head and looked at the last stone shelf, where there were 3 open jade boxes. You are ambitious. Your father risked his life to get these 3 volumes of spiritual skills. Mu Feng saw Mukin's eyes on the 3 jade boxes and couldn't help but smile. Upon hearing this, Mukin walked up curiously, and then took out a jade slip from the jade box. The jade slip was crystal clear and had some temperature to the touch, which was obviously not an ordinary item. Flame Dragon Method. Mukin glanced at the jade slip, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. It's actually a lower grade spiritual secret? He knew very well the value of spiritual secrets. If it was auctioned, it would be impossible without 1,000,000 spiritual coins. Well, what I practiced was the Flame Dragon method, which I got when I obtained the Flame Dragon sculpture spirit. Mu Feng nodded and said. Mukin played with the jade slip for a while, and then took out the other 2. These 2 secrets, one called Jintian Ju, and the other called Juling Jian, were both at the lower grade spiritual level. Mukin couldn't let go of these 3 jade slips, and for a moment he was a little hesitant about what to choose. Have you made your choice? These 3 volumes of spiritual skills are all equally good. You can choose one to practice. If there is a more suitable spiritual skill in the future, you can switch to practice it. Mu Feng smiled lightly. Mu Chen hesitated, his palm floating on the 3 volumes of jade slips, and finally stopped on the Gathering Spirit Mirror. Although this volume of spiritual skills is not good at attacking, it has a great effect on laying a good foundation. Mu Chen's palm floated above the Gathering Spirit Mirror, but just as he was about to make a choice, his heart suddenly touched for some reason, and then his eyes drifted a little unconsciously, and then, in the shadow of the 3 jade boxes, he saw a dark jade slip covered with dust. What is this? Mu Chen was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the dark jade slip in his hand. His eyes swept over it, and he saw that the rough surface of the jade slip had blurred handwriting. Great Buddha Art? Mu Chen looked at the 4 vague words, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. There was no grade of the spiritual art written on it. Mu Chen looked at Mu Feng in doubt, but was stunned. At this time, the latter was looking at the dark jade slip in his hand with a complicated expression, and his expression was full of gentle nostalgia. Dad? Mukin shouted, raising the jade slip in his hand. What kind of spiritual art is this? Why is there no grade written? It's just an ordinary spiritual art, you can choose another one. Mu Feng retracted his gaze and said slowly. Mu Chen frowned, rubbed the black jade slip with his palm, was silent for a while, and smiled. I want it. Mu Feng paused, he stared at Mu Feng, and the latter also looked at him, the young man's tender face, but at this time there was some stubbornness. Do you really want to choose it? Mu Feng was silent for a moment, and said. Mukin nodded and said, I don't know why, but I always feel that if I don't choose it, I will regret it. Dad, where did this spiritual secret come from? Mu Feng looked at the jade slip with complicated eyes. After a long while, he let out a long breath, smiled bitterly, and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, Jing, you are really your son. This jade slip was left by your mother. To be precise, it should be left for you, but she also said that if you don't choose it, let it be sealed forever. Mu Feng said softly. Mother? Mu Chen couldn't help but tremble, muttering this somewhat unfamiliar but trembling word in his mouth. He seemed to have never seen his mother, but there was a vague but particularly deep gentle shadow in the depths of his heart. Since he was sensible, he didn't pester Mu Feng to ask about his mother, and Mu Feng also didn't mention it. Sometimes, the father and son seemed to choose to avoid the person who was very important to them. Mom should still be here, right? Where is she? Mu Chen stroked the jade slip, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help asking what he wanted to know most in these years. When he was young, he had carved many wood carvings. Those wood carvings were exactly the same, but they didn't have clear faces, because the original form of the wood carvings was the gentle shadow that was looming in his heart. Each wood carving is a trace of sustenance and longing. Your mother's affairs are very complicated. It's useless to tell you now, but if you really want to know, then practice it. When you practice it to a certain level, you will naturally know. Mu Feng was silent for a long time, and finally clenched his palms slowly, staring at Mukin with a sharp gaze. Does my mother's departure have anything to do with me? Mukin asked suddenly. You have always been the person she cares about most. For you, she can give up everything. Mu Feng did not answer directly, but gently rubbed Mukin's head with his big hand, and said self-deprecatingly, It's your father who is incompetent and can't let you and your son be together. I have tried, but I still failed. Sorry. Mu Chen nodded silently, and a bright smile rose on his young face. Dad wants to see Mom again? I miss you very much. I really want my family to be reunited. Mu Feng raised his head and murmured in a low voice, with endless longing. Mu Chen clenched his palm tightly, and the rough dark jade slip in his palm exuded warmth. After a long time, he looked up and smiled at Mu Feng. I chose it, Dad, don't worry, I will help you complete what you didn't do. If you believe me, one day, I will reunite our family, and no one can stop me. Mu Feng stared at the young man with a childish face and firm eyes. A sense of bitterness rippled in his chest, which made his eyes red. Finally, he nodded heavily. Jing, our son will not be ordinary. Chapter 5 The Great World. The sun shines into the courtyard with dense branches, forming beams of light. In the beams, tiny spots of light dance with it, making the whole courtyard look extremely transparent. Mu Chen sat cross-legged on a stone chair, holding his face with one hand and playing with the rough dark jade slip with the other. He finally chose the Great Buddha art for the promise he made to his father. However, even Mu Feng was not quite sure what grade the Great Buddha art was. He only vaguely explained that this thing seemed to be extremely powerful. As for why it was so powerful, the reason he gave was that your mother was very powerful. Mother was very powerful? Mu Chen blinked his eyes. Mu Feng was able to start from scratch in this vast Muyu in the Northern Spirit Realm and become a famous strong man in the Northern Spirit Realm. In fact, it was quite good. If even he said it was very powerful, then how powerful was his mother? If Mom is so powerful, how could she like Dad? Mukin grinned. It seems that when Dad was young, he also had a wonderful encounter with Mom. That should be a good story. Mukin sorted out some of his chaotic thoughts, and then cast his eyes on the dark jade slip in his hand. 10 days later, he would fight with Lu Yang. That guy was also at the initial stage of the spiritual movement realm, and also had a human-level spiritual vein. Although he had also met a pervert with a stronger spiritual vein than Lu Yang in the spiritual road was somewhat peculiar after all. The so-called spiritual road is actually a huge trial field. The creator of the spiritual road is the 5 great courts. Every 3 years, the spiritual road will be opened. As for the selection of the spiritual road quota, it is also quite strange. This is not a human selection, but a detection by a divine artifact called Mirror of Judgment. This kind of detection is strange, but most of the people who can be selected by this artifact are people with excellent talents. Generally speaking, as long as you can successfully pass the experience of the spiritual road, you can successfully enter the 5 great courts for practice. The spiritual road is formed by a plane. In that strange plane, no one can use any energy. In other words, in that spiritual road, whether it is spiritual energy, or those fighting spirits in Yuanli from other planes, they cannot be used. The candidates who enter the spiritual road will face all kinds of life and death dangers and cruel trials. When they cannot use their spiritual power, they can only rely on their simple flesh and their own sharpness and wisdom to resolve various dangers. This way of forcing people into death is indeed a good way to hone their will. When entering the spiritual road, these candidates were told that if they wanted to pursue the highest power, they must have a will that cannot be shaken by anything. Only by mastering this will can they become truly strong. For thousands of years, most of the top strongmen who came out of the 5 great courts have participated in the trials of the spiritual road. It can be seen that the experience of the spiritual road is so important, which is also the main reason why so many geniuses are flocking to it. 5 great courts. Mu Chen clenched his hands slightly. He must go to that place, not only because he promised her, but also because only after coming out of the 5 great courts can he have the qualifications to gain a foothold in the outside world. Mukin didn't know much about the outside world, but occasionally he could learn something from Mu Feng. The world he lived in was vast and endless, with countless races standing side by side. The northern spirit realm was like a grain of sand in the ocean, insignificant. The world they lived in was connected to countless planes, but those planes could only be called lower planes, because the world here seemed to be higher than those planes. This world was the center of countless planes. However, although it was called the lower plane, almost everyone who could come to the world from the lower plane had amazing talents. They must be the top powerhouses in each plane, otherwise, they would not be able to break through the shackles of the plane. Once, Mukin overheard some news about the great people who came from the lower planes in a high-level meeting of the Northern Spirit Academy. It seemed that the most famous of them were 2 people. Mukin didn't know their names, but only heard of their titles. Emperor Yen. Wuzu. A very domineering title. Although they came from the lower plane, according to Mukin's guess, they are probably the real supreme even in this world. That Wuzu had caused a huge wave in this world. It is said that he rushed into the Ice Spirit clan, which is considered a behemoth in this world, single-handedly. The Ice Spirit clan, with all its strength, could not stop the man holding the Thunder Stick. That battle was earth-shattering. When the news came out, the world was shaken. It is also rumored that he did such a shocking thing just to save the one he loved. The cool Yen Emperor is relatively low-key, but it is rumored that he has also been to the Fire Spirit clan. The Fire Spirit clan invited their ancestor who had lived for tens of thousands of years to come out, but they were unable to gain the upper hand over the Yen Emperor, and the latter left. This shocked the entire Fire Spirit clan. These powerful people from the lower planes, even when they came to this world, are still as coquettish as before, and their domineering aura is fully displayed. The world outside is truly wonderful and exciting. However, Mukin also understands that he cannot reach that level now, but he believes that as long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to do it. Mukin looked at the dark jade slip in his hand, and a smile appeared on his tender face. Then, let's start with it. Mukin closed his hands lightly and his eyes slowly closed. The dark jade slip in his palms emitted a faint warm light. His vision was dark, and Mukin's mind moved, urging the spiritual energy in his body to flow along the meridians of his arm, and finally infused into the jade slip in his hand. Buzz. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the jade slip suddenly made a subtle buzzing sound, and then the darkness began to be torn apart, as if something had entered Mukin's body along his palm. Transform yourself into a Buddha, and prove the great path of the spirit. The profound and obscure formula, like the sound of an ancient bell, quietly echoed in Mukin's mind, and he quickly kept his mind focused and memorized these cultivation formulas firmly in his heart. The sound of the bell gradually faded away. There were too many things contained in the cultivation formula, most of which were beyond the reach of Mukin now, so he wisely chose to temporarily accept some of the parts that he could bear and understand. However, even so, the obscurity of the formula still made his brain hurt a little. He had never seen such a profound and complex formula. But Mukin obviously also has amazing talent, otherwise he would not have obtained the qualification of the spiritual path. He immersed himself in the mystery of the formula and felt the mystery. After a long time, he finally began to urge the spiritual energy and circulate it according to the meridian routes in the cultivation formula. The meridian routes were also quite strange. If you can follow the map, you can find that those meridian routes seem to form a strange tower shape in the body. The spiritual energy quietly circulated along those strange meridian routes. This first circulation was obviously extremely energy-consuming, but Mukin resisted the fatigue and tried to maintain the perfection of the spiritual energy circulation. This strange meridian route was extremely difficult to operate. Even if Mukin tried his best to control it, he still failed. Fortunately, he did not have the slightest arrogance about it. He still kept a calm state and circulated it again and again. This process lasted for a whole afternoon. After countless failures, a stream of spiritual energy finally emerged from the last meridian under Mukin's careful control. When the spiritual energy emerged from the last meridian, the originally crystal-clear spiritual energy suddenly began to change, and its color gradually became dark, and a deep color emanated. The spiritual energy at this time can only be called real spiritual power. Moreover, although this dark spiritual power looks quiet and restrained, Mukin can vaguely feel that under that quietness, there seems to be a kind of heart-shaking sharpness and domineering. Obviously, this spiritual power cultivated by the great Buddha technique is of very high quality, and it is definitely not comparable to the spiritual power cultivated by ordinary spiritual techniques. The things left by my mother are really amazing. Mukin was sweating all over, but he thought to himself with some excitement. This dark spiritual power was collected by Mukin in his sea of chi, and then quietly settled there. If he persisted in practicing in the future, this spiritual power would become more and more powerful. Buzz. At the moment when the dark spiritual power settled in the sea of chi, Mukin's body suddenly shook violently, and a dizziness came from his mind. It was vaguely as if something was vibrating and resonating in the deepest part of his body. An extremely wonderful feeling rose from Mukin's heart, and then quickly dissipated. What's going on? Mukin quickly came back to his senses, and some doubts arose in his heart. He hurriedly detected his body, but did not find anything wrong. The previous feeling was like an illusion. But Mukin, who was determined, did not think that it was really an illusion. Is it because of the great Buddha art? Mu Chen's mind turned rapidly, and finally he looked at the dark spiritual power in the sea of chi. After pondering for a long time, he did not find any clues, so he could only give up gradually. This great Buddha art was left to him by his mother. Although he had never seen her, he firmly believed in one truth, that his mother would never leave him anything that was not good for him. Or is it because of this? Mu Chen's mind suddenly moved, and he saw a black light flashing from the depths of the sea of chi, and finally suspended above the dark spiritual power. The black light flashed, and finally revealed its original form. It turned out to be a thin page of black paper. There was no handwriting on the black paper, but some extremely vague strange patterns could be vaguely seen. The black paper quietly floated in the sea of chi, allowing the dark spiritual power to warm it. In that kind of simplicity, there was an unspeakable mystery. Mukin was a little lost in thought as he looked at the mysterious black paper. He had found it by chance in the spiritual path, but he had never seen it used in any way since then. However, he could vaguely feel that the mysterious black paper was definitely not something ordinary, but he did not have the strength to unlock the secrets it held. Was the inexplicable resonance vibration caused by it? Mukin thought for a moment, but shook his head slowly. Although the black paper was mysterious, the previous movement was obviously not caused by it. After thinking hard to no avail, Mukin could only give up in the end, suppress the matter, and stare at the dark spiritual power entrenched in the sea of chi again. According to the formula, the great Buddha formula should be divided into 3 realms: foundation building, condensation, and tower transformation. But now he obviously has not even reached the foundation building stage, which can only be regarded as the most preliminary entry. If he wants to enter the foundation building stage, he still needs a lot of hard work. In the courtyard, Mukin's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. He looked at his sweaty body and couldn't help shaking his head. This great Buddha art is indeed difficult to practice. He has just started, but it is so difficult. I really don't know how difficult it will be to practice it to the so-called tower transformation realm. I wonder how many levels of amplitude the spiritual power of this great Buddha art can reach? Mukin's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. The spiritual art also has an important function, which is to increase the amplitude of spiritual power. Generally speaking, the upper-grade spiritual art of the ordinary level should be able to make the spiritual power amplitude 5 levels, and the lower-grade spiritual art can be able to amplitude 10 levels. The deeper the amplitude level, the more powerful the spiritual power will be when it explodes. And generally, this method can be used to roughly distinguish the grade of a volume of spiritual art. Thinking of this, the curiosity in Mukin's eyes became stronger. He spun his palm and a black aura appeared in his palm. Then he slowly clenched his palm and his eyes gradually became hot. He wanted to try how powerful this great Buddha art would be. Chapter 6: Spiritual Power Amplification. In the courtyard, Mukin stood straight, his palm slightly bent. A dark spiritual power condensed rapidly in his palm, and faintly, there was a sharp fluctuation emanating from it. Mukin sensed the spiritual power in his palm and felt the subtle changes in it. The next moment, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the gentle dark spiritual power in his palm suddenly vibrated violently at this moment. It was like a drop of water splashing into a boiling oil pan. And in that vibration, the fluctuation of the spiritual power was also rapidly increasing. Mukin's palm trembled slightly. He could feel that this spiritual power was rapidly vibrating. 1 layer, 3 layers, 5 layers, 8 layers. When the amplitude of the spiritual power reached the 9th layer, the trembling of Mukin's palm became more and more violent, and the spiritual power faintly showed signs of being out of control. Only 9 levels, this is not enough. Mu Chen frowned slightly, and his slightly curved palm suddenly clenched. Indistinctly, it seemed as if a muffled sound was heard, and the spiritual power like a wild horse surged again. 13th level. The black spiritual power covered Mukin's palm, and the latter's eyes became serious at this time. The next moment, he shook his palm violently, bent his 2 fingers together, and stabbed the stone pillar in front of him as fast as thunder. The sound of breaking wind resounded. Mortal level middle grade attack spiritual art, bone-breaking finger. Bang! Mu Chen's 2 fingers pierced deeply into the stone pillar, and cracks spread along the depth of his fingers. Mukin stared at the cracks, slowly pulled his fingers back, and muttered to himself, 13th level. He nodded. Now he had just practiced the great Buddha art to the entry level. Just like this, he could increase his spiritual power to the 13th level. This was enough to show the power of the great Buddha art. Moreover, Mukin could feel that as he became more and more proficient in the great Buddha art, this increase would also increase accordingly. This great Buddha art is at least a spiritual art of the upper spiritual level. Mukin grinned. The things left by his mother were indeed not ordinary. There were probably not many spiritual arts of the upper spiritual level in the entire northern spirit realm. However, this spiritual art was really difficult to practice. Mukin was very confident in his talent for practice, but even so, it was still quite difficult to practice the great Buddha art. But I don't lack time. Mukin muttered to himself, clapped his hands, and turned back to his room. It seemed that he had to put all his thoughts into the practice of the great Buddha art in these days. Not far from the courtyard, Mu Feng looked at what was happening in the courtyard and couldn't help but smile. He was quite satisfied with his smile. Xiao Mu's cultivation talent is indeed extraordinary. I also practiced this great Buddha technique before, but it took me 5 days to cultivate the first spiritual power, and the spiritual power I cultivated could only reach the 7th level of increase at the beginning. This kid actually cultivated the spiritual power in just half a day, and the increase reached such an amazing level. It really slapped my face. Although he said this, Mu Feng couldn't hide the pride and relief in his eyes. Xiao Mu's talent is indeed quite amazing. I think his future achievements will not be comparable to those of us who are outdated. Zhou Yi on the side also smiled and nodded, his tone full of emotion. Yes, although the North Spirit realm is very big for us, it is too small for Xiao Mu. In the next few days, Mukin put all his energy into practicing the Great Buddha art. This young man looked lazy on the surface, but he had a kind of moving stubbornness in his bones. It was this stubbornness that made him famous in the endless spiritual path of abnormalities. In the end, he made a big event that stunned countless geniuses and abnormalities. And under Mukin's full-strength practice, in just 7 days, the spiritual power in his sea of qi was also rapidly becoming thicker, and his understanding of the great Buddha art was also deepened. However, it seemed that there was still a little distance from the realm of foundation building. This made Mukin secretly smack his lips. This great Buddha art is indeed not an ordinary thing. After gradually getting the practice of the great Buddha art on track, Mukin also quietly relaxed a little, and then divided some of his mind to find several volumes of offensive spiritual arts that were more suitable for him to practice from the secret room. Although he had some spiritual power foundation, offensive spiritual arts were indispensable if he wanted to improve his combat effectiveness. Moreover, Lu Yan was not an ordinary character. The ranking of the first in the North Spirit Academy was enough to show how powerful he was. Moreover, his father was the master of Liuyu, which was the most powerful domain in the North Spirit realm. Its strength was also stronger than that of Muyu. There were many disputes between them in recent years, and they were very at odds with each other. Although Liuyu could not reach the North Spirit Academy, it would certainly give Luyang the greatest support. However, was he, Mukin, really so easily stepped on? There were so many geniuses and perverts in the spiritual path that could not be done, and Luyang might still be far behind. This is a training ground full of stone pillars. In that field, a figure swept out with a wisp of dust and smoke. Between his palms, dark spiritual power was entangled, and there was a faint sharp fluctuation emanating. Swish! He bent his 2 fingers together, and under the wrapping of dark spiritual power, it was like an extremely sharp black thorn, and fell heavily on a stone pillar. Crack! The broken stones shot out, and cracks spread rapidly from the stone pillar. A cold color flashed in the boy's dark eyes. The 2 fingers that were deep in the stone pillar shook violently, and only a muffled sound was heard. The stone pillar, which was about the thickness of a person's waist, was actually pierced through. A stone pillar exploded, and the boy's steps did not stop. He changed his fingers into palms, and the dark spiritual power surged, with a faint sound of thunder, and he slapped a stone pillar with his backhand. Swish! When his palm hit a stone pillar, the boy stood on 1 foot and kicked out with full force, hitting another stone pillar. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out, and the 2 stone pillars exploded directly. As the broken stones flew, the boy slowly retracted his legs, calmed down, and the dark spiritual power on his palms also quietly dissipated. Pa. There was a sound of applause from the side. Mukin looked over and saw Mu Feng standing outside the training ground with a smile. He was quite satisfied with Mukin's previous performance. The offensive was like a rainstorm, and there was murder hidden in the fierceness. He was not inferior to his subordinates who had been tempered in life and death. It seemed that his son's 1 year in the spiritual road was not in vain. Dad. Mukin patted the dust on his arm and walked towards Mu Feng. You will go back to Belingyuan tomorrow, right? Mu Feng smiled. Mukin nodded. If you can pass this competition, you should be able to enter the Tianjia of Bailing Academy, and then you will be eligible to compete for the quota of the 5 major academies. Mu Feng patted Mukin's shoulder and said with a smile. The quota of the 5 major academies? Mukin stretched lazily, and a smile appeared on his thin face. Don't worry, Dad, I will reserve that quota. Chapter 7 Mu Yuan. Bailing City, a city born because of Bailing Academy. This city is also like Bailing Academy, maintaining absolute neutrality in this Bailing realm, and the controller here is obviously Bailing Academy. It is precisely because the disputes in Bailing realm will not spread here, so the prosperity of Bailing City, except for a few main cities of the big domains, can be regarded as the leader of Bailing realm. Bailing City was born because of Bailing Academy, so it is naturally the world of Bailing Academy students. In this city, few people will provoke Bailing Academy students, not to mention the status of Bailing Academy. After all, in this Bailing realm, most of the students who can come to Bailing Academy to practice have some backgrounds, and there are even sons of various domains. It is not a happy thing to offend these young people with strong backgrounds. When Mu Chen walked out of the teleportation spirit formation, he happened to see the prosperous city scene. He rubbed his head, which was slightly dizzy due to the teleportation, and then looked back at the teleportation spirit formation behind him. This kind of teleportation array is extremely troublesome to set up. Only a handful of large cities in the entire Northern Spirit Realm have the strength to set up one, and with the ability of the Northern Spirit Academy, it is obviously one of them. Mu Chen walked down the teleportation array where people were coming and going, and then he walked through the busy streets with ease and went straight to the Northern Spirit Academy in the center of the city. There are many shops on both sides of the street, many of which sell various spiritual skills. Shouts spread out, but Mukin did not stop at all. His father is one of the 9 domain masters of the Northern Spirit Realm after all, and those collections are naturally not weak, so the spiritual skills in such a place are naturally difficult for Mukin to see. After turning a few streets, the magnificent Northern Spirit Academy is already vaguely visible. Groups of Northern Spirit Academy students can be seen on the street, surrounded by boys and girls, and occasionally there are sweet laughter, full of youthful vitality. From time to time, people around looked at Mukin, and some pretty girls cast their gazes with a little curiosity and shyness. In this Bailing Academy, Mukin is obviously a #1 celebrity. Let alone anything else, the fact that he once obtained the qualification for the spiritual road is enough to shock people's hearts. After all, there is only such a quota in the entire Bailing realm. Although they don't know why Mukin was expelled from the spiritual road after only 1 year, no matter what, can the person who can obtain the quota for the spiritual road be an ordinary person? As for those cast glances, Mukin didn't care much, and even smiled back. The boy looked pretty, and the smile on his face was quite gentle and brilliant. His black eyes were like the deep night sky. Although his age was similar to other students, he seemed to have a special flavor that these young boys didn't have. It was this flavor, coupled with the comfortable face, that made the girls who secretly looked at him slightly hot on their cheeks. There was a sudden commotion on the street ahead, and many students hurriedly dispersed. Then they saw several figures running out with a bit of dust on their faces. They looked around anxiously, and after a moment, surprise suddenly appeared in their eyes. "Brother Mu!" Several shouts of surprise came from their mouths. "Luo Dong, what are you doing?" Seeing these familiar figures, Mukin was also slightly stunned. They were in the same training class with him, and they had a good relationship on weekdays. "Brother Mu, go help Su Ling, he was beaten by Mu Yuan," the boy named Luo Dong hurriedly said. Mu Yuan? The students around were all shocked when they heard this name. Mu Yuan, the second-ranked person in the North Spirit Academy? But he was just a little weaker than Lu Yang. How dare Su Ling provoke him? What's going on? Mukin frowned. Su Ling was his best friend in the North Spirit Academy. Before, Mu Yuan said that Brother Mu would lose miserably tomorrow. Su Ling couldn't stand it and argued with him twice, and then he was beaten by Mu Yuan. The West Courtyard is too arrogant, Luo Dong said bitterly. Mu Chen pursed his lips slightly, which made Luo Dong's heart skip a beat. He and Mukin were also very familiar with each other, so he naturally knew that once Mukin made this move, he would probably be a little angry. "Take me there," Mukin said. Luo Dong and several people beside him were stunned for a moment, and then said, "Brother Mu, let's find the teacher first." There are a lot of people on Mu Yuan's side, including Xue Dong, who was defeated by you before, and Xiao Kun, who ranked 6th in the Earth class. "It's okay, lead the way." Mukin smiled and patted Luo Dong's shoulder lightly. Looking at Mukin's smile, Luo Dong and his friends looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and nodded. At worst, they would be beaten up, but they couldn't let those guys in the West Court think that they were all softies. Several people surrounded Mukin and left quickly, leaving some dazed students on the street, but they soon came to their senses, looked at the direction where Mukin and his friends left with some fiery eyes, and then quickly followed. Looking at Mukin's appearance before, could it be that he was going to challenge the three fierce figures in the top 10 of the West Court alone? This was a very violent incident. Bang! A low sound sounded, and a figure suddenly shot backwards in embarrassment, leaving a long mark on the ground before stopping. The people in the East Academy seem to be too confident now. Even an unknown guy dares to yell in front of me, Mu Yuan. I really don't know who gave you the confidence. A black-clothed teenager crossed his arms and looked at the embarrassed dozen people on the ground with a sneer in his eyes. The leader was Su Ling, and at this time he was gritting his teeth and staring at the black-clothed teenager. Behind the black-clothed teenager, there were two teenagers of similar age. They also had sneers on their faces, and their eyes were full of arrogance that could not be concealed. There was a large circle of students around, but they did not dare to speak. In this Biling Academy, there were obviously not many people who dared to provoke the three in front of them. Bah, Mu Yuan, don't be so proud. Brother Mu is not here today, otherwise you can also get rid of your second place in this ground class. Su Ling said angrily. Mu Chen. Mu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and a teenager behind him snorted coldly. He was Xue Dong, who was defeated by Mukin. That guy is indeed quite capable, but I'm not afraid of him. I think after the competition between the two colleges is over tomorrow, your East College should be well behaved. Mu Yuan grinned and said, Brother Lu will make him understand that it is better to keep a low profile in the future. This Biling College, our West College, is the strongest. I can't wait to see what that guy looks like when he is defeated. Xue Dong sneered. But before that, I think I should first clean up the trash from you East College. Mu Yuan crossed his fingers and gently squeezed them, making a crisp sound. Then he walked toward Su Ling and others with a bad face. Su Ling and others saw that Mu Yuan was still unwilling to give up, and their faces turned pale. Then they gritted their teeth and said, Fight him. Fight. Those young men were also a bit bloody. Being surrounded by so many people, it would be too embarrassing if they did not resist. They gritted their teeth, got up and rushed towards Mu Yuan. A group of guys who haven't yet entered the spiritual realm dare to fight me? You don't know what you can do. Seeing this, Mu Yuan sneered, clenched his palms, and a faint spiritual power rose up. Bang! He stomped his feet heavily, and his figure rushed out like an arrow, directly jumping over several figures rushing towards him, and appeared in front of Su Ling, who was in panic. With a sneer, his fist was accompanied by a sharp wind, and he punched Su Ling in the face. Su Ling looked at the fast fist wind, but he had no time to resist it. He could only watch the fist rapidly enlarge in his eyes, and then closed his eyes resignedly, thinking that it seemed that he would have to lie down for a few days this time. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to hear some exclamations from the surroundings, and then a muffled sound sounded in front of him, and a wave of air shook his face slightly, and the pain he imagined did not appear. He secretly opened his eyes a little, and then froze, only to see a white and slender palm, which stretched out from behind him at some point, and easily blocked the fierce fist from Mu Yuan. Su Ling turned his head hurriedly, and saw the thin boy with a reassuring smile. Brother Mu. Su Ling was overjoyed. You did a good job, and you didn't lose face for our East Court. Mu Chen smiled at him, and then he looked at the three people opposite, whose faces changed a little, and said, I gave them the confidence, do you have any questions? Chapter 8 Lu Yang. I gave them the confidence. Do you have any questions? When Mu Yuan and the other two looked at the smiling young man in front of them, their expressions could not help but change. Their sneer eyes became more serious. Obviously, they were a little afraid of Mukin. Humph, you are so arrogant. However, Mu Yuan was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Mukin and snorted. He had also entered the early stage of the spiritual realm 7 days ago. Xue Dong and Xiao Kun behind him were also about to enter. With such a lineup here, how could Mukin dare to do anything? Shuedong and Xiao Kun on the side also thought of this quickly. A fierce light flashed across their eyes, and the fear in their hearts was also reduced a lot. Today, I'm just teaching them a lesson. In Biling Academy, we from the West Academy are talking, but it's not your turn to interrupt from the East Academy. Mu Yuan clapped his hands and sneered at Mukin. As for you, I think you won't have the face to say such things again tomorrow. Many students around were silent, looking at the arrogant Mu Yuan, and didn't dare to speak. Some students from the East Academy were angry in their hearts, but dared not speak. After the voice fell, he waved his hand and wanted to take Shuedong and the other two away. Today, he also showed his prestige, which should be regarded as a good stop to the prestige of these guys from the East Academy. Su Ling and the others were also full of anger and clenched their fists, but at this time, the opponent was so powerful that even if Mukin came, they didn't dare to confront him at this time. I said. There was a voice coming from behind, and Mu Yuan and the other two paused, turned around, and looked at the young man standing in front of Su Ling, who had a bright smile on his face at this time. Aren't you going to apologize before leaving? The voices around seemed to be slightly quiet, and many boys and girls looked at the smiling boy in astonishment. Although the smile on the latter's face was still bright, it seemed to have a sharp coldness. Su Ling and the others were also stunned for a moment, and then their faces flushed a little. Obviously, they didn't expect that even in this situation, Mukin would still stand up for them. Apologize? Mu Yuan's face darkened a little, and he smiled sarcastically. Why? He was used to being arrogant in Biling Academy. Asking him to apologize, is this guy crazy? It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Mukin nodded, and then said no more, and walked towards the three people of Mu Yuan step by step. Mu Yuan and the other two looked at Mukin, who was walking step by step gloomily, and their eyes met for a moment, and a cold light flashed in each other's eyes. In the North Spirit Academy, Mukin has always been relatively low-key. Apart from defeating Shuedong before, there are no other deeds. However, no one in the entire North Spirit Academy dares to underestimate him. Even people like Mu Yuan are very wary of him. Can a person who is qualified to participate in the Spirit Road really be a simple guy? So, do it. A low shout came from Mu Yuan's mouth, and the spiritual power suddenly rose from his arms. He stomped his feet heavily and rushed towards Mukin first. Behind him, Shuedong and Xiao Kun quickly followed on the left and right. There was a tacit understanding between the actions. There were also some uproars around. Obviously, they didn't expect Mu Yuan and the other two to be so straightforward. Without hesitation, the three of them joined forces to attack. These are all fierce guys in the top 10 of the West Academy. Mu Yuan was the strongest among the three and had already entered the early stage of the spiritual movement realm. Therefore, his attack was the most fierce. His palms were wrapped in spiritual power, and his palm wind was like a knife, slashing at Mukin fiercely. However, when his fierce palm wind was about to hit Mukin, the latter moved half a step sideways lightly. Mukin's figure missed Mu Yuan. On his handsome face, two eyebrows were slightly lowered, like a sword out of its sheath. The originally gentle face instantly became cold and aggressive. He did not attack Mu Yuan directly, but at the moment of missing, he went straight to Shuedong and Xiao Kun, who were one step behind Mu Yuan. The dark spiritual power was wrapped around his fingertips, and his 5 fingers were opened, and he slapped Shuedong and Xiao Kun directly. As the spiritual power surged, there was a faint sharp sound of wind. Shuedong and Xiao Kun were also shocked by Mukin's move, but at this time they also had no time to dodge. They immediately gritted their teeth, mobilized all their strength, and punched out. As long as they entangled Mukin for a moment, Mu Yuan would be able to turn around and come to help, and then Mukin would be completely dragged into the siege. Shuedong and the other two were able to have such a ranking in the West Courtyard, so they were naturally not ordinary people, but at this time they slightly underestimated the strength of the young man in front of them and the degree of his experience and sharpness. Mukin's palm, when the two people's fists came, suddenly brushed against the surface of their fists, and then fell down suddenly, landing on their wrists, and pulled them hard with force. Shuedong and the other two's fists were forward, and then they were easily pulled, and their whole bodies couldn't help but fall forward. While their bodies were unstable, Mukin's palm wind swept across their arms, like a spirit snake out of a cave, and imprinted on their chests without any hesitation. Bang! A low voice sounded, and the bodies of Shui Dong and the other two were immediately thrown backwards in the astonished eyes, and then fell heavily to the ground, screaming, and the clothes on their chests were all torn away. After just one fight, Shui Dong and the other two were defeated miserably without any suspense. After Shui Dong and the other two screamed, the many students around them came to their senses and couldn't help grinning. Isn't this too fast? Mu Chen. An angry roar came from behind. Mu Yuan looked at this scene, but his face was red with anger. He didn't expect Mu Chen to avoid him first and get rid of Shui Dong and the other two first. Flame Palm. On Mu Yuan's palms, there was a sudden burst of fiery spiritual power. The spiritual power was rising, like a flame, and it made the air a little hotter. The students around exclaimed when they saw this. Is this the second-ranked strength of the West Academy? Mu Chen also turned around at this time. He looked at the fierce Mu Yuan, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and didn't mean to avoid his edge at all. The dark spiritual power entangled him and then punched out. Bang! The fists and palms collided heavily, and a wave of air spread out, with fiery red and dark interweaving. Mu Yuan's face instantly turned blood red at this moment, and his body trembled violently. With a puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He staggered back a few steps, and finally sat down on the ground in embarrassment. Just one move was enough to determine the winner. Although both of them were in the early stage of the spiritual movement realm, it was obvious that Mukin's spiritual power was far more condensed and sharp than Mu Yuan. Shui Dong and the other two who were beaten to the ground earlier were also stunned. Mu Yuan was in the early stage of the spiritual movement realm. How could he not even take Mukin's punch? How is it possible? Mu Yuan also sat on the ground in embarrassment, with an unbelievable look on his face, and even forgot to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brother Mu is so awesome. Su Ling and the others were also stunned, and then their faces were full of ecstasy. They didn't expect that Mu Chen could still gain such an absolute advantage in a situation of 1 against 3. Mu Chen's face was calm. He stared at the embarrassed Mu Yuan, smiled, and said, "Can you apologize?" Mu Yuan's face changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Dream on." Mu Chen seemed to have expected him to say this, and the smile on his face became brighter. Then he nodded and strode towards Mu Yuan. On his palms, dark spiritual power slowly rose again. Mu Yuan looked at Mu Chen, who was striding towards him. At this time, the latter smiled brightly, but looking at Mu Chen's smile, he felt a chill from the bones for some reason. Mu Chen approached Mu Yuan, and the dark spiritual power on his palms became more and more dense, but just when his footsteps stopped in front of Mu Yuan, a light clapping sound came from the side. "Ha, you are indeed someone who has participated in the spiritual road. But you are not taking our West Academy seriously, are you?" Mu Chen tilted his head and looked at the separated crowd. There, a figure came slowly with a smile. Seeing this, the students around him all stepped back a little, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Amidst the many fearful eyes, the young man stood in front of Mukin. He had a handsome appearance, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed some arrogance and unconcealable pride. At this time, he crossed his arms and looked at Mukin with a look like looking at prey. The first person in the West Academy, Lu Yang. Chapter 9 Confrontation. Lu Yang. Mukin looked at the young man with his arms crossed, but there was not much surprise on his face. He just said calmly, "After watching the show for a long time, you finally can't help it and want to come out?" When Mu Yuan, Shui Dong, and the other two saw Lu Yang, they were overjoyed and hurriedly called him Brother Lu. When they looked at Mukin again, they were already a little more proud and fierce. Although Mukin is now well known in the North Spirit Academy, and he defeated the 3 of them before, I am afraid that there is still some gap between him and the first person in the world. With Lu Yang's support, they will naturally not be afraid of Mukin. Lu Yang glanced at the embarrassed Mu Yuan and the other two, frowned, and stared at Mukin with a bit of coldness. "Mukin, I'm afraid you have to give us an explanation for what happened today." "Explanation?" Mukin looked at the most famous young man in the West Academy, but smiled. "They beat up our East Academy people for no reason. I think it's probably you who should give the explanation." The students around them grinned secretly when they saw the two people confronting each other. These two people are the most outstanding in the North Spirit Academy. They originally thought that they would see the two people decide the winner tomorrow, but they didn't expect to collide here today. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were a bit cold. In the North Spirit Academy, no one dared to be so rude to him. Although he had heard some things about Mukin before, he was the well-deserved number one in the North Spirit Academy after all. So arrogant. Lu Yang raised a mocking arc at the corner of his lips, staring at Mukin. "I'm really curious. You just got the qualification for the spiritual road by luck, and then you were kicked out by force. Where did you get such arrogance?" Su Ling and the others were angry when they heard Lu Yang's harsh words, but they also knew that Lu Yang was not someone they could deal with, so they could only grit their teeth in hatred. "Whether you got the quota by luck, you will know if you try it." However, compared with their anger, Mukin just smiled lightly and said. Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously he didn't expect Mukin to dare to talk to him like this, and his voice gradually became cold. "I originally planned to fight you in the two-house competition tomorrow, but if you are so ignorant, then I will deal with you now to save time tomorrow." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Yang took a step forward, and the spiritual power on his arms rose up. The richness was much stronger than Mu Yuan. Su Ling and others were also shocked and they saw Lu Yang's momentum. Is Lu Yang going to fight now? They looked at Mukin worriedly, only to see that there was no fear on the young face of the same age as them. The dark eyes reflected the dark light, which was impossible to see through. Seeing Mukin so calm, Su Ling and the others' worries just eased a little, and then their hearts were lifted again. Although Lu Yang was the number one person in the Biling Academy, Mukin was no pushover either. It might not be as easy as he thought for this guy to step on Brother Mu. Really, a guy who is getting more and more aggressive. Mukin shook his head and pursed his lips slightly. His tender face, which originally had a bright smile, gradually showed some coldness at this time. He spun his palm slightly, and the dark spiritual power quietly flowed through his fingertips. The atmosphere between the two became tense, and many students around couldn't help but open their eyes a little wide. The two people in front of them were the strongest in the Biling Academy. They were also very curious about who could be better between the two. Stop. However, just as the two were fighting against each other, a deep shout suddenly came from a distance, and then the sound of breaking wind was heard, and a sturdy figure appeared between the two. Master Mo. The students around were shocked and they saw the newcomer, and then hurriedly said respectfully. The man called Master Mo was about middle-aged, with a resolute face. Inside his body, there was an amazing spiritual power fluctuation looming, which made the students around him feel quite oppressed. When he saw him, even the arrogant Lu Yang restrained some of his arrogance. The person in front of him was a genuine strong man in the spirit realm. Even in the North Spirit Academy and the North Spirit Realm, he could be considered a first-class figure. Naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. If you want to compete in the academy, you can go to the arena. You are embarrassed outside. Do you want to be punished? Master Mo looked around and said in a deep voice. "Ha, Master Mo, we are just exchanging ideas." Lu Yang smiled. He also understood that he couldn't fight again today. He immediately looked at Mukin, stretched out his finger, and nodded. "Tomorrow, the two academies will compete. I'll wait for you." After that, Lu Yang led his men away. He could still hear a faint murmur, just a guy kicked out halfway through the spiritual road. Su Ling and the others also heard Lu Yang's deliberate murmurs. Their faces were a little livid. They gritted their teeth and said, "Brother Mu, this guy is too arrogant. At least you can get the qualification for the spiritual road." "What's he?" Seeing Su Ling, who was filled with righteous indignation, Mukin couldn't help but smile. He patted his shoulder and said, "Why are you so angry? If a dog bites you, can't you bite it back? Always unhappy." "I am a little unhappy." Mukin pursed his lips and chuckled. The boy's gentle face slowly climbed up a bit of coldness at this time. Although I can't bite, I like to beat him to death with a stick, so that he dare not make noise again. This kid from the Liu family is really the same as his father. Master Mo looked at the direction where Liu Yang left, frowned, and was obviously a little dissatisfied with him. Then he turned his head and smiled at Mukin, saying, "Well said, it suits my taste." But it is said that Liu Yang is now also the strength of the early stage of the spiritual realm, and he has a human-level spiritual vein, which is comparable to the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Are you sure that you will not lose the competition between the two colleges tomorrow? Master Mo, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Mukin smiled. Master Mo manages their East College. If the East College loses too badly in this kind of competition between the two colleges, he will not look good. We'll go back first, Master Mo. Master Mo looked at Mukin, who waved his hand and walked away with Su Ling and others, and smacked his lips. This little guy, although young, was always hard to understand. He didn't have any arrogance of a teenager, but he could vaguely feel the edge hidden under his gentleness. This little guy. As expected, he is the guy who can turn the spiritual path upside down. If he can successfully complete the spiritual path training, he will probably be a hot commodity in the eyes of the 5 major courtyards, so why is he still here? Master Mo sighed, and was actually looking forward to the competition between the two courtyards tomorrow. It is said that the kid from the Liu family is well prepared. Who will have the last laugh in this competition for the first place in the field? As the night deepened, Mukin sat quietly in the room, forming seals with his hands, and he was obviously in a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth fluctuated slightly around him, and then penetrated into his body through his breath. As more and more spiritual energy entered Mukin's body, a faint dark light flashed on the surface of his body. In the sea of Qi, dark spiritual power surged, and the strength was obviously several times stronger than when he just practiced that day. Obviously, Mukin's cultivation during this period was quite hard. A trace of spiritual energy circulated along the practice route of the great Buddha art, and finally turned into dark spiritual power and entered the sea of Qi, making the sense of majesty more and more intense. Now Mukin has gradually become proficient in the great Buddha technique, but he has not yet successfully reached the level of foundation building. However, he can vaguely feel that that step does not seem to be very far away. Mukin is not impatient, and quietly collects the spiritual power that is poured into the sea of Qi. When he puts the last spiritual power into the sea of Qi, he feels that the sea of Qi suddenly trembles slightly. The dark spiritual power surging in the sea of Qi expands at an astonishing speed at this time. A sense of full power ripples through his limbs. Mukin was slightly surprised to feel the changes in the sea of Qi. After a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was really unexpected that there would be a breakthrough at this time. Chapter 10, College Exam. The next day, when the blazing sun shone on Bailing City, Bailing College gradually showed signs of boiling. Bailing College is divided into 2 colleges, the East and the West. There is a very fierce competition between the 2 colleges. However, it must be said that everything grows with competition, so Bailing College has produced many outstanding students in the past 2 years. The competition between the 2 colleges is the most intense in the college exams held every few months. The many rankings in the colleges are also determined by this kind of college exams. After all, young people are somewhat competitive. In addition, in front of those many beautiful and charming seniors and juniors, everyone wants to show off. Therefore, in order to get good results in the college exams, many students have made great efforts. In the west area of Bailing College, there is a vast venue, which is similar to a gladiatorial arena, with many arenas distributed in it. Around the arenas, there are layers of stone stair seats, but now, these seats are filled with a sea of people. Various conversations and whispers gathered together, mixed with the silver bell-like laughter of young girls, making the air full of youth and vitality. There were many people in the huge field, but they were clearly divided into 2 groups. Those were the students of the East Court and the West Court. Because of the competition, the 2 sides provoked each other from time to time, and the atmosphere was particularly lively. Only 4 of our East Academy's top 10 are in the Earth class, and the top 3 were previously occupied by the West Academy. I wonder if this time's Academy exam can change a bit? Our East Academy has also produced some powerful people in recent days. Lu Feng and Tan Qing-shan are said to be about to enter the spiritual movement realm. If they succeed, they can at least be in the top 5. Some students were talking to each other on the seats in the East Academy. Su Ling, who was standing aside, curled his lips and said, "You all know the main point of this Academy exam. It doesn't matter if we have fewer seats in the top 10 of the East Academy. As long as Brother Mu can win the first place, those guys in the West Academy won't dare to make a fuss." Some students in the East Academy looked at each other and sighed. It was true, but if they wanted to win the first place in the Earth class, they had to defeat Lu Yang. It was said that the guy had a human-level spiritual vein. "Brother Mu, this time our East Academy is counting on you." Su Ling smiled and looked at the young man in front of him and said. Mukin just smiled, but his eyes stayed on the field. Although it had not officially started, some students had already started to spar on the ring. While Mukin was staring at the field, there was suddenly some commotion behind him, and then a fragrant breeze came, and a graceful and slender figure appeared beside him, and a delicate voice came, "Hey!" Mukin turned his head to look at Tang Qianer, who appeared beside him. The latter was wearing a green dress, with pretty cheeks, and her bouncing black ponytail attracted many hot eyes around. Tang Qianer was a student of the East Academy Tianjia, and she was beautiful and had a good temper, so she was regarded as the well-deserved school flower of the East Academy. Naturally, there were all kinds of jealous eyes wherever she went. "Why are you here?" Mukin was a little surprised that Tang Qianer appeared here. At this time, the students of the Tianjia should be practicing, right? "I'm here to cheer you up." Tang Qianer smiled and said jokingly, "And if you get beaten to a pulp, I can still carry you back." "Thank you then." Mukin shook his head unhappily. "Hey, are you really capable? You had a conflict with Lu Yang yesterday, and I'm afraid he's determined to cause trouble for you today." Tang Qianer said with a hint of worry in her bright eyes. Although she was joking, she also understood the importance of today's matter, otherwise she wouldn't have left her training class and come here. "Try your best." Mukin smiled, and just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly moved, and he looked up at the opposite side, only to see that in the center of the seats in the west courtyard, a somewhat cold gaze was staring at him, and it was Lu Yang. Around Lu Yang, Mu Yuan, Xue Dong and others also surrounded him, and at this time, they also looked at him with provocative sneers. Mukin and Lu Yang stared at each other from a distance, and it seemed that some sparks could be seen when their eyes intertwined. Both of them were quite famous people in the two academies, and many people knew what the highlight of today was, so the tit-for-tat staring at each other also made them grin. It seemed that today's good show was inevitable. Lu Yang stared at Mukin from a distance, and then turned his gaze to Tang Qianer beside him. He couldn't help biting his teeth, and when he looked at Mukin again, his eyes became colder. Misfortune. Mukin took all these subtle changes in his eyes, and then looked at Tang Qianer, saying a little funny. Everyone in the entire Bailing Academy knew that Lu Yang liked Tang Qianer a little, but he had never received a good face from her. Sometimes Mukin would think that Lu Yang would target him like this. In addition to the grudge between his father and his own father, he was probably jealous of Tang Qianer for being close to him. "If you think I'm causing you trouble, then I'll leave," Tang Qianer said with a straight face. Mu Chen couldn't help but smile, staring at Tang Qianer with his black eyes. The bright eyes of the young man made the girl's pretty face blush slightly, but she still looked at Mukin stubbornly. What he said shouldn't be a big deal. Mukin smiled. "Humph, you just talk big, wait until you beat him later." Tang Qianer pouted, her beautiful eyes swept across the field, her pretty face suddenly changed slightly, and she whispered, "That guy is here too." Mu Chen's eyes also looked over, and then his expression was also stunned. Of course, not only him, but even the entire East Courtyard seat was instantly quiet. In the West Courtyard, there were several figures about 17 or 18 years old. They were obviously older than the other students. At this time, they were leaning against the railing, looking lazily at the ring in the field, occasionally smiling jokingly, obviously not taking the competitions in the field seriously. In the middle of these people, two figures were the most eye-catching, a man and a woman. The girl was wearing a bright red dress, and her peach-like eyes were particularly attractive. It was Hong Ling from the West Courtyard. And the other figure in white clothes, he was tall and handsome. At this time, he glanced at the East Courtyard area lightly, and wherever his eyes passed, the noise in the East Courtyard became a little quieter, obviously oppressed by his momentum. Goo. It turned out to be Lu Mubai. I didn't expect that even he came. Su Ling swallowed his saliva and said in a dry voice. If they could still have some fighting spirit in front of Lu Yang, then in front of Lu Mubai, they probably didn't even dare to have the courage to fight him. Because Lu Mubai was the real number one in Bailing Academy. Since he entered Bailing Academy, no one has been able to shake his number one position. Mukin stared at the dazzling white figure, and his black eyes looked at him. Even at a distance, it seemed that there was still a kind of oppression. The four looked at each other, but Mukin's eyes did not show the slightest fear that other students had. That calm look made the white figure raise his eyebrows in surprise. Hee, that kid is quite courageous. The seniors of the West Academy Tianjia beside Lu Mubai were also a little surprised to see Mukin not afraid of Lu Mubai at all, and laughed. Hong Ling's eyes were also staring at Mukin, who was looking at Lu Mubai at the moment. The boy's face was a little immature, but he had a calmness that made people feel calm. It felt as if even the real number one person in the Bailing Academy could not cause any impact on him. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The little boy who followed behind her a little timidly back then seemed to have really changed a lot. Brother. A voice came from not far away, and Lu Yang was looking at this side with great joy. Lu Mubai nodded at Lu Yang, and then supported the railing with both hands. He didn't say much, but he suppressed the atmosphere of the East Courtyard's ground level a little, while the West Courtyard's momentum increased greatly. Obviously, Lu Mubai came to the West Courtyard deliberately to calm the situation, and with his status in the Bailing Courtyard, although there were seniors from the Heavenly Courtyard in the East Courtyard, no one dared to compete with him. Boom! Just when Lu Mubai's aura was overwhelming the entire venue, a clear bell sound suddenly rang out, which lifted the spirits of many students. The college entrance examination was finally about to begin. Chapter 11 Tan Qing Shan. The clear sound of bells echoed in the sky, and the lively atmosphere below reached its peak at this time. In the north of the venue, three figures sat upright. The one on the left was the Master Mo from yesterday, and the one on the right was a thin middle-aged man with a tense face and sunken eyes, looking a little cold. This time's college exam is more lively than before. In the main seat between the two people, there was a gray-haired old man. He smiled at the hot atmosphere below and couldn't help laughing. Most of the previous college exams were clear, but today's exam was a little unpredictable. The Master Mo smiled. What's so unexpected? Lu Yang is now in the early stage of the spiritual movement realm, and he has a human-level spiritual vein. Not to mention the students of the Earth realm, even among the Heaven realm, he is probably quite advanced. Although Mukin is not bad, he is still a little behind Lu Yang. The cold middle-aged man on the right curled his lips. He is the highest level instructor in the West Academy, and naturally hopes that the students of the West Academy can get the best results. Master Shi, it is not wise to underestimate someone who can obtain the qualification of the spiritual road. Master Mo said lightly. Unfortunately, that refers to people who can successfully pass the spiritual road experience. The cold middle-aged man shook his head and said. The gray-haired old man smiled when he heard the argument between the two. He was obviously used to it. His somewhat turbid eyes looked at the seats in the East Courtyard, and his sight stayed on the thin body of the young man. He said, It's a pity. There hasn't been a little guy who has obtained the qualification of the Spirit Road in my Northern Spirit Realm for more than 10 years. This Mukin obtained the qualification this time, but was kicked out halfway and never experienced the last level of the Spirit Road. His 1-year experience of the Spirit Road was wasted. This actually delayed a year of cultivation time. Then Master Mo nodded with a little regret. It is impossible to cultivate spiritual power in the Spirit Road. However, if you successfully experience the last experience, you can get spiritual power infusion. If you are a gifted pervert, it is not impossible to advance to the spirit will realm or even the spirit realm overnight. If Mukin could pass the experience, I am afraid that he would have been the first among the younger generation of the northern spirit realm. The quota of the 5 major courtyards must have been delivered to him, and others would not be qualified to compete with him. At that time, even Lu Mubai could only be inferior to him. However, who would have thought that such an accident would happen in the middle of the journey? Not only did Mukin fail to obtain the most precious spiritual power initiation of the spiritual road, but he was expelled in the middle of the journey. In this way, he wasted a year of cultivation time in vain. Dean Xiao, what did Mukin do in the spiritual road? Why was he expelled? I know this little guy's talent, and his character is also very good. It is impossible that he was expelled because of poor grades. Master Amo frowned and couldn't help asking. He only knew that Mukin seemed to have done something big in the spiritual road, but he didn't know the details. Hearing his question, even the middle-aged man with a cold face looked at the dean of the Northern Spiritual Academy, and was obviously also a little curious about it. Dean Xiao stroked his beard and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I don't know much either, but I vaguely heard that this little guy seemed to have made quite a commotion in the spirit road, and later alarmed the top leaders of the 5 major academies. Master Amo and the cold and fierce middle-aged man were both stunned, their eyes full of doubts, obviously unable to imagine what earth-shattering things Mukin had done in the spirit road. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now, the bell has rung, announced the start of the academy exam. Dean Xiao obviously didn't want to say more, and immediately waved his hand and said. Master Amo nodded, stood up, and scanned the entire audience, his deep and powerful voice rumbling in the ears of every student. The time has come. The college exam begins. Students from the same college may compete with each other, but they are not allowed to kill each other. Remember. You all know the rules. Those who go on stage have one chance to challenge their opponents. However, there is only one chance, so you must do your best and choose the right opponent. Yes. In the venue, the sea of people all responded respectfully. In that case. Master Amo nodded, and then waved his hand, then let's start. Dong. As he waved his hand, another loud bell sound rang out, almost spreading throughout the entire Biling Academy. Shwa shwa. The whole venue was a little chaotic at this time. Only to see figures rushing onto the stage, and then the shouting sounded continuously. Lu Xiong, get off here. I've been displeased with you for a long time. Chen Tong, you come out too. I must get back at you this time. Mu Chen couldn't help but smile at the chaotic scene in the arena. However, most of these competitions were relatively ordinary, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. He just occasionally glanced at the direction of Lu Yang in the west courtyard. At this time, the latter was also looking at him coldly. Now everyone in Biling College knows that Lu Yang has said that he will choose Mukin as his opponent in the college exam, so no one dares to challenge him first. Of course, the students in the west courtyard also understand that with Mukin's strength, the only one in their west courtyard who is qualified to compete with him is probably Lu Yang. And they are also looking forward to the competition between the 2 most outstanding people in the east and west courtyards. Mukin didn't care about Lu Yang's cold eyes, and occasionally chatted and laughed with Tang Qianer beside him, but his actions made Lu Yang grit his teeth. The competition in the field was quite lively, but the most interesting ones were undoubtedly those students who ranked high in the local level, because generally speaking, only this level of competition can change the ranking. That's Tan Qingshan from our east courtyard, he really took action. Su Ling on the side suddenly spoke excitedly, and Mukin looked over, only to see a black-clothed boy suddenly stood up not far from them and walked towards a ring. The boy looked extremely thin and pale, but his tightly pursed lips seemed a little firm. He didn't say a word and smiled, and seemed to be oblivious to the many voices around him. Tan Qingshan. Mu Chen was slightly stunned when he saw the black-clothed boy. He knew the latter. Before he came to the East Court of Biling Academy, Tan Qingshan was considered the strongest person in the East Court. Now, among all the students in the whole court, he can also reach the top 5. Tan Qingshan also noticed Mu Chen's gaze, and his figure paused, then raised his head and looked at him, and a faint smile appeared on his serious face. "Come on." Mu Chen smiled at him. Although he and Tan Qingshan were not particularly familiar with each other, they were both students of the East Court after all, and he did not dislike Tan Qingshan. Tan Qingshan nodded, then turned to the ring, and immediately many eyes were cast at him. In the East Court, Tan Qingshan was also quite famous. "I wonder who he is going to challenge." Some people whispered, and there was a little curiosity in their eyes. The people who could be regarded as opponents by Tan Qingshan in the entire West Court were probably only a few people, right? Lu Yang. Amidst the gazes of many people, Tan Qingshan looked directly at a figure in front of the West Courtyard. His calm voice caused a great uproar. He actually wants to challenge Lu Yang? Many students looked at each other. Although Tan Qingshan was also a person at the top of the Earth class, there was obviously still a big gap compared to Lu Yang. They didn't expect that he would dare to take the initiative to challenge. Lu Yang was slightly stunned for a moment in the West Courtyard seat, and then his eyes became a little gloomy. Until now, no one has taken the initiative to challenge Mukin, but he was pointed at. Doesn't this make people think that Lu Yang's deterrence is not as good as Mukin's? You are an overconfident person. Lu Yang stood up, and the gloomy aura made some of the West Courtyard students around him silent. At this time, Lu Yang was obviously quite scary. Lu Yang leaped up to the stage. He glanced at Tan Qingshan, then at Mukin in the East Court seat, and said expressionlessly, "Are you looking for someone to test me first?" After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Mukin to answer, but stared at Tan Qingshan with a faintly sinister smile on his face. "You blind thing, do you think you are still the number one in the East Court?" Tan Qingshan looked at Lu Yang, his eyes were also much more solemn. He was once the strongest student in the East Court. Although this title later passed to Mukin, he was proud and had been working hard to practice. He and Mukin were in a competitive relationship, but after all, they were both students of the East Court, and he didn't want to trouble Mukin for no reason, but as long as he could defeat Lu Yang here, he should be able to take back the first place. Tan Qingshan clenched his palms tightly, and the deep yellow spiritual power surged out of his body, and finally wrapped his arms. A fierce momentum slowly emanated from his body. That's spiritual power. Su Ling and the others looked at the spiritual power on Tan Qingshan's arms in surprise. He has also advanced to the spiritual realm. Chapter 12, Take Action. Spiritual Realm? Many people around the stands exclaimed at this time, and then looked at Tan Qingshan on the stage in surprise. No wonder he dared to challenge Lu Yang, it turned out that he had entered the spiritual realm. So powerful. Su Ling was also full of amazement, looking at Tan Qingshan's back with some envy. Now, among the Earth realm, only Mukin, Lu Yang and Mu Yuan have entered the spiritual realm, and now, Tan Qingshan is the fourth. Mukin also nodded slightly. Tan Qingshan was able to become the first person in the East Courtyard Earth realm before. Obviously he also has a high talent, and the most important thing is that his family background is not too good. All these achievements are earned by his hard practice, so Mukin actually has some good feelings for him. A person who relies on his own efforts to gain pride is worthy of respect. No wonder he has such courage, it turns out that he has broken through to the spiritual realm. Lu Yang was also slightly stunned by Tan Qingshan's breath, and then the sneer at the corner of his mouth became even stronger. Tan Qingshan remained silent, but his gaze on Lu Yang gradually became sharper. On his arms, deep yellow spiritual power was entwined and rising, emitting heavy fluctuations. Lu Yang stared at Tan Qingshan with cold and gloomy eyes, stretched out his palm, and gently bent it. "Go ahead, don't say I didn't give you a chance." So arrogant. Su Ling and the others were so angry when they saw Lu Yang's appearance. Bang! When Su Ling started to curse, Tan Qingshan stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed out like a cheetah. On his palms, deep yellow surged fiercely, mixed with heavy power, and directly hit Lu Yang's chest. Lu Yang stared at Tan Qingshan who was rushing towards him, snorted coldly, and on his arms, fiery red spiritual power whistled out, and he didn't even try to avoid it. He clenched his 5 fingers into fists, and a punch hit Tan Qingshan's palms heavily. Boom! A deep voice was heard, and the air waves swept around the two people. The dust on the ground was instantly stirred up, and both figures trembled, but Lu Yang did not move at all, while Tan Qingshan took a step back. Tan Qingshan steadied himself with a solemn expression. The deep yellow spiritual power on his arms became more and more dense, and the whole arm was dark yellow, like a rock. Mountain Fist. Tan Qingshan rushed out again, and the speed of his arms blasting out became slower, but the heavy force was like a rock falling, making many people around him look more solemn. Bang bang bang. Tan Qingshan's fists were like rocks, blasting out quickly and fiercely, and the offensive swept towards Lu Yang in waves, but Lu Yang had a cold face, and the fiery red spiritual power was like a flame wrapped around his arms, but he took all of Tan Qingshan's offensive. The air waves formed by the collision of the two spiritual powers swept the arena cleanly, and even some people who were close to them felt pain on their faces. Tan Qingshan is really good, he can even be on par with Lu Yang. Su Ling looked at the fierce battle in the arena and couldn't help but said happily. After all, Tan Qingshan has just entered the spiritual realm. It may not be easy for him to beat Lu Yang. Tang Qianer on the side shook her head gently. Although she didn't like Lu Yang, she had to admit that this guy was still quite capable. Tan Qingshan should be practicing the mountain art, which is the spiritual art of the Northern Spirit Academy, but it is only the upper grade of the ordinary level, and Lu Yang may be practicing the Yenyang art of their Liuyu, which is the lower grade of the spiritual level. Mu Qin stared at the arena and said, "So if we compare the strength of spiritual power, Lu Yang still has the upper hand. I'm afraid this situation won't last long." Su Ling sighed with regret when he heard this. He obviously hoped that Tan Qingshan could win. If so, Lu Yang would not dare to be so arrogant anymore, right? As they were talking, the battle in the field was getting more and more intense. Tan Qingshan's face was a little dark red. It was obvious that he had pushed his strength to the extreme and his offensive was getting more and more fierce. Swish! A punch like a rock suddenly flew out and hit Lu Yang's lower abdomen heavily. However, just when the fist was about to touch Lu Yang's body, the latter moved his steps and took a strange step sideways, just to avoid Tan Qingshan's long-planned sharp punch. When this punch was dodged, Tan Qingshan felt something was wrong in his heart, and then he saw the cold smile on Lu Yang's mouth. Yenyang palm. Lu Yang formed a palm with 5 fingers and suddenly slapped it diagonally. The fiery red spiritual power exploded like a flame at this time. A hot and strong force burst out, directly passing through Tan Qingshan's defense and landing fiercely on his chest. Bang! The flaming spiritual power exploded between Lu Yang's palm and Tan Qingshan's chest. The powerful force directly shook Tan Qingshan away, and then fell heavily on the ring under the gaze of many eyes. He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Wow! Seeing the situation change instantly, a burst of surprise broke out around the ring. Tan Qingshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth unwillingly. Lu Yang's spiritual power was domineering and hot, much stronger than the spiritual power he practiced. Swish! Lu Yang stared at the embarrassed Tan Qingshan with cold eyes. He had no intention of stopping the sale. He pointed his toes and rushed out again like an eagle, kicking Tan Qingshan. Tan Qingshan rolled around in a panic and narrowly avoided Lu Yang's attack. His face was a little livid. Obviously, he didn't expect Lu Yang to be so persistent even though he had the upper hand. But he was also stubborn. Lu Yang was so aggressive, but he refused to admit defeat. He just stared at Lu Yang fiercely. "You are really a bit arrogant." Seeing this, Lu Yang sneered and shook his head. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. He moved and appeared on the right side of Tan Qingshan. The shadow of his legs flashed, mixed with the hot spiritual power, and slammed fiercely on Tan Qingshan's chest. Bang! Tan Qingshan's body rubbed the ground and retreated more than 10 meters. Another mouthful of blood surged up in his throat, but he swallowed it alive. "Damn it, do you still have any shame? He has already lost, and you are still fighting." Many students from the East Court were also angry when they saw Lu Yang's aggressiveness. This bastard! Su Ling also cursed angrily. Lu Yang's eyes darkened when he heard the curses from the East Court. Not only did he not stop, but he strode towards Tan Qingshan and kicked again, hitting Tan Qingshan, who was retreating in embarrassment. Bang! A low voice sounded, but this time Tan Qingshan did not retreat again, because in front of him, a thin figure suddenly rushed out, and Lu Yang's sharp kick was tightly caught by a palm of that figure. Mu Chen. Tan Qingshan looked at the familiar figure, but was stunned. Are you okay? Mu Chen turned his head and looked at him and asked. Tan Qingshan shook his head, and his eyes looking at Lu Yang were still full of wolf-like ferocity. You have just entered the Lingdong realm and can fight him like this. You are already very strong. If you practice for a while, it will not be difficult to catch up with him. Mukin smiled and said. He knew that Tan Qingshan was silent on the surface, but his character was stubborn and arrogant, so he did not say anything to let him admit defeat. Instead, these words gave Tan Qingshan a lot of affirmation. Thank you. Tan Qingshan's heart was also relieved by Mukin's words. He looked at the latter's handsome face full of bright and gentle smiles, and said softly with some gratitude, I will leave this guy to you, but I will defeat him myself in the future. At this point, he paused and stared at Mukin. You are stronger than me, so, please help us get the first place in the East Court. After the voice fell, he did not stay and turned around and jumped off the stage. Mukin looked at Tan Qingshan, who jumped off the stage, then turned his head to look at Lu Yang with a gloomy look, and said, Let me be your opponent next. Lu Yang stared at Mukin, his mouth cracked, his smile was gloomy, and his eyes were full of hostility. I will treat you well. On the stage, the two faced each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Many students from the two academies also cast their eyes over. This is the strongest confrontation in the Biling Academy now. Chapter 13, Fighting Lu Yang. Around the stage, many eyes were focused on the two young figures who were confronting each other on the stage, and their eyes were full of expectations. These were the two strongest people in the Northern Spiritual Academy. Mu Chen is finally willing to play. I am curious whether he is Lu Yang's opponent. In a corner of the West Court seat, the young men from the West Court looked at the two figures in the field and couldn't help laughing. In fact, even they were quite curious about Mukin. After all, no matter what, he was the only one in the Northern Spiritual Realm who could obtain the qualification to enter the Spiritual Road. If it weren't for the inexplicable expulsion from the Spiritual Road, Mukin would probably not be able to reach the level they could reach now. Even a genius like Lu Mubai might be inferior to him. Thinking of this, they secretly glanced at Lu Mubai in front of them, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. After hearing their words, the handsome young man just smiled faintly, staring at the thin boy in the field, with a very faint cold light in the depths of his eyes. The selection of the spiritual road is somewhat accidental, so sometimes mistakes can be made. Maybe the quota this time should have belonged to Brother Lu, but it was mistaken and it went to Mukin. Otherwise, how could this guy be kicked out? A boy who was obviously very friendly to Lu Mubai curled his lips and sneered. The students of the West Academy Tianjia on the side also smiled and nodded when they heard this. Although they didn't agree with it in their hearts, it was obviously irrational to offend Lu Mubai, who was now in the limelight in the North Spiritual Academy, for Mukin, who was expelled from the spiritual road. Who do you think has a greater chance of winning, Hong Ling? Lu Mubai smiled and looked at the girl next to him in a red dress, with narrow and beautiful eyes showing a hint of charm, and said. The girl named Hong Ling stared at the field, her beautiful eyes lingering on Mukin for a while. The boy was now tall and straight as a gun. His previous laziness seemed to fade away little by little, replaced by a gradually revealed sharpness. The little boy at the beginning had indeed changed a lot. They are both in the early stage of the spiritual movement realm. Lu Yang practiced the Yen Yang Gong of Yurliuyu, which is a lower-grade spiritual art. But Mukin's father is also the master of a domain, so the spiritual art he gave him would not be ordinary. The two are even in this regard. Hong Ling's eyes moved, and her lazy look made her look even more attractive, but Lu Yang has a human-level spiritual vein. If he uses it, it is enough to match the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm. If Mukin is, he will suffer a big loss. Lu Mubai also smiled when he heard it. He stared at Mukin in the field and said, Lu Yang is quite capable. It is not unfair for Mukin to lose to him. In fact, I am also very curious about why he can get the qualification to enter the spiritual road. Hong Ling glanced at him. It seems that Lu Mubai is a little bit grudge against Mukin's qualification to enter the spiritual road. He is proud and has always believed that he is the best among the younger generation of the northern spiritual realm. The qualification of the spiritual road in the northern spiritual realm should fall on him, but the final result is beyond everyone's expectations. If he can't even pass Lu Yang, then the selection of the spiritual path will really disappoint me. Lu Mubai said softly, slowly tightening his palms, and the railing made of fine iron was actually pinched by him. A deep palm print, and there was also a chill in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't tolerate that an incompetent guy snatched the quota that originally belonged to him. Brother Mu, come on. Brother Mu, take back the first place in the Earth class of our East Academy. Around the stage, the students of the East Academy looked at the two people facing each other on the stage, and their eyes were all a little excited. In the past 1 or 2 years, the East Academy has been suppressed by the West Academy everywhere. Whether it is the Heaven class or the Earth class, they are suppressed by the West Academy and can't raise their heads. Now, their East Academy has finally produced someone who can compete with the West Academy. A bunch of whimsical guys. Lu Yang heard those voices, but a smile full of hostility appeared on the corner of his lips. Then he stared at Mukin and said sarcastically, I really want to know how exciting their faces will be when you lose later. Facing his sarcasm, Mukin's face did not show any anger. He just stretched out his hand, smiled lightly, and said, You should not have that ability. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Lu Yang's eyes flashed with anger, and his palms clenched. The fiery red spiritual power wrapped around his arms like flames. The next moment, he took a step forward, and a subtle muffled sound came from under his feet, and his body shot out like a cheetah. Boom! The fist wrapped in the fiery red spiritual power approached Mukin in an instant, and the spiritual power pressed the air, making a strange creaking sound. Mukin's body tilted sideways, and just as Lu Yang's fist passed by him, he slashed out with his right hand, with dark spiritual power wrapped around his fingertips, like a sharp knife, mercilessly slashing at Lu Yang's wrist. Mukin was merciless, but Lu Yang was indeed quite capable of becoming the first in the West Courtyard. He immediately changed his fist into a palm, and slashed heavily with Mukin with a knife. Bang! A deep voice sounded, and the two spiritual powers collided, and both of them retreated half a step. Do you want to compete with me to see who has more powerful spiritual power? Lu Yang sneered and stomped his foot, and the fiery red spiritual power actually wrapped his legs. The strength of that spiritual power was obviously much stronger than that of Tan Qingshan before. Shwa! Spiritual power was poured into Lu Yang's legs, and his speed increased instantly. His figure swept out, making it difficult for people to see his figure clearly. He used this speed to launch an extremely fierce attack in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! Lu Yang's somewhat blurred figure was like a whirlwind of fire, wrapping Mukin. Fists, feet, elbows, and fierce attacks, mixed with violent spiritual power, covered Mukin. Wow! Outside the stage, many students were shocked and they saw Lu Yang's sudden fierce attack. Tan Qingshan, who was defeated by Lu Yang before, also had a solemn face. Lu Yang's spiritual power was probably close to the middle stage of the spiritual realm. In addition, the spiritual art he practiced was not ordinary, so his combat power was even more surprising. The excitement on Su Ling's faces also weakened a lot, and a trace of worry appeared in their eyes. They just came back to their senses at this time. Lu Yang is a very powerful guy. Don't worry, Mukin won't lose so easily. Tang Qianer stared at the field with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she smiled brightly. She was in the middle stage of the spiritual realm, so she could naturally see Lu Yang's speed. Although the latter's attack was like a rainstorm at this time, there was a blue stone standing in the rainstorm, unmoving. Many eyes were staring at a figure in the whirlwind of fire. The latter either avoided or received it, and actually took all of Liu Yang's fierce attacks without missing a single one. It seemed that he saw through all of Liu Yang's hidden attacks. It's worthy of being a little guy who has experienced the spiritual road. At the chief, Ding Xiao stared at this scene, and a touch of admiration flashed across his turbid eyes. Mu Chen has a sharp eye and is calm when facing an enemy. His mentality is not inferior to those who have experienced hundreds of battles. Master Mo also nodded, with a lot of appreciation in his words. Weak spiritual power can always be cultivated, but the mentality of a strong man is not so easy to hone. His eyesight is indeed good. He knows to choose the weakest point of Liu Yang's attack, which can be regarded as breaking strength with cleverness. However, there is also a saying that one force breaks 10 skills. He avoids like this. Obviously his spiritual power is not as strong as Liu Yang. As long as Liu Yang concentrates his strength to attack, Mukin will be difficult to please. The skinny middle-aged man called Master, she said. As mentors, they are not only powerful, but also have a sharp eye. Ding Xiao and Master Mo also nodded when they heard the words. It is indeed true, but... is Mukin really avoiding the edge now? Suddenly, a muffled sound came out from the flame whirlwind. Mukin suddenly attacked, his sharp fingers like a sharp dagger, with dark spiritual power wrapped around them, and actually penetrated the whirlwind and touched the swift figure as fast as lightning. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the flame whirlwind suddenly stopped. A figure staggered back a dozen steps. The clothes on his shoulders were torn, obviously broken by Mukin's sharp finger. Around the stage, the uproar intensified instantly. Whether it was the students of the East or West Academy, they all looked shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that Liu Yang, who had just attacked fiercely, would be suddenly beaten back by Mukin. You! Liu Yang's face was also gloomy at this time, as if water was about to drip out. He stared at Mukin, then took a deep breath, and the fiery spiritual power on his right palm quickly surged out. The fiery red spiritual power rose up, condensing in Liu Yang's palm like a flame. The spiritual power shrank rapidly, and it seemed to turn into a palm-sized fiery red sun. A violent fluctuation slowly emanated. The noise outside the venue soon began to weaken, and many students looked at this scene with fear and trepidation. This Liu Yang had obviously pushed the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. Mu Chen looked at Liu Yang, who was exerting all his strength, pursed his lips lightly, and his eyes instantly became cold. He swirled his palms and operated the Great Buddha technique. In the sea of qi in his body, the dark spiritual power vibrated rapidly at this time, and the amplification rippled out layer by layer. 1 layer, 5 layers, 10 layers, 13 layers. The dark spiritual power wrapped around Mu Chen's palm, and a domineering aura also rippled out at this time, and there was a faint sign of surpassing Liu Yang's violent spiritual power fluctuations. When the spiritual power increased to the 13th level, Mukin did not stop it. With the increasing proficiency of the Great Buddha art during this period, the increased limit of the Great Buddha art is not limited to this. Mukin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Boom! In the sea of qi, there seemed to be a subtle humming sound, and Mukin's body shook violently. 18th level. The dark spiritual power surged out of Mukin's body. The pressure generated by the powerful spiritual power instantly suppressed Liu Yang's spiritual power. What a strong spiritual power! A touch of surprise flashed across the eyes of Ding Xiao and the other two. This level of spiritual power has already approached the middle stage of the spiritual state, and they can feel that the dark spiritual power that surged out of Mukin's body is full of a domineering meaning, which is obviously not something that ordinary spiritual arts can have. Mu Chen, you are courting death. The spiritual power was suppressed, and a look of astonishment flashed across Liu Yang's face, but then he roared and took a step forward, and then everyone saw that there were fiery red spots on his body. These spots were scattered all over his body. From a distance, it seemed like a strange meridian, like a long snake flying into the sky. Spiritual vein? There were exclamations around the stage again. I didn't expect that Liu Yang was forced to activate his spiritual vein. This time, the situation was reversed by him. Chapter 14, The Middle Stage of the Spiritual Realm. Swish. With the appearance of those fiery red light spots, the fiery red spiritual power in Liu Yang's palm suddenly surged, and the fiery red sun, which was originally the size of a palm, also expanded by twice. In the surrounding heaven and earth, there was also spiritual energy that seemed to be attracted to the light spots on Liu Yang's body, which made the latter even more impressive. Around the stage, many students saw this scene and their faces became solemn. Now Liu Yang obviously used all his strength. This kind of attack will surely be as powerful as thunder. He is planning to defeat Mukin with one blow. Su Ling and the others also stared at the field, their faces full of tension, and even Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes beside him became more serious. Liu Yang's strength can be considered quite strong even in the heavenly realm. Let me see how you take it now. Liu Yang's face was gloomy, and then he smiled grimly at Mukin, and rushed out violently, with the fiery red spiritual power in his hand like the scorching sun, so violent that it was blinding. Swish! Liu Yang was extremely fast, and appeared in front of Mukin almost instantly, and slapped out with one palm, and the spiritual power in the palm like the scorching sun was mercilessly slapped at Mukin. Flame Sun Palm. The violent spiritual power brought up a strong wind, shaking Mukin's clothes, and his black hair was constantly fluttering, but the pair of black eyes did not have the panic that Liu Yang wanted to see. At this time, you are still pretending. You are looking for death. Being stared at by Mukin's calm eyes, Liu Yang's heart jumped slightly, and then his anger became even worse. After seeing me step on you in front of so many people, can you still be so calm? Want to step on me? Mu Chen looked at Liu Yang, who was already close at hand. The coldness in the latter's eyes could be seen clearly. Then, the corner of his mouth slowly raised an arc. As cold as a knife. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Mu Chen raised his head suddenly, and his palms clenched suddenly. The dark spiritual power suddenly surged out of his body, and the domineering black light shuttled through his fingertips like lightning. A strong wave broke out. This spiritual power fluctuation. Above the chief, Dean Shao and Master Mo suddenly raised a look of surprise on their faces. Middle stage of the spirit realm? At this time, bursts of exclamations broke out around the stage. That kind of spiritual power fluctuation obviously really reached the level of the middle stage of the spirit realm. Mukin's strength has actually broken through to the middle stage of the spirit realm. This kid is really capable. At the West Academy, the faces of the students from the West Academy's heaven realm also became solemn. The strength of the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm was already quite advanced in the Northern Spirit Academy's heaven realm. Unexpectedly, a student from the Earth realm could reach this level now. This made them sigh in their hearts that Mukin was indeed quite capable to qualify for the spiritual path. Lu Mubai's handsome face did not move much, but he just looked at the field with a calm look, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The dark spiritual power flowed out of Mukin's body like a stream, and finally wrapped his entire right arm in it. His arm stretched out like an ape's arm, and an extremely strong and fierce energy wave suddenly formed under his fist, and then he punched out. Collapse fist. Mukin's arm was like a spear that was stretched to the extreme. In a very short distance, it burst out with the most powerful force, and the air seemed to be torn apart under his fist. It was just a low-grade attacking spiritual art, but at this moment, Mukin's hands were like a landslide, mixed with rolling spiritual power, sweeping out, and finally directly collided fiercely with Liu Yang's violent palm wind in the slightly discolored eyes. Bang! A low sound suddenly exploded in the field, and the black and red lights collided fiercely, and the air wave seemed to shake the air away. All eyes were staring at the place where the spiritual power was collided without blinking, where the black and red lights flashed rapidly, and then everyone saw that the two figures were separated at the touch, and then each was shocked back several steps. Two figures faced each other on the stage, one with a gloomy face and the other calm as water. Is this a tie? Everyone looked at each other, and the previous fierce collision still didn't determine the winner. While everyone was stunned, Liu Yang's gloomy face suddenly turned pale on the stage, and then he bent his body, and with a puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. As the blood spurted out, Liu Yang's breath almost wilted in an instant, and his pale face immediately caused some uproar around the stage. Lu Yang lost. Looking at the pale Lu Yang, and then looking at Mukun with calm eyes, everyone knew the result of this competition. Brother Mu won. Brother Mu is great. Our East Court has finally regained the first place in the Earth session. On the East Court side, Su Ling and the others stared at this scene in a daze, and then surprise and excitement quickly surged on their faces. The cheers suddenly resounded, and the roaring sound instantly suppressed the West Court into silence. Even Lu Yang lost, and their West Court did lose to the East Court this time. Mu Yuan, Xuedong and others from the West Courtyard gritted their teeth unwillingly, but they had to admit that Mukun was indeed very powerful. They originally thought that he was only in the early stage of the spiritual movement realm, but they didn't expect, this guy has already entered the middle stage. Hearing the deafening cheers from the East Courtyard, Mukun also smiled, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Then he looked at Lu Yang, who had a very gloomy face, and said, "No need to fight anymore, right?" Lu Yang slowly raised his head and stared at Mukun with a gloomy look. Those cheers were like a knife cutting into his heart, trampling on his pride, causing his mouth to twitch a little, and a trace of ferocity accumulated in his pupils. Mukun looked at Lu Yang's appearance, but his brows slightly frowned. The cruel experience of the spiritual road for a year made him feel a little dangerous at this time. "I'll kill you." A ferocious look suddenly appeared on Lu Yang's face. He clenched his hands, and then a red light appeared in his palms. An extremely shocking spiritual power fluctuation suddenly erupted. Above the chief, Dean Xiao, Master Mo's faces suddenly changed, and then Master Mo stood up and shouted, "Lu Yang, what are you going to do?" Swish! However, at the moment when Master Mo shouted, Mukun, with a cold face, had already taken a step forward, and rushed directly in front of Lu Yang, with two fingers bent together, dark spiritual power entangled, bringing an extremely sharp gust of wind, directly pointing to Lu Yang's throat. "You!" Lu Yang didn't expect Mukun's reaction to be so fast, and the latter didn't seem to have any signs of defending him. In his cold eyes, there was a chilling murderous intent. The killing intent made Lu Yang understand that even if he used the thing in his hand to kill Mukun, the latter would definitely take his life away at the moment before his death. Life for life. A trace of panic flashed across Lu Yang's eyes. He obviously didn't have the courage to really exchange his life with Mukun, so he could only grit his teeth, retract his palm, and block it in front of his throat. Swish! Mukun's two fingers, like a sharp dagger, directly pierced Lu Yang's palm, and blood splattered immediately. Lu Yang screamed, and the red light in his hand also slipped out of his hand. Mukun jumped up and grabbed the red light in his hand. "Give it back to me." Lu Yang's face changed drastically when he saw that the red light was taken away by Mukun. Mukun ignored his anger and was about to withdraw, but suddenly there was a rapid sound of breaking the wind, and a powerful spiritual power wave, like a sharp arrow, shot at him violently. The sudden attack made Mukun frown, and he touched the ground with his toes, then swiftly jumped back a dozen steps, dodging the attack, and then looked at the slender figure coming from outside the field with cold eyes, saying, "What are you doing?" The slender figure landed beside Lu Yang, and the handsome face was Lu Mubai, who looked at Mukun expressionlessly at this time, and stretched out his hand. "Bring the thing here." Mukun sneered, looked down at the red light in his hand, and when he saw the thing in the red light, the corner of his lips suddenly lifted slightly. "You can even take out this thing, you are really worthy of being the young master of Liu Yu." Chapter 15, Destroying Spiritual Pearl. The changes on the stage happened in a flash. When everyone came to their senses, they saw Lu Mubai appear on the stage. They were all shocked. What was going on? Mu Qin ignored the expressionless Lu Mubai, but looked down at his hand. The red light there dissipated, revealing a fiery red bead the size of a dragon eye. The surface of the bead was covered with obscure inscriptions. In it, there was an extremely violent spiritual power surging like a tide. Destroying Spiritual Pearl. Mu Chen's slender fingers rubbed the smooth fiery red bead and smiled lightly, but the smile was a little cold. This kind of destroying spiritual pearl is not used for cultivation, but a spiritual weapon with great destructive power. Some strong people who have reached a certain level of strength can compress powerful spiritual power into this small bead, and the user only needs to activate it to burst out a very powerful spiritual power attack. To make a broken spirit bead, a special metal called spirit gold is needed. This metal is quite expensive. In addition, making a broken spirit bead requires extremely precise control of spiritual power, and the failure rate is extremely high, so the broken spirit bead is quite rare. At present, the one in Mukin's hand, judging from the degree of spiritual power concentration, I am afraid that even people with the strength of the spirit realm will suffer a lot of damage. This Lu Yang wants to kill him. Give it back to me. Lu Yang also woke up at this time. His face became even paler. He knew that such behavior was against the rules. Once punished, it would not be easy. He immediately stared at Mukin fiercely and stretched out his palm. Brother, grab the things, don't let him have evidence. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lu Mubai's eyes flashed. After all, their status is not low. As long as Mukin has no evidence, this matter can be passed. If you move again, this broken spirit bead may explode on you. However, just as he was about to move, Mukin smiled slightly, pinched the broken spirit bead between his fingers, and said with a smile. Lu Yang was a little reckless in this matter. You should return the broken spirit bead to him and leave a way out for others. It will be good for everyone, right? Lu Mubai's eyes condensed. He looked at Mukin and said slowly. Mukin smiled without comment. What's going on? At this time, Master Mo also rushed to the stage. He looked at the three people and shouted in a deep voice. When Lu Yang saw Master Mo appear, his face turned pale, and then he stared at Mukin fiercely, trying to threaten Mukin to shut up. However, Mukin ignored his threat and raised the broken spirit bead in his hand to Master Mo. Master Mo looked at the broken spirit pearl in Mukin's hand, and his face quickly darkened. He turned his gaze to Lu Yang, and his voice was filled with anger. How dare you use the broken spirit pearl in the competition? Broken spirit pearl? Many students around noticed this, and now when they heard the word broken spirit pearl, they suddenly burst into laughter. How shameless, he even took out the broken spirit pearl. You are worthy of being the young master of the largest domain in the northern spirit realm. You are really generous, hee. Hearing the many angry voices and sneers coming from the surroundings, Lu Yang's face was also extremely ugly. This time he was really embarrassed. Dean Xiao and Master Shi of the West Court also came over at this time. Master Mo also walked over and told the matter, and then everyone saw that Dean Xiao's face looked a little ugly. Dean, Lu Yang was impulsive for a moment, but after all, he did not cause any harm, so it is understandable. Seeing this, Lu Mubai also spoke up quickly. Senior Lu means that I must be seriously injured by his broken spirit bead before it is normal? Mukin said with a smile. Lu Mubai looked at Mukin with a slightly cold look and said, What do you want? It's not what I want. Biling Academy has its own rules. This kind of thing should be handled according to the rules. Mukin said with a nonchalant smile. Lu Mubai's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Dean Xiao. He looked at Master Mo and the others and said, How should this matter be handled? According to the rules, Lu Yang will be disqualified from being promoted to the Heaven Realm this time. Master Mo thought for a while and said. Lu Yang's face changed drastically. If he could not be promoted to the Heaven Realm, he would not be eligible to compete for the quota of the 5 major academies. This would be a fatal blow to him. Isn't it too heavy? There are not many people in our Biling Academy who are qualified to compete for the 5 major academies. Master Shi pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, And if that's the case, I'm afraid Lu Yang's father will not let it go. Although our Biling Academy is not afraid, it's also a bit troublesome to be at odds with the largest domain in Biling realm. But Mukin's father is also the master of Muyu. If this matter is just let go, I'm afraid Muyu will also be resentful. Master Mo also said. Dean Xiao shook his head helplessly. If this matter was just an ordinary student, it wouldn't be such a headache, but now these two people are both sons of the domain master of Biling Realm, and it's not good to be biased towards anyone. Huh, Mukin. Dean Xiao suddenly looked at Mukin on the side and said with a smile, "Now, what do you think?" Seeing Dean Xiao's smile, Mukin understood what he wanted to say and immediately said with a smile, "Dean, it is true that Lu Yang was just a little reckless. I didn't hurt anything, so it's understandable." Hearing Mukin's words, not only Dean Xiao and the others were stunned, but even Lu Yang was a little stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Mukin to let him go like this. However, when he saw the smile on Mukin's mouth, his heart sank again. This kid looks gentle on weekdays, but in fact, his methods are extremely cruel. He still remembers clearly the ruthlessness of the latter who took his broken spirit pearl with his life. But he broke the rules after all. So, I won't return this broken spirit pearl. Just regard it as his apology. I won't care about it. Mukin said with a smile. He knew the difficulties faced by Dean Xiao and his friends. It would not be very effective to continue to argue about this matter. In this case, it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity and do Dean Xiao a favor. You. When Lu Yang heard that Mukin was going to swallow the broken spirit bead, his eyes suddenly glared. The broken spirit bead was made by his father himself and left for him to save his life. It was extremely valuable. You don't want to? Then punish according to the rules. Mukin glanced at Lu Yang and said helplessly. Lu Yang's eyes twitched and he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Although the broken spirit bead was precious, it was nothing compared to the quota of the 5 major academies. Since you have set your eyes on this broken spirit bead, I will give it to you. Lu Mubai's mind was obviously deeper than Lu Yang. He looked at Mukin deeply and smiled lightly. Mukin smiled and glanced at him. Although Lu Mubai hid it well, he still saw a gloomy look in his eyes. This guy was indeed a little more troublesome than Lu Yang. Since Mukin doesn't care, let's put it aside. However, if Lu Yang dares to do this again in the future, no matter who your father is, our Biling Academy will deal with it according to the rules. Dean Xiao was relieved to see that Mukin was willing to settle the matter peacefully, so that he didn't have to worry about it. He also had a better impression of Mukin. He looked at Lu Yang and spoke sternly. Lu Yang's face turned green and red, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Although Biling Academy remained neutral in Biling Realm, it was not afraid of their Liuyu. Thank you, Dean. Lu Mubai smiled, then he stretched out his hand to Mukin and said, "Thank you, junior brother Mukin, too. Oh, you will also be a student of Tianjia in the future. I am very interested in you and hope to have a chance to communicate in the future." There was a smile on his handsome face, but the gloomy coldness flowing in the depths of his eyes was only noticed by a few people. Senior Lu is joking. Mu Chen looked at Lu Mubai, and a sunny smile appeared on his thin and handsome face. He stretched out his hand to shake Lu Mubai's hand, then took it back. His eyes were still as calm as a deep pool. Lu Mubai was indeed very good, and he also knew how to be patient. However, compared with those perverts in the spiritual path who smiled warmly and could do ruthless things without hesitation, he was still a little bit behind. On the stage, the two shook hands. Although they were smiling, some sensitive people could still vaguely feel a tit-for-tat surge under the piece. This Mukin is really amazing. He can't give in to Brother Lu at all. Not far away, the seniors of the West Academy couldn't help but say when they saw this scene. Not to mention Mukin's strength, just the courage to stand in front of Lu Mubai was enough to make them smack their lips. In the future, when this person is promoted to the heaven realm of our Biling Academy, I'm afraid it will be a bit lively. Hong Ling's jade fingers tied up a strand of black hair, and her narrow and beautiful eyes looked at the boy standing in front of Lu Mubai on the stage. The boy was tall and handsome, and his temperament was completely different from the lazy little boy many years ago. The gap made her a little dazed. Unconsciously, the person who had been ignored by her turned out to be so outstanding. After the matter of Lu Yang was settled, Dean Xiao announced the results of the academy test on the spot. Naturally, the East Academy became the center of attention, and Mukin, Lu Yang, Tan Qingshan and other students who had entered the spiritual realm of the Earth realm were also successfully promoted to the Heaven realm. Mukin looked at the ending of the academy test and stretched his waist. The 5 academies were getting closer and closer. Let's solve the unresolved grievances in the spiritual road in the 5 academies. Mukin looked up, looked at the blue sky, and smiled. Ji Xian, this time, let's have a good fight. Chapter 16 Heaven Realm. The college exam gradually came to an end, but the residual heat caused by the college exam still enveloped Biling Academy. For several days, the entire Biling Academy was discussing this fierce college exam battle. In Biling Academy, Mukin was not ostentatious. If it were not for the matter of the spiritual road, perhaps not many students would pay attention to him. Even though he also had a strong identity background, compared with a dazzling figure like Lu Yang, there was still a gap in reputation. Facing the confrontation between Mukin and Lu Yang, it was thought that not many people would look favorably on Mukin. But the accident happened right under their noses. The seemingly low-key Mukin defeated Lu Yang strongly and successfully promoted to the Heaven Realm with the first place in the Earth Realm. And everyone knew that with his strength in the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm, he could have a good ranking even in the Heaven Realm of Biling Academy. This had to make people a little amazed. At this time, they just felt that it was not so unbelievable that Mukin could obtain the only spiritual road qualification in the Biling realm. In the Biling Academy, the Tianjia is the gathering place for all outstanding students. To be promoted to the Tianjia, the first condition is to enter the Lingdong realm. In other words, the weakest students in the Tianjia are all at the early stage of the Lingdong realm. Every student regards the Tianjia as the goal of hard work, because it is the only springboard to enter the 5 great academies, so only by entering the Tianjia can they be eligible to compete for the quota to enter the 5 great academies. The selection of the 5 great academies is extremely strict. The first condition is that students must reach the Lingluan realm before the age of 18. This condition alone is enough to discourage countless young people. Now in the Tianjia of Biling Academy, there are probably no more than 5 students who can meet this requirement. From this, we can see how terrible the recruitment conditions of the 5 great academies are. However, despite the strict conditions, there are still countless talented teenagers rushing in like moths to a flame, because even Mukin knows how powerful the 5 great academies are. Although the North Spirit realm is vast, in the eyes of the 5 great academies, it may not even be as good as an ant. The master of a domain here is at most the strength of the spirit realm, and such strength, in the 5 great academies, I am afraid that any instructor can surpass it. In the 5 great academies, there are truly supreme-level strongmen, and they are super big figures who can turn the world upside down with a wave of their hands. Talented teenagers like Mukin want to stand out in this world where countless geniuses and evildoers emerge. Without teaching and practicing alone, it is basically difficult to become a great man. No matter how good the unpolished jade is, it needs the careful carving of a master to be dazzling. This kind of high-end teaching practice cannot be given by the North Spirit Academy, and Mukin's father cannot give it either. If Mukin's mother was around, according to Mu Feng's description, maybe she could do it, but unfortunately. So, the 5 major courtyards are a hurdle that cannot be crossed on the road to becoming stronger. Hey, you two hurry up. It's the first time to go to Tianjia for training today, and you are still dawdling. In the Biling courtyard, on a gravel path covered with trees, Tang Qianer looked at the 2 teenagers behind her with some dissatisfaction and scolded. Mukin looked at Tang Qianer's slender body in front of him, and said a little lazily, "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't there still some time? You idiot, if you are so slow, all the good positions in the training ground will be occupied." Tang Qianer rolled her eyes at Mukin and said. Mukin shook his head helplessly, and Tan Qingshan on the side nodded and said, "Mukin, let's listen to senior sister Qianer and hurry up." He looked at the girl's graceful and delicate body, and his face, which was always serious, blushed a little. Mukin looked at his red face in surprise and couldn't help laughing. "Do you like sister Qianer?" Tan Qingshan's face instantly turned red, and even sweat appeared on his forehead. Bang! Before Mukin could say anything else, he saw Tang Qianer walking back angrily, raising her slender legs and kicking Mukin's knee hard. "If you talk nonsense again, do you believe I will beat you?" Tang Qian'er said with her eyebrows raised. The pain from his knee made Mukin grin, but when he saw Tang Qian'er's raised eyebrows, he seemed to notice that the girl was a little angry. He immediately coughed and said, "Let's go to the training ground." Tang Qian'er snorted and walked forward again, saying, "You just came to Tianjia, you are considered newcomers, you have to be more careful in the future. Tianjia is quite troublesome. There are many annoying guys who pretend to be old-fashioned. Although your father is the master of Muyu, many people in Beilingyiwen don't buy it. Sister Qian'er, do you think I am someone who likes to use my father's identity to pressure others?" Mukin chuckled and said. Tang Qian'er thought about it and nodded. In Beilingyiwen, Mukin really didn't mention his father's identity. All his fame was earned by himself. "It's good that you know," Tang Qian'er said angrily. "Also, don't mess with the old hands in the heaven realm. They are not qualified to move up, but that's why it's troublesome." Mu Chen nodded. He knew what Tang Qian'er meant by those old hands. They were the old students who were no longer qualified to enter the 5 great academies, but had not yet left the North Spirit Academy. These students had lost the qualification to enter the 5 great academies, because they were over 18 years old and still had not entered the Spirit Will realm. Without this goal, they were a little confused and had a taste of eating and waiting to leave. It was precisely this kind of people who didn't take the rules of the North Spirit Academy seriously, so generally speaking, few other people were willing to mess with them. "I don't like to mess with people." Mu Chen shook his head and didn't say anything more, but Tang Qian'er, who was familiar with him, understood what he meant. He didn't mess with people, but if anyone wanted to mess with him, I'm afraid this seemingly good-tempered boy would make people understand what it means to be a good person. "Don't worry, I will protect you. I'm not afraid of anyone in this east courtyard." Tang Qian'er covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. The girl's smile was as beautiful as a flower, quite moving. Tan Qingshan, who was standing by, saw the two people chatting and laughing familiarly, and he couldn't interrupt them, so he could only follow them obediently. The 3 of them walked all the way to the east of the North Spiritual Courtyard. After more than 10 minutes, they finally stopped and looked forward. There was a huge hall there. Outside the hall, students were rushing in. Mukin looked at the hall, and a touch of surprise flashed across his eyes. He could feel that the spiritual energy of the world in this world seemed to be attracted and was constantly gathering towards the hall. The spiritual energy in it must be much thicker than outside. "Is this a gathering spirit formation?" Mukin said. Tang Qian'er nodded and said proudly, "This training hall is the key place of Bailing Academy. Only students of the Heaven Realm are qualified to enter. In this training hall, Bailing Academy spent a lot of money to invite a spirit formation master from the 5 major academies to set up a 3rd-level spirit gathering array. This is the only 3rd-level spirit gathering array in our Bailing realm." 3rd-level spirit gathering array. Mu Chen smacked his lips. The spirit gathering array is a spirit formation that is extremely beneficial to cultivation. As the young master of Muyu, he naturally understands the value of a 3rd-level spirit gathering array. Even their Muyu can't afford to set up a spirit formation of this level. Not to mention the huge amount of rare materials required, even if it is a spirit formation master, there is probably no force in the Ling realm that can afford it. Bailing Academy was able to invite him, perhaps because of a lot of personal connections. It is said that there are level 6 or even higher spirit gathering arrays in the 5 courtyards. The speed of practicing there is simply incomparable to that outside. Tang Qian'er said with some yearning. The level 3 spirit gathering array alone is so powerful, and the legendary level 6 spirit gathering array is really unimaginable. When you enter the 5 courtyards, you will naturally understand it. "Let's go in." Mukin smiled, and then he took the lead and walked towards the most precious hall in the North Spirit Courtyard. Passing through the heavy gate guarded by guards, the first thing that caught the eye was a vast square. The square was full of huge stone pillars. On the stone pillars, there were complex spiritual patterns. The light flashed, gathering all the spiritual energy of the outside world. "Huh." Mukin took a breath, feeling the rich spiritual energy entering his body through his nose, and couldn't help but praise it. It was worthy of being a level 3 spirit gathering array. "It's almost time for training. Let's go quickly." The closer we get to the center of the spirit formation, the denser the spiritual energy will be. We have to find a good position. Tang Qian'er pulled Mukin and took Tan Qingshan to the training ground quickly. At this time, there were already many students from the Heaven Realm in the training ground, and Tang Qian'er was obviously very famous in the East Court Heaven Realm. When everyone saw her actions, many eyes were cast over. Who is that kid? He is so close to Tang Qian'er. You don't even know him? He is that Mukin. He defeated Lu Yang in the college exam a few days ago and was promoted to our Heaven Realm with the first place in the Earth Realm. It is said that Mukin has reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Middle stage of the spiritual realm? That's pretty impressive. This strength is at the top of our Heaven Realm. It's pretty good, but it's not enough for him to act recklessly in the Heaven Realm. Hey, there are so many people who like Tang Qian'er here. Jiangli, Teng Yong, and others are all in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. This kid is not afraid of getting into trouble. As these people talked, their eyes couldn't help but look in the other direction of the training field. There, several figures were sitting quietly, but their faces were slightly gloomy at this time, and the source of that gloomy gaze was Mukin, who was being pulled by Tang Qian'er. Mukin was pulled by Tang Qian'er. He glanced around and took in all those gazes. He smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had underestimated Tang Qian'er's popularity in the East Courtyard. Chapter 17 Level 3 Spirit Gathering Array. Let's sit here. Tang Qian'er ignored the gazes in the training field and pulled Mukin straight into the training field, then stopped at a place inside the training field next to the golden stone pillar. Next to the stone platform extending from the stone pillar, there were 3 jade-like cushions. Mukin looked around and his sight stopped at the golden stone pillar. Then there was a look of surprise in his eyes, because he could feel that there was a rich spiritual energy emanating from the golden stone pillar. Obviously, this golden stone pillar should be one of the few spirit gathering pillars in the level 3 spirit gathering array. Practicing near the spirit gathering pillar will naturally have better effects than other places. This spirit gathering pillar should be made of spirit gathering stone. It is worthy of being a level 3 spirit gathering array. Mukin praised lightly. Spirit gathering stone is a material that is beneficial to cultivation and is not cheap. Such a spirit gathering pillar that is completely polished by spirit gathering stone must be quite expensive. No wonder many people regard the spirit gathering array as a benchmark for whether a force is strong or not. Tang Qian'er nodded, sat down cross-legged, and then stretched out her slender arms and slightly raised her chest. Her clothes immediately outlined some attractive curves, which attracted many eyes in the training field. Qingshan, you can practice here too. Mukin also sat down and smiled at Tan Qingshan. He knew that this training position should be considered quite good, and there were many people who wanted to compete for it, but he was not afraid. Although he did not want to be too ostentatious, he would not deliberately pretend to be low-key to wrong himself. As soon as Mukin sat on the jade cushion, he felt that the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him was becoming more and more rich, which made him unable to help but immediately operate the great Buddha art, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy into his body, and then after being refined by the great Buddha art, it turned into a trace of dark spiritual power, pouring into the sea of Qi, making the spiritual power in it gradually more powerful. With such a rich spiritual energy, Mukin clearly felt that the speed of the spiritual power growth in his body was more than twice as fast as in the past. With such an obvious increase in spiritual power, even Mukin, who was calm, could not help but feel a little happy in his heart, and then he would not be distracted anymore, and all his mind was immersed in the practice. Tang Qian'er, who was standing by, saw that Mukin had directly entered the practice state, and her mouth pursed quietly. Then she also closed her eyes and began to practice. However, their practice state did not last long, and was broken by the noise from the outside world. Mukin opened his eyes first and looked at Tan Qingshan on the left. He saw that the boy's face was livid, his fists clenched, and he was obviously suppressing great anger. In front of the boy, there were 2 slightly older boys, who were laughing and pointing at Tan Qingshan from time to time. "What are you doing?" Mukin frowned and looked at the 2 boys, and said in a slightly cold voice. When the 2 young men saw Mukin, they also frowned. One of them smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to Mukin. You are Mukin, right? I've heard of your name a long time ago. I'm Jiangli and he's Teng Yong. Mukin looked at the hand that Jiangli stretched out, but did not reach out to shake it. From the latter's eyes, he sensed some unfriendly taste. What's the matter? Seeing that Mukin didn't respond, Jiangli and the other two looked a little unnatural. They pointed at Tan Qingshan and smiled. Nothing, just want to change seats with him. No, you guys should grab it faster next time. Mukin said faintly. Jiangli, what are you doing? At this time, Teng Qianer also woke up. When she saw this scene, her beautiful big eyes suddenly opened angrily, and her willow eyebrows were raised and she shouted. Jiangli shrugged and said, Qianer, you should also know the rules of the training ground. This kind of position is not for a newcomer like this. I am doing this for his own good, so as not to arouse jealousy. Jiangli said, glancing at Mukin. Although they disliked the latter, they also understood that Mukin was not easy to provoke. His strength was not weaker than theirs, and his background and identity were not weak either. Therefore, they did not directly trouble Mukin, but chose Tan Qingshan on the side, obviously wanting to use this opportunity to shock Mukin. You! Teng Qianer's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She was about to speak, but was stopped by Mukin. The latter frowned and looked at Jiangli and the others. He seemed to think for a while, and then said, I know that this kind of position is only for people with strength. I think I should have this qualification. Tan Qingshan is my friend, and he will also sit here. If you have any opinions or want to show your strength in front of me, I can accompany you. The movement here was obviously watched by many people, so Mukin's words were also heard by them without missing a word. There was an uproar immediately. This newcomer was really powerful. The faces of Jiangli and the others gradually became ugly in the uproar. Obviously, they did not expect that the seemingly gentle Mukin would be so tough. They stared at Mukin's serious face in anger, but they didn't dare to yell at him for a moment. They had heard about the battle between Mukin and Lu Yang. Even they didn't dare to say they could defeat Lu Yang, who had a spiritual vein, but Mukin did it, so they really didn't have the confidence to defeat Mukin. Hehe, you are worthy of being the young master of Muyu. You speak with pride. Just when Jiangli and the others were in a dilemma, a somewhat uncomfortable laugh suddenly came from behind. Jiangli and the others looked at it and a hint of joy flashed across their eyes. Brother Luo. Hearing the surprised voices of Jiangli and the others, Mukin also turned his head and saw a figure walking slowly. He was about 18 years old, with a little sunken eye sockets and thin lips that looked a little cold. Luo Tong. Teng Qianer looked at this man, her pretty face also sank slightly, and said, Luo Tong? Mu Qin raised his eyebrows. He was not unfamiliar with this name, because this guy's father was also the domain master of the Northern Spirit Realm. However, Luo Tong had reached the age of 18 last year, but his current strength was still in the late stage of the Spirit Realm, which meant that he had lost the qualification to enter the 5 Great Academy. This also meant that this guy was the old-timer in Teng Qianer's mouth, and the most troublesome type of person. Mu Qin, it's been a long time since we last met. Luo Tong came to the front of Mukin and smiled, but the smile was not kind. The two knew each other for a long time, but they didn't like each other very much. Mukin glanced at him and said, You want to show off in front of me too? How dare I? You are a genius who has obtained the qualification for the spiritual path. Luo Tong curled his lips, pretending to be surprised, but there was jealousy that he could not hide. When he heard that Mukin had obtained the qualification for the spiritual path, he was so jealous that his eyes turned red. Now he is over 18 years old and still has not reached the spiritual will realm, which has cut off his idea of entering the 5 Great Academy. Thinking about Mukin's talent, it should not be difficult to enter the 5 Great Academy, which made him even more jealous. Mu Qin retracted his gaze and was too lazy to pay attention to this poor guy who was full of jealousy. Compared with Lu Mubai, this Luo Tong is really nothing. Get out of the way. When Luo Tong saw that Mukin ignored him, his eyes became even more angry, but he did not directly provoke Mukin, but looked at Tan Qingshan and said coldly. No matter his strength or background, he obviously did not take Tan Qingshan seriously. Luo Tong, don't go too far. Mukin's voice was a little colder. What? Are you not convinced? Do you want to fight me? Luo Tong sneered. He was in the late stage of the spiritual realm. He was not afraid of Mukin at this time. Instead, he wanted to provoke Mukin's anger so that he could take action to deal with this guy who made him jealous. Mukin stared at Luo Tong with his dark eyes, and looking at his dark eyes that seemed to be unfathomable, Luo Tong's momentum stagnated. No matter how jealous he was, he also understood what Mukin's qualification to obtain the spiritual road meant. If Mukin had not been suddenly expelled from the spiritual road in the end, he would not have been qualified to shout in front of Mukin. His momentum stagnated, but Luo Tong quickly came to his senses. No matter what Mukin had experienced, he was just a guy in the middle stage of the spiritual realm now, which was not his opponent at all. Don't you dare! Luo Tong said angrily. Luo Tong, what are you doing? But before Mukin could reply, another deep voice came from not far away. Everyone looked over and saw a rather burly figure walking quickly, then standing in front of Luo Tong and shouting. Mo Ling, are you meddling too much? Luo Tong frowned as he looked at the burly young man in front of him. The man in front of him was a celebrity in the North Spirit Academy. He ranked second only to Lu Mubai, who was in the heavenly stage of the West Academy, in the overall ranking. He was now in the late stage of the spirit movement realm and was very likely to break through to the spirit will realm within half a year. By then, he would also be qualified to enter the 5 Great Academy and be regarded as a key training target of the North Spirit Academy. The training class is about to start. If you mess around here, Master Mo will not forgive you if he sees you. Mo Ling seemed to dislike Luo Tong and frowned. Luo Tong looked grim, but he also knew that Mo Ling was not afraid of him at all, so he could only grit his teeth in hatred. At this time, a figure slowly walked into the training ground. When many students saw him, they were silent, because that figure was Master Mo. Luo Tong saw Master Mo appear, and he did not dare to entangle anymore. He raised his fist at Mukin, and then returned to his position unwillingly. Are you all okay? That guy is a bit annoying, just get used to it. Mo Ling saw Luo Tong leave, then looked at Mukin and asked with a smile. It's okay, thank you. Mukin smiled kindly. It's okay, I've heard of you, the only person in the North Spirit realm who has obtained the Spirit Road qualification. It seems that I will have pressure in the future. Mo Ling smiled and waved his hand, then said no more, turned around and left. Mukin looked at Mo Ling's back and smiled, and he had some good feelings for this burly young man. Mukin, thank you. Tan Qingshan on the side said with some gratitude. We came here together, so of course we have to take care of them. Don't pay attention to those guys. You will be stronger than them sooner or later. Mukin smiled. Tan Qingshan nodded heavily. At this time, Master Mo had already walked into the training field slowly. He glanced at Mukin and didn't say much. He just waved his hand, and several rays of light shot out and shot into the stone pillars. Then everyone felt that the spiritual energy in the training field was becoming more and more dense. It was obvious that Master Mo had completely opened the spirit gathering array. Mukin felt the rich spiritual energy and smiled. He said no more, closed his eyes, and entered the training state again, refining the spiritual energy absorbed into his body. Half a day of training time passed quickly and quietly, and just when Mukin put the last spiritual power into the Sea of Qi and was about to end the training at this time, his body trembled violently, and a wonderful feeling spread from the Sea of Qi. The sudden wonderful feeling also made Mukin stunned for a moment. After a while, a feeling of surprise suddenly surged in his heart. Is this, the Great Buddha Sutra has reached the foundation building stage? Chapter 18 Foundation Building. Surprise and delight filled Mukin's heart. Obviously, this sudden breakthrough was beyond his expectation. He originally thought that it would take at least 10 days to break through the Great Buddha art to the foundation building level. Mukin's surprise lasted for a long time, and finally gradually calmed down. Then he did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly gathered his mind and carefully sensed the wonderful feeling. In the sea of Qi, the dark spiritual power was boiling. In that boiling, Mukin could also feel that the power of the spiritual power was rapidly increasing. Moreover, Mukin could also feel that his body seemed to have burst out with a strong suction force at this time, greedily sucking in the spiritual energy of the outside world, and finally, after being refined by the great Buddha art, it turned into a trace of dark spiritual power and poured into the sea of Qi. Sensing the rapidly increasing spiritual power in the sea of Qi, a strong sense of comfort also rippled through Mukin's limbs. When Mukin was immersed in the pleasure of the breakthrough of the spiritual formula, the training ground suddenly became agitated because everyone could feel that a strong suction force was bursting out from Mukin's body at this time, snatching the rich spiritual energy in the training ground in an almost plundering and tyrannical manner. This movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many astonished eyes swept through the field and finally stopped at Mukin's body. What's going on? It was Mukin who did it. What is he doing? Such a domineering absorption. He can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so tyrannically. Isn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? Many shaking whispers broke out in the training ground. Everyone's face was a little surprised and doubtful. Obviously, it was also the first time they encountered such a situation. Mukin. Tang Qianer also opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Mukin at this time with worry. Don't panic. Master Mo's steady voice sounded at this time, drowning out all the whispers and calming down many Tianjia students. Then he looked at Mukin, frowned slightly, and said, "This is the breakthrough of his spiritual art. It's nothing serious." The spiritual art he's practicing? Many students were stunned again. The breakthrough of the spiritual art could have such a momentum. What level of spiritual art did Mukin practice? Judging from this appearance, it must be at least a spiritual art of the middle level or above, right? Jiang Li and Teng Yong also looked at Mukin, who made such a big noise with a look of shock in their eyes. Although they were both in the middle stage of the spiritual realm, they felt a great pressure from Mukin at this time. It seems that his father has prepared a good spiritual art for him. Luo Tong snorted coldly, his words were full of reluctance and jealousy. In fact, the spiritual art he practiced was not weak, and he also reached the lower level of the spiritual level, but it seemed that there was still a gap between this and Mukin's practice. This made Luo Tong extremely angry. Compared with Mukin, he seemed to have no advantage at all, except age. Master Mo looked at Mukin, who was greedily absorbing spiritual energy, and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He could feel that the spiritual art practiced by Mukin should not be ordinary, but he was not a shallow person like Luo Tong after all. The higher the level of the spiritual art, the more difficult it is to practice, and it is even more difficult to break through. Mukin should have practiced this spiritual art for no more than a month, but he was able to make a breakthrough in it. This talent is quite powerful. As expected of someone who has obtained the qualification for the spiritual path. Master Mo smiled. Although he had lost a year of training time in the spiritual path, it would not be difficult for Mukin to catch up with him with his talent. It seemed that Lu Mubai from the West Courtyard would also meet his match. Mukin was naturally unaware of the commotion in the training ground. He was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of the breakthrough of the spiritual technique. As the spiritual energy that flowed into his body turned into strands of dark spiritual power and flowed into the sea of Qi, the feeling of fullness made Mukin feel relaxed and happy. Mukin's mind sank into the sea of Qi. The strands of dark spiritual power there had now become quite large. The strands of spiritual power were entangled together, like a black nebula, mysterious and unpredictable. Above the spiritual power, a page of black paper was floating silently. Even though the spiritual power was lingering around, it was like a dead object, without any movement. Buzz. The dark spiritual power was rotating in Mukin's sea of Qi. Suddenly, it seemed as if there was a low humming sound in the depths of his soul. Then his heart trembled, and he scanned his body with his mind. He suddenly found that dark spots of light suddenly lit up in his body. Hua hua. The spiritual power in the sea of Qi seemed to be attracted at this time. It actually actively flowed out of the sea of Qi and then circulated along the meridians. When these spiritual powers passed through those dark spots of light, Mukin could vaguely feel that some spiritual power seemed to be absorbed by these black spots of light. What's going on? This change made Mukin very shocked. These black spots of light came very suddenly, and they seemed to be completely out of his control. He couldn't even detect them. Is it because of the great Buddha art? Mukin's thoughts turned rapidly, and then a flash of inspiration came to him. This change was obviously related to his reaching the foundation building level of the great Buddha art. These light spots. Mu Chen's mind scanned the mysterious black light spots all over his body. After a while, his heart suddenly shook violently. He found that if these faint black light spots were connected, it seemed a bit like a spiritual vein. Spiritual vein? This word flashed through Mu Chen's mind, but it made his heart suddenly churn. He knew very well that he did not have a spiritual vein, not even the lowest level of human spiritual veins. For this result, he had verified it many times, but what were these black light spots that appeared in his body like spiritual veins? When Mu Chen was filled with shock, those black light spots disappeared quietly like a flash in the pan. No matter how Mu Chen sensed it, he could not detect it at all. It was as if they had never existed at all. How could this happen? Mu Chen muttered to himself in his heart, full of confusion. After a long time, he began to analyze carefully. The scene just now was definitely not an illusion. Deep in his body that he could not perceive, it seemed that there was indeed something hidden, and this hiding might be related to the Great Buddha Sutra. The Great Buddha Sutra, is it, Mother? Mu Chen's heart was quietly shocked. The Great Buddha Sutra was left to him by his mother. In this case, it should be inseparable from his mother. Maybe his mother hid something in his body. Why did she do this? Mu Chen thought for a long time, but still had no answer. He had too few memories of his mother. There was only a vague but extremely gentle shadow in the depths of his heart. Although he knew very little, the blood induction in the dark made Mu Chen believe one thing without doubt, that is, his mother would never do anything harmful to him. Thinking of this, Mu Chen's heart gradually calmed down. No matter whether his guess made sense or not, as long as he believed that all this would not harm him, that would be fine. As for the rest, he would ask his father when he had time to go home. He always felt that his father should know something about these things, but he had never told him about them. Thinking this in his heart, Mukin also moved his mind, collected the dark spiritual power into the sea of Qi, and then exited the state of cultivation, and slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. When his eyes just opened, Mukin felt something was wrong, and then he saw the eyes around him that were fixed on his body, and he was stunned immediately. What's wrong? Mukin blinked his eyes, looked at those eyes staring at him, and said with some confusion. The students around him heard his words, but their faces were full of strangeness. You made such a big noise and you didn't know it? Mukin, are you okay? Tang Qianer said worriedly, and then told her what happened before. It's okay. Mu Chen suddenly realized and smiled and shook his head. Today's breakthrough in the spiritual art must be related to the spirit gathering array here. Otherwise, he might need some time to reach the level of foundation building. The third level spirit gathering array is indeed extraordinary. Today's training course ends here. You can arrange the next time as you like. Master Mo saw Mu Chen wake up and nodded at him, then looked at everyone and said, Yes. Many students responded respectfully. Master Mo waved his hand and did not stay any longer, and walked out slowly. As soon as Master Mo left, the atmosphere in the training field relaxed immediately, and the laughter spread, but obviously many eyes stayed on Mu Chen. Perhaps because the movement Mu Chen made before was a bit shocking, although Master Mo left at this time, Luo Tong, Jiang Li, and others did not come to make trouble again. Instead, they looked at him with a gloomy and fearful look, and then turned their eyes away. Let's go too. Mukin stood up, clapped his hands, and said, Where to? Tang Qianer asked. To the spirit art room. Mukin looked at the other side of the training ground and smiled slightly. I'm very interested in an attacking spirit art there, and now I can finally practice it. Chapter 19, San Luo Death Seal. The Spirit Art Room is where the North Spirit Academy collects the spirit art. This spirit art room is also divided into the heaven and earth layer. students of the Earth layer can only enter the Earth layer to read the spirit art. If they want to enter the Heaven layer, they must be promoted to the Heaven layer. The spirit art that Mukun wanted was stored in the Heaven layer. Half a year ago, he had been to the Heaven layer once under the guidance of Master Mo, and then he found the spirit art that he liked, but in the end, because the conditions did not meet, he could only put it aside temporarily. And now, Mukun, who has met the conditions, naturally thought of this attacking spirit art at the first time. Mukun and Tang Qianer went to the spirit art room, but Tan Qingshan did not follow them, saying that he wanted to practice for a while. This young man was taciturn, but his temperament was also a bit stubborn and competitive. He used to be quite outstanding in the Earth layer, but now that he entered the Heaven layer, he became the bottom. This gap also became a motivation to motivate him. In the spacious spirit art room, many students from the Northern Spirit Academy were browsing the spirit art. After all, not everyone's father was a domain master of the Northern Spirit Realm, so most students could only obtain spirit art from the spirit art room, but this was naturally inferior to the spirit art that Mukun and his friends could obtain from their families. Of course, this does not mean that the collection of the Northern Spirit Academy is not as good as that of the domain masters of the Northern Spirit Realm. In fact, it is just the opposite. As far as Mukun knows, the real collection of spirit art in the Northern Spirit Academy is probably not even as good as his father's collection. It's just that ordinary students can't see that level of spirit art at all. The spirit art room was bustling with people. As soon as Mukun and his friend came in, they attracted a lot of attention. After the academy test that day, Mukun was obviously known by all the students of the Northern Spirit Academy. Brother Mu. The students from the West Courtyard were fine when they saw Mukun. Their eyes were a little curious and fearful, while the students from the East Courtyard were full of excitement. Many teenagers were excited to greet him, and some pretty girls were secretly looking at the boy with black hair and black pupils, handsome face, and sunny smile that made people feel warm in their hearts while flipping through the spiritual secrets. And then their pretty faces turned red quietly. Mu Chen also smiled gently at the students from the East Courtyard, but did not stay for long. He and Tang Qianer went directly through the ground layer and entered the second layer of the spiritual secret room, the sky layer. And as the two left, a burst of whispers suddenly broke out in the ground layer. Brother Mu has indeed been promoted to the Heaven realm. He can even enter the Heaven level of the spirit art room. Brother Mu performed so perfectly in the college exam. Isn't it easy for him to enter the Heaven realm? There are many powerful people in the Heaven realm. It is said that Luo Tong from the Heaven realm wanted to make trouble for Brother Mu today. That guy is in the late stage of the spiritual movement realm. Luo Tong? He is just a guy who is showing off his father's name. How can he be qualified to compete with Brother Mu? Moreover, that guy is no longer qualified to enter the 5 major academies. Yes, the most qualified person in the Northern Spirit Academy to compete with Lu Mubai is probably Brother Mu. I think when we compete for the places in the 5 major academies in the future, there will be a good show to watch. I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Earth realm. The two walked into the Heaven level. Tang Qianer glanced downstairs with her beautiful eyes and then smiled. Mukun also smiled, but did not say much about it. Instead, he cast his eyes on the sky layer. It was not as spacious as the ground layer, and there were fewer people in it, but from time to time, some people could be seen stopping. What spiritual art do you want? I think that with the eyes of the young master of Muyu, ordinary spiritual art should not be in your eyes, right? Tang Qianer glanced at the sky layer and asked playfully. But if it is a spiritual level spiritual art, as far as I know, there are only 6 in this sky layer, all of which are low-grade spiritual level spiritual art. Which one did you take a fancy to? And if you want to look through the spiritual level spiritual art, you have to get Master Mo's consent. It seems that you know this place well, but what I want is not the spiritual art you said. Mukun smiled mysteriously, and then walked straight to the west corner of the spiritual art room. Tang Qianer followed him with some doubts. That direction was not where the high-level spiritual arts were placed in the spiritual arts room, but some ordinary spiritual arts. Although there were some powerful spiritual arts among them, according to Mukun's vision, if you want ordinary spiritual arts, there should be quite a few in Muyu, right? Mukun shuttled through the spiritual arts room and finally stopped in a remote corner in the west. At this time, there was a stone cabinet in front of him. On the cabinet, there were some jade slips scattered, and a faint light emanated from them. They are all very ordinary spiritual arts. You don't really want these spiritual arts, do you? Tang Qian'er took a jade slip with her jade hand, and said with a slight frown. Mukin smiled, his slender fingers slid across the cold stone surface, and then stretched out to the shadow inside the stone cabinet. When his fingers stretched out again, a dark red jade slip was already clamped between his fingers. What is this? Tang Qian'er was startled at first, and then when she saw the color of the jade slip, her eyes became a little serious, because in the spiritual skills room, spiritual skills of this color have a special name, called dangerous spiritual skills. The so-called dangerous spiritual skills mean that practicing this kind of spiritual skills will be quite dangerous, and some may even cause harm to the practitioners. Let me see. Tang Qian'er reached out and snatched the dark red jade slip from Mukin's hand. With a glance of her beautiful eyes, she saw some cold words on the surface of the jade slip. Upper grade ordinary level, Sun Luo Death Seal. Sun Luo Death Seal? Tang Qian'er's pretty face finally changed, her beautiful eyes widened a little, glaring at Mukin, and said, "What are you doing? You dare to practice this spiritual art?" She had naturally heard of the name of the Sun Luo Death Fist. Although it was only a spiritual art of the upper grade of the ordinary level, it was notorious in the North Spirit Academy. It was not because of how powerful it was, but because two talented and outstanding students had practiced it before, but the result was that their own meridians were broken and they almost became disabled. From then on, no one dared to play this spiritual art. I have studied this spiritual art before. It is actually quite powerful. However, there is a requirement to practice this spiritual art, that is, it requires a kind of domineering spiritual power. The two seniors who practiced it before did not reach that domineering level, so they failed. Mukin explained. The dark spiritual power of the great Buddha art he is practicing now is definitely not comparable to ordinary spiritual power. That kind of domineering nature should be able to be competent for the practice of the Sun Luo Death Seal. No. Tang Qian'er's pretty face was stern, and then she rolled her eyes at Mukin and said, "And you don't have enough qualifications to read this spiritual secret. There are rules for reading the spiritual secrets in the spiritual secret room. If it is just an ordinary mortal-level spiritual secret, any student can do it, but if it is a spiritual secret, the instructor's permission is required. Although this Sun Luo Death Seal looks like a mortal-level upper grade, it is listed as a dangerous spiritual secret. If you want to read this kind of spiritual secret, you must be an experienced student who has been in the heaven realm for half a year. Mukin, who has just been promoted, is obviously not qualified." Mukin's dark eyes smiled at Tang Qian'er, and said jokingly, "So I brought you here, you help me learn this spiritual art." Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. She looked at Mukin, gritted her teeth, and turned her head away. "You want me to help you?" "No way. Sister Qian'er, please help me." Mukin leaned forward slightly, and his handsome face approached the girl's puffy face, and the hot air from his nose hit her delicate cheeks. Tang Qian'er was startled by him and took a step back in a hurry. Her pretty face was like the sunset glow. She said in shame and anger, "You are a rogue." Mu Chen shrugged his shoulders, stared at Tang Qian'er with his black eyes, and said softly, "I really want to practice this spiritual art. Believe me, nothing will happen, okay?" Tang Qian'er bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and seemed a little hesitant. After all, this spiritual art has a bad reputation. If Mukin is like the two seniors before, she really can't imagine how terrible the consequences will be. "Ha! Mukin, you are here too?" Just as Tang Qian'er was hesitating, a soft voice suddenly sounded behind her. Mukin and the others looked up and saw Hong Ling, who was wearing a red dress and looked particularly bright and moving, standing there. Mu Chen was also stunned when he saw Hong Ling. This seemed to be the first time Hong Ling took the initiative to greet him after he entered the North Spirit Academy. Although they were close when they were young, they became more distant later. Now, they felt like strangers. "Hello, Senior Sister Hong Ling." Mu Chen also smiled and said, "Senior Sister Hong Ling," but Tang Qian'er's stern face relaxed slightly. This address and Mukin's relationship with her obviously lacked a lot of intimacy, and there was a kind of courtesy. Hong Ling's beautiful eyes also flashed slightly, and then she looked at the red jade slip tightly held in Tang Qian'er's jade hand tenderly, as if she understood something, and smiled. What? Do you want to borrow the dangerous spiritual art? Do you need my help? Mu Chen glanced at Tang Qian'er. The two women had always been at odds with each other. Sure enough, the latter turned her head away with a slightly cold face. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. Sister Qian'er has agreed to help me." Hong Ling nodded. She looked at the boy's gentle smile, handsome face, and tall body, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. The ordinary little boy who was not noticed by her back then had become so outstanding without her realizing it. "Well, I won't bother you anymore." Hong Ling smiled at Mukin, then turned away without stopping. Her slender and charming body attracted many young men who were reading the spiritual formula to cast their eyes on her. Finally, they looked at Mukin with jealousy. This guy was really lucky. The two most beautiful girls in the North Spirit Academy were related to him. "When did I promise to help you?" Seeing Hong Ling go away, Tang Qian'er snorted and said. "Then I have to go find senior sister Hong Ling." Mukin said helplessly. "You dare." Tang Qian'er hurriedly said, but after seeing Mukin's playful look, her pretty face turned red, and she bit her silver teeth in hatred and said, "I can help you, but you have to promise me that if there is anything wrong, stop practicing immediately." Mukin nodded with a smile. And Tang Qian'er's beautiful big eyes glanced at Mukin, and a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. "You have to team up with me when we go to practice at Belingyuan half a month later." Chapter 20 Seal. Practicing in Belingyuan. Mu Chen was slightly startled when he heard this. Belingyuan is a well-known dangerous place in Bailing. It is vast and full of various ferocious spirit beasts. From time to time, there will be exploration teams entering it to hunt spirit beasts. In addition, there are many rare materials and spirit medicines in Belingyuan. It can be said to be a treasure land. Of course, if you want to get the treasure, you must have enough strength. Otherwise, you may not get the treasure and have to leave your life there. Because Belingyuan is rich in resources, sometimes even Mu Chen's father will personally lead his men into Belingyuan, and every time he enters, there will inevitably be a very tragic fight. Yes, we, the Tianjia of Bailing Academy, organize students to go to Bailing Plain to practice every once in a while, because only real combat can have the effect of tempering people. Tang Qian'er nodded and smiled. This kind of practice allows two people to form a team, and if the final results are in the top 3, there will be special rewards. Reward? What is it? Mukin raised his eyebrows slightly. It is said that this time it is the soul-enriching pill. Tang Qian'er thought for a while and said, "The soul-enriching pill?" Mukin was slightly surprised. This kind of spiritual pill is said to be very beneficial to beginners like them who have just started practicing. The medicinal power of the spiritual pill is mild and will not leave any sequelae. If he takes it, he may be able to reach the late stage of the spirit-enriching realm in a very short time. Well, if I can get a soul-enriching pill, I should be able to advance to the late stage of the spirit-enriching realm and prepare for the impact of the spirit-will realm in the future. Tang Qian'er said. How is the level of this result judged? Mukin asked with a little curiosity. Obviously, the soul-enriching pill aroused his interest. It's very simple. See who kills the most spirit beasts and has the highest level. Tang Qian'er said, because all students in the Tianjia have the opportunity to participate, the competition is very intense, so I plan to bring you along. I'm only in the middle stage of the Lingdong realm. For this kind of team selection, shouldn't you find stronger people? And I think with Sister Qian'er's charm, whether it's the East Court or the West Court, there are a lot of powerful people who want to team up with you, right? Mukin said with a smile. You don't want to? Tang Qian'er snorted softly, and then raised the dark red jade slip in her hand. I'd love to, but if I don't get the Yunling pill, you can't blame me for holding you back. Mukin smiled. What he said was not a polite remark. After all, he looked like he was in the middle stage of the Lingdong realm at the moment, and there were many more suitable candidates in the North Spiritual Court than him. Tang Qian'er thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter if I can't get it. I have confidence that I can reach the Lingluan realm within a year even without relying on the elixir." As she said that, she gently turned the jade slip with her slender jade fingers, glanced at Mukin with her beautiful eyes, and said, "And I don't like to team up with others. Since Sister Qian'er thinks so highly of me, I have no choice but to risk my life to accompany you. Sister Qian'er, don't worry, even if I risk my life, I will definitely help you keep the Yunling pill." Mukin patted his chest in a heroic manner, but his face was full of smiling expressions. Slippery tongue. Tang Qian'er's pretty face blushed and stared at him, saying angrily, "What about this spiritual formula?" Mukin smiled and looked at the jade slip in Tang Qian'er's jade hand. "It won't happen again next time." Tang Qian'er snorted, then held the spiritual formula and turned to go out of the spiritual formula room. Seeing this, Mukin hurriedly followed. At the door of the spirit art room, Tang Qian'er registered the spirit art. The old man who managed the spirit art room looked at Tang Qian'er in surprise when he saw the dark red spirit art. He hesitated. After all, the reputation of the Sun Luo death seal was too fierce. Although Tang Qian'er met the requirements, he really didn't want to see such a beautiful girl being harmed by this spirit art. Mu Chen was a little anxious when he saw the old man hesitate. He knew that the old man Qin in the spirit art room was an extremely pedantic and stubborn person. If he didn't like him, no one could take the spirit art out of him. And although the old man looked like he was about to die, his strength was genuine. He was in the late stage of the spirit will realm and was just one step away from entering the spirit realm. Many arrogant students had suffered a great loss at his hands. Fortunately, Tang Qian'er was very good at dealing with this kind of old man. A pure smile appeared on her pretty face, and a sweet call of Grandpa Qin made the old man nod happily. Finally, after giving some instructions, he handed the spiritual formula to Tang Qian'er. Mu Chen followed Tang Qian'er out of the spiritual formula room in silence. The latter smiled triumphantly at him and threw the jade slip to him. "Thanks to you." Mu Chen took the jade slip, played with it for a while, and there was a touch of joy in his black eyes. Then he smiled at Tang Qian'er. Looking at the current situation, if it weren't for Tang Qian'er, even if he had reached the authority, it would be difficult to borrow the spiritual formula from the stubborn old man Qin. Tang Qian'er smiled, then looked at the jade slip in Mukin's hand helplessly. "Be careful, if there is anything wrong, stop practicing immediately." "Well, then I'll go back first." Mukin held the jade slip, and was already a little impatient. He waved to Tang Qian'er and turned around and left quickly. The girl looked at Mukin's figure quickly leaving, and couldn't help pouting her rosy lips. This piece of wood. The cold moonlight poured down from the sky, turning into beams of light, falling into the quiet room. In that room, the young man sat quietly, his dark eyes, but at this time, he was staring at a dark red jade slip in his hand. Mukin stared at the jade slip for a moment, then gently put it on his forehead. As his spiritual power was running, he saw that the surface of the jade slip began to flicker with a dark red light. And in the flickering light, a lot of information also flowed out of the jade slip, and finally all of it was poured into Mukin's mind. Mu Chen closed his eyes tightly, accepting the practice of Sun Luo death seal. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. His black eyes were full of thoughts. After all, Sun Luo death seal had a terrible reputation before, so even Mu Chen did not dare to be too careless. Instead, he read the practice methods over and over again before he started to practice. Mu Chen sat cross-legged, put his hands together, and his fingertips were entangled into a rather strange seal. With a move of his mind, he saw a dark light flashing on the surface of his body, and a trace of dark spiritual power began to linger in his palm. The dark spiritual power was like a small black snake. With the changes of Mu Chen's seal, it kept twisting in his palm. From a distance, it seemed to be gradually forming a black light seal. Click. However, it is obviously not easy to condense this kind of light seal. Therefore, before the seal is solidified, there is a subtle sound, and the entangled dark spiritual power is broken. For this first failure, Mukin does not mind. If this Sun Luo death seal can be practiced so easily, he will not be so interested. Slightly restraining his mind, Mukin starts again. Click. Failure. Click. Failure again. Time passed quickly, but Mukin practiced tirelessly again and again. His hands also gradually became proficient from the initial awkwardness of the seal, and the speed of spiritual power condensation was also faster and faster. The slender hands, like a butterfly flying through flowers, changed the arc. In the palm, the dark spiritual power twisted, and the black light seal had become much clearer. Faintly, it seemed that there was a kind of cold wave emanating. Mukin stared at the black light seal that was about to take shape, but his mind was tense to the extreme. He had failed too many times in this last step before. Mukin's fingertips changed again, and a trace of dark spiritual power flowed into the black light seal. Buzz! The black light seal suddenly trembled at this moment, and there was a buzzing sound. Then the black light began to converge, and finally turned into a black light seal, which was slowly imprinted on Mukin's palm. And just when the light seal was imprinted on Mukin's palm, his whole body suddenly tensed up, because the next step was the most dangerous step. The two seniors who practiced the Sunluo death seal before were shocked, and their meridians were broken at this step. Boom! The black light seal was imprinted on the palm, and soon, Mukin noticed that an extremely violent wave erupted from the light seal, and then rushed in madly along the meridians in the palm. That look was as if it was going to destroy all the meridians along the way. Buzz! Fortunately, Mukin was well prepared. The dark spiritual power in the Sea of Qi roared out at this time, and then collided with the violent fluctuations. The low humming sound seemed to explode in Mukin's body. The fluctuations from the Sunluo death seal were extremely violent, and it attacked the intercepting dark spiritual power like a beast, trying to destroy it completely. But the dark spiritual power cultivated by the Great Buddha Sutra was obviously not as easy to deal with as it imagined. Facing that violent impact, the dark spiritual power also completely revealed its domineering nature, and resisted that impact with an extremely tough oppressive posture. Boom boom. The impact continued wave by wave, but Mukin did not dare to relax at all. Cold sweat also appeared on his forehead. If he could not resist at this time, he would definitely be seriously injured. Mukin drew out all the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi, and as he tried his best to resist, the impact lasted for about 10 minutes, and finally began to gradually weaken. When Mukin realized that the impact had completely disappeared, his tense body suddenly collapsed, sweat soaked his clothes, and he kept gasping for breath. Although his body was extremely tired, Mukin's eyes were full of excitement. He opened his right hand with a slight tremor, and saw a black mark in his palm that made people feel cold. Did it succeed? Mukin looked at the black mark in his palm, and a smile of relief finally spread from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 21 Training Ground Turbulence. Bailing Academy, Training Ground. Many students were sweating profusely, and the clear and loud shouts, mixed with strong vitality, spread far away. Mukin sat under the shade of a big tree, leaning lazily against the trunk, looking at the various hot competitions in the field with a slightly lazy look. This kind of competition obviously did not arouse much interest in him. Hey, although you have good grades now, you can't be so lazy, right? The slender and soft figure suddenly blocked Mukin's sight, and then Tang Qian'er's coquettish voice sounded. Mukin stared at the slender waist in front of him, and then his eyes slowly moved up. The girl was wearing an apricot yellow dress, with a plump chest and a slender figure, which was quite attractive. Looking at the pretty face of the girl, Mukin couldn't help but stretch and said, "It's not laziness, it's that this kind of competition is useless to me." In the spiritual road, he didn't know how many life and death battles he had experienced. There, he couldn't use any spiritual power, but he had to push a person's wisdom and character to the extreme. If he was careless, he would be eliminated, and then he could only wait for the end of the training in the safe zone. Compared with that, the gentle competition between students in the North Spirit Academy really had no effect on Mukin. "Huh, you just talk big." Tang Qian'er snorted lightly, but her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at the boy's face that made people feel quite comfortable. The pair of black eyes with a gentle smile had a calm and profound feeling that was difficult to possess at this age, which made people feel a little immersed in it. Tang Qian'er also sat down beside Mukin, and then she stretched out her slender jade hand to untie her ponytail, and her black hair immediately fell like a waterfall. This touching scene immediately attracted many eyes around, and finally looked at Mukin with envy. This guy's treatment was really good. By the way, how is your practice of the Sanluo death seal? Is there any problem? Tang Qian'er turned her head and asked with frowning eyebrows. Mukin smiled and stretched out his palm towards Tang Qian'er. In his palm, there was a faint black mark, and a cold air slowly emanated. Did you succeed in your practice? Tang Qian'er opened her rosy little mouth gently, her cheeks full of astonishment, and then she couldn't help but grab Mukin's palm, staring at the black mark in the palm, and pointed at the black mark with her jade onion finger. A cold air penetrated and made her body tremble slightly. It can only be considered a preliminary success. It still needs constant nourishment of spiritual power. Mukin shook his head, and then he turned his sight and saw that many eyes around him were burning. He coughed lightly and said, "You will attract hatred for me." Tang Qian'er came back to her senses, her pretty face suddenly blushed, and she quickly let go of Mukin's hand. Not far away, Luo Tong looked at this scene, but his eyes were slightly gloomy. Tang Qian'er was the flower of the East Courtyard, so he naturally liked her. Moreover, Tang Qian'er's father was also one of the domain masters of the North Spirit Realm. His father once said that if he could win Tang Qian'er's favor, then their Luo domain and Tang domain would join forces and their strength would definitely increase greatly. It was just a good idea, but Luo Tong did not win the girl's heart as easily as his father hoped. Instead, the latter was quite cold to him. How could he not be angry? Now seeing Mukin and Tang Qian'er's closeness, he was naturally jealous. Brother Luo, that guy is really arrogant. Jiangli and Teng Yong gathered around Luo Tong, looking at Mukin with jealousy, curling their lips and saying. However, although they were unhappy, they also knew that Mukin was not easy to mess with, so they did not dare to pick a fight as arrogantly as usual. A newcomer who just entered the heavenly realm dares to put on airs in front of me. Luo Tong's eyes were gloomy, and then he turned his gaze and looked at Tan Qingshan, who was sweating profusely in training not far away, and sneered, "Jiangli, go to Tan Qingshan to learn from him. Remember, take good care of the newcomer." Jiangli was stunned, and then hesitantly said, "Tan Qingshan has a good relationship with Mukin. If I go to Tan Qingshan to make trouble, Mukin might." "I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Luo Tong frowned. Seeing Luo Tong's dissatisfaction, Jiangli did not dare to say anything more, and immediately stood up and walked quickly towards Tan Qingshan. Tan Qingshan, who was training, frowned when he saw Jiangli coming towards him, but he didn't say anything as he was not good at talking, and continued to practice a set of boxing. "Tan Qingshan, let me spar with you, so that your training progress can be accelerated. As an old man, I always have to take care of you newcomers." Jiangli smiled at Tan Qingshan with ill intentions and said. The students around him also understood what Jiangli wanted to do, but due to Luo Tong's gloomy eyes and not far away, no one dared to say anything, and this kind of sparring was indeed normal. These guys are really bullying. Tang Qian'er also saw this scene, and immediately raised her eyebrows and wanted to get up, but was pulled by Mukin's smooth wrist. "What's wrong?" Tang Qian'er looked at Mukin in confusion. Luo Tong and others were looking for trouble with Tan Qingshan, obviously wanting to do it for Mukin to see, as a warning. Although Tan Qingshan is silent, he is also stubborn. Sometimes he doesn't need this kind of help. Don't underestimate a man's self-esteem. Mukin said lightly. This kind of old people bullying newcomers happens everywhere. If I come forward to help him, maybe he can avoid this kind of trouble, but this is not what he needs. If he is a little extreme in his heart, he will even alienate me because of this. So if he wants to avoid this kind of trouble, he needs to use his own ability to tell others that he is not someone who can be bullied by anyone. But he is no match for Jiangli. Tang Qian'er said. You don't have to defeat the other party to win. Mukin smiled slightly and said, as long as people know that he is not a soft persimmon, whoever wants to pinch him, even if he is crushed, will have to pay some price. That's enough. Tang Qian'er thought about it and felt that what Mukin said seemed to make some sense, but she still said stubbornly, Humph, he is obviously 1 year younger than me, but he pretends to be old-fashioned. Mukin smiled. He looked at Tan Qingshan, whose face changed a little. The latter's palms were hesitating between clenching and loosening. He seemed to be struggling in his heart, and then he looked at Mukin. Mukin smiled at Tan Qingshan and nodded gently. Seeing Mukin smile, Tan Qingshan's palms suddenly clenched, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Then please teach me, Senior Jiangli." Jiangli was also stunned to see that Tan Qingshan actually dared to agree, and then sneered, "What a kid who didn't know the height of the world." The two slowly retreated, and many students gathered around them, but it was obvious that many people thought that Tan Qingshan was going to be unlucky this time. The competition started instantly under the gaze of everyone. As expected, this competition between two people with different strengths was one-sided, but the sympathy of the crowd gradually changed after a while. Because they saw that Tan Qingshan, who was repeatedly kicked down by Jiangli, not only did not show any signs of admitting defeat, but continued to rush towards Mukin fearlessly. The crazy momentum with red eyes even shocked Jiangli. Bang bang bang. The two figures in the field were entangled with each other. Although Tan Qingshan was in a very awkward state, he was willing to bite Jiangli desperately despite being hit by a few punches from Jiangli. When Jiangli once again punched Tan Qingshan back, but the latter continued to pounce on him and bit his arm, leaving a bloody mark, he finally couldn't stand his mad wolf-like momentum, retreated a few steps, and shouted, "You lunatic." Tan Qingshan turned a deaf ear and pounced again with red eyes. "No more fighting." Jiangli hurriedly avoided, looking at Tan Qingshan's red eyes. His heart was a little shuddering, and he said angrily. The surrounding students also rushed up and pulled Tan Qingshan down, but the latter was too crazy and couldn't pull him down for a while. This scene made many students feel cold in their hearts. This Tan Qingshan was really crazy. Amid the shouts of the surrounding students, Tan Qingshan gradually calmed down, then he cracked his mouth. His whole body was in pain, and his face was bruised, but his eyes were full of excitement. In front of him, Jiang Li's clothes were torn to pieces. Although he was not seriously injured, he was covered in dust and the fear on his face was visible to everyone. Although Tan Qingshan lost in strength, he won in momentum, which was enough to make the other Tianjia students look at him with new eyes. Tan Qingshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked in the direction of Mukin, who was smiling and giving him a thumbs up. "Awesome." Tan Qingshan smiled and couldn't help but feel grateful to Mukin in his heart. The latter gave him the opportunity to win respect with his own skills. "I think in the future, no other old man will bully him. This guy is a bit crazy." Tang Qianer also laughed. She was a little scared by Tan Qingshan's madness before. Mukin smiled and nodded, then stood up. "What are you doing?" Tang Qianer asked in confusion. "Tan Qingshan has done what he should do. It's my turn now. If others want to scare me, I have to fight back. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to go back and forth." Mukin smiled and clenched his right hand slowly, "And I am also looking for someone to try out how powerful this Sun Luo Death Seal is." Mu Chen walked forward slowly, and then walked into the field under the gazes of those eyes, looking at Luo Tong who was not far away with a gloomy look. "Senior Luo Tong, I just practiced a spiritual formula, and I would like to ask for your guidance. I hope you can teach me." Chapter 22 The Power of the Death Seal. When Mukin's voice sounded in the training ground, the originally noisy atmosphere seemed to be much quieter at this moment, and then, a series of surprised eyes stayed on the former. No one expected that Mukin would take the initiative to find Luo Tong for a sparring. Didn't he know that the latter had been looking for an opportunity to pick a fight with him? Why would he take the initiative to bump into him now? "Qianer, what's wrong with Mukin? Luo Tong is not easy to mess with." Mo Ling came to Tang Qianer's side, looking at Mukin's back with a serious face, and asked. Tang Qianer shook her head. Although there was some worry in her eyes, she did not show it. She just smiled lightly and said, "It's okay, he will know his limits." Mo Ling had to smile bitterly and nodded. This kind of sparring was in accordance with the rules. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't get a word in. Now he could only hope that Mukin really had some skills, otherwise, Luo Tong would probably not miss such a good opportunity to humiliate him. Hee hee. Under the gaze of so many people, Luo Tong was also stunned for a moment, and then his face, which was originally a little gloomy, became a little colder, and a cold laugh came out of his mouth. It seems that you have been in the Tianjie for a few days, and you think you have stepped on the plate well. Can you start to be arrogant? Luo Tong stood up and stared at Mukin with gloomy eyes. What are you talking about, Senior Luo Tong? I just want to find you to spar with you. Mukin smiled slightly, and said with a gentle smile, and it is natural for seniors to accompany newcomers to spar with each other. This was just said by Jiang Li. Jiang Li, who was standing aside, heard Mukin mention him, and his face was a little unnatural, but he still pretended to be fierce and stared at Mukin, thinking in his heart, how dare this guy directly attack Luo Tong? Doesn't he know that Luo Tong is the strength of the late stage of the spiritual realm? Luo Tong looked at the gentle smile on Mukin's handsome face, but he couldn't help getting angry in his heart. That smile seemed to be mocking him. He grinned and sneered, saying, since you have this request, as a senior, I will naturally agree. Well, well. When he said the last two words, the cold light in Luo Tong's eyes was already undisguised. On the surface of his body, the spiritual power slowly entangled and a strong wave emanated. Seeing this, the students around him also hurriedly stepped back a little, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Mukin stretched out his palm. Please. Bang! Luo Tong was not polite at all. With a gloomy face, the spiritual power in his body roared out without reservation. He took a step forward, his figure flew out like an arrow, and punched out, as if mixed with the sound of a low gas explosion, fiercely hitting Mukin. Seeing Luo Tong so fierce, everyone around was shocked. This was not a competition. Luo Tong clearly wanted to knock Mukin down. Mukin looked at Luo Tong, who was rushing towards him, but he showed no sign of dodging. Dark spiritual power wrapped around his fist, and he directly collided with Luo Tong in a head-on collision. He wanted to try how strong this late-stage spiritual realm was. Bang! A low sound rang out, and the two fists collided heavily. The air wave formed by the collision of the two spiritual powers immediately set off a series of whirlwinds. Ting! As the air wave swept, the two figures were shocked. Mukin was shocked and retreated several steps, while Luo Tong only retreated one step. Obviously, in a head-on collision, Luo Tong still had some advantages. Luo Tong stabilized his body, but his pupils shrank slightly, and he felt a slight stinging pain on his fist. Although Mukin's spiritual power was not as strong as his, when the two spiritual powers collided, if he hadn't tried his best, he would probably be broken through by Mukin's domineering spiritual power. Obviously, the spiritual power cultivated by Mukin is better than his in terms of quality. No matter how powerful your spiritual power is, there is a level difference between you and me. I can crush you to death. Luo Tong's eyes were cold. He was in the late stage of the spiritual realm, and Mukin was only in the middle stage. Although it seemed that there was only a little distance, the gap was enough to crush. Didn't your father tell you that it's better to swallow your anger before you have enough ability? You're asking for trouble by coming forward. Mu Qin smiled softly when he heard this and said, when I was learning to be patient, you were still a good student in the academy. Moreover, the reason for being patient was that you met an opponent that you couldn't defeat for the time being, but unfortunately, you are not in that category in my eyes. Then I'll tell you what price you will pay today. A sinister look flashed across Luo Tong's eyes, and he stretched out his two fingers and formed them into sword fingers. The dark green spiritual power gushed out crazily, and turned into a faint sword tip at his fingertips, and a sharp wave emanated. Daluo sword art? Some students around saw the green sword tip emerging from Luo Tong's fingertips, and their eyes changed, and they exclaimed, Luoyu's Daluo sword art? Mu Chen's eyes also swept across the tip of the green sword. The lower spiritual level, Daluo sword art, is the famous method of the Luoyu domain master. I didn't expect that Luo Tong also practiced it. However, looking at this appearance, it is obvious that he is not yet at the right stage, but this is already very powerful at the level of Lingdong realm. Shua. Luo Tong did not give Mukin too much time to think. His eyes were cold, his figure swept out, his fingers were like long swords, cutting through the air, and stabbed at Mukin violently. Where the sword passed, it seemed that even the air was torn apart. Mu Chen's eyes were fixed on the tip of the sword that was stabbing violently. The sharpness made his pores all over his body shrink quietly, and his right hand was slowly clenched. The dark spiritual power circulated from his body, and finally continuously poured into Mukin's right palm. The black mark that was faintly visible in the palm of his hand also gradually emerged at this time. A cold wave spread out. A dark light suddenly burst out from Mukin's palm. At this moment, Mukin's hand was like holding a black sun. The cold fluctuations were frightening. Bang! Mukin stamped his feet and pounced out like a tiger or leopard. Facing Luo Tong's fierce attack, he still did not choose to dodge. This scene surprised many people. Looking for death, Luo Tong shouted in a sinister voice. The tip of the green sword did not stop at all and pierced Mukin's throat like lightning. Boom! The fist with thick black light also punched out at this time. A black light, like a black sun, directly hit the tip of the green sword head-on. Bang! The violent spiritual power fluctuations swept out, as if even the ground was shaking. Many students looked closely at the place where the green sword tip and the black light touched. Break! A cold light flashed across Mukin's eyes, and the spiritual power in his sea of qi poured out without reservation at this moment. In his palm, the black mark also shook violently, and appeared in front of his fist, hitting the tip of the green sword heavily. Crack! The black mark blasted out, and the tip of the green sword suddenly paused, and then everyone heard a subtle sound of breaking, and then, their eyes enlarged little by little, because there were cracks on the tip of the green sword that quickly emerged. Bang! The tip of the green sword finally broke into pieces, and Luo Tong's eyes also showed horror, and his figure hurriedly shot backwards in embarrassment. Mukin did not pursue, but just flipped his palm, and the black mark disappeared, and the fluctuations in the field slowly dissipated, but the surroundings were silent, and the astonished eyes stared at the slender figure, obviously a little unimaginable. Mukin not only blocked Luo Tong's most powerful attack, but also repelled him head-on. How is it possible? Jiang Li, Teng Yong, and others stared at this scene in amazement. Luo Tong, who was in the late stage of the spiritual realm, actually suffered a loss at the hands of Mukin, who was in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. This. Mo Ling also had a solemn face, and was quite shocked in his heart. Huh. Tang Qian'er breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and the slender jade hand that had been clenched tightly also loosened. This guy is really amazing. Senior Luo Tong, I'm grateful for your kindness. Mu Chen smiled at Luo Tong, but glanced at his palm. The black mark had faded a lot. If we only talk about the power of this Sun Luo death mark, it is definitely not just the level of the upper level of the ordinary level. Perhaps it is because the requirements for the domineering degree of spiritual power are too high, so it is only at the ordinary level. However, this Sun Luo death mark consumes a lot of spiritual power. The previous attack exhausted half of the spiritual power in his sea of qi. Although it was because the control was not perfect for the first time, this consumption was not even comparable to the general lower-level spiritual art. Luo Tong's face was livid. He obviously didn't expect the result to be like this, but he was speechless for a while. Mu Chen's fierce attack before shocked him. At that moment, he sensed a smell of extreme danger. This guy actually knows such a powerful spiritual art. Could it be that his father also prepared it for him? Luo Tong thought with gritted teeth. He practiced this Daluo sword art for a long time before it had such an effect, but he didn't expect that he was still no match for Mukin. How many tricks does this guy have? Mu Chen didn't pay attention to Luo Tong's wild thoughts. The deterrent effect he wanted had been achieved. He thought that this guy would be more restrained in the future, so he clapped his hands and turned to leave. Mu Chen, come with me. Just as he turned around, a faint voice suddenly came from not far away. He was slightly startled and turned his head to see Master Mo standing not far away. Mu Chen was stunned for a moment, his eyes intertwined with Tang Qian'er, and after a little hesitation, he followed under the gaze of those students. Master Mo's steps stopped when he approached the quiet woods, then he turned around, narrowed his eyes, and his voice gradually became stern. Have you practiced the Senluo death seal? Chapter 23 The True Power of Senluo Death Seal. Have you practiced Senluo Death Seal? Mu Chen looked at Master Mo, who looked a little stern, and couldn't help but laugh dryly, then nodded. With the latter's strength in the spirit realm, he obviously couldn't hide it. You shouldn't have enough authority to practice it, right? Master Mo said in a deep voice. Mu Chen blinked his eyes, but didn't say anything. This thing has been practiced, can it be returned to him? Master Mo looked at Mukin's expression, and his stern expression paused. This kid didn't seem to care about his majesty. He immediately shook his head helplessly and said, "Can you kids stop messing around? I just want to try it. If there is a problem, I will stop practicing. I value my life more than anyone else." Mukin smiled. Master Mo looked at him unhappily, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Did you succeed in practicing?" Preliminary success. Mukin stretched out his palm, and a black mark was faintly visible in his palm. Master Mo looked at the black mark on Mukin's palm, and his mouth twitched slightly. Although he had noticed it before, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that Mukin could really cultivate the Senluo death mark in such a short time. Such talent is worthy of being qualified for the spiritual path. Are you very interested in the Senluo death mark? Master Mo glanced at Mukin. Since he took Mukin to the spiritual art room last time, he found that Mukin had taken a fancy to this spiritual art. It seems that this spiritual art is not simple. Mukin thought about it and said, although this spiritual art looks only ordinary and upper grade, he felt something was wrong. Oh? Master Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at Mukin. I always feel that this Senluo death mark seems to have great potential. This surface cultivation seems to be just preliminary. I think there should be some way to make this Senluo death mark stronger. Mukin pondered. Master Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Mukin stared at Master Mo, and suddenly smiled, saying cunningly, Master Mo should know something about this Senluo death seal, right? I see you seem to be very interested in it. Master Mo glanced at Mukin, who was like a little fox, nodded helplessly, and said, I have also practiced this Senluo death seal. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, and saw a black seal also appearing in his palm, but Master Mo's was much more complete and profound than the black seal in Mukin's hand, and the cold fluctuations far exceeded the one practiced by Mukin. Mukin looked at the black seal in Master Mo's palm with some surprise, and chuckled. It seems that it is as I expected. This spiritual art is not simple, otherwise, with Master Mo's eyesight, how could he look at it? Master Mo is a genuine strong man in the spirit realm, and he can be ranked in the North Spirit realm. If this Senluo death seal is just an ordinary mortal spiritual art, he will never practice it. You kid. Master Mo smiled bitterly. This guy was really slippery. He pondered for a moment and then slowly said, Do you want to know how to show the true power of this Senluo death seal? Mu Chen's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded heavily. It's very simple. Master Mo smiled lightly and stretched out his left hand. Then Mu Chen was surprised to see that there was an identical black seal in his left hand. This Senluo death seal can actually cultivate more than just one death seal. Mukin's eyes flashed, and a touch of excitement suddenly climbed onto his face. He stared at Master Mo with some heat, muttering, The reason why there is no further cultivation method for Senluo death seal is not because there is no such method, but because the power of this Senluo death seal is that it can cultivate multiple death seals, and the death seals are superimposed before it can exert its true power. Master Mo nodded and said, However, the requirements of this Senluo death seal for spiritual power are extremely harsh. I tried my best and barely cultivated 2 death seals. And for this death seal, the more one, the more terrible the impact and backlash are. I once tried to cultivate the 3rd death seal, but I was almost seriously injured by the backlash, and I dared not try again. Mukin felt the same way. When he cultivated the 1st death seal, he also spent a lot of effort to resist the impact and the seal was completed. If he cultivated the 2nd one, I really don't know if he can bear it. Now that you have cultivated the first death seal, don't rush to condense the second one, lest something unexpected happens. Master Mo reminded. Mu Chen nodded. Although he was looking forward to the true power of the Sun Luo death seal, he also understood that there was no benefit in being too ambitious. Master Mo saw this and said no more. He waved his hand, and Mukin said goodbye and left. Turning around, he saw Tang Qianer who was waiting there. Are you okay? Master Mo didn't do anything to you, did he? Tang Qianer asked hurriedly when she saw Mukin coming out. After all, Mukin's cultivation of the Sun Luo death seal was a bit against the rules, so she was also worried that he would be punished. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, then looked down at the black seal on his palm, his heart slightly warmed up. This Sun Luo death seal was indeed not simple. It seemed that he would have to spend more time on it in the future. In the night, Mukin sat quietly, his hands were changing the seal again, and a trace of dark spiritual power flowed and condensed at his fingertips. Crack. However, when these dark spiritual powers intertwined and tried to condense into a seal, the spiritual power suddenly lost control, then fluctuated and dissipated. Mu Chen looked at his empty palm and shook his head helplessly. He had just tried to condense the second death seal, but the result was obvious that he failed. The difficulty of condensing this second death seal was much more difficult than the first one. It seems that I can only do it slowly. Mu Chen said to himself, and then he withdrew his mind, closed his eyes slightly, and operated the Great Buddha Sutra, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world around him, and finally transformed the spiritual energy into dark spiritual power, which flowed into the Sea of Qi. In addition, Mu Chen would separate some spiritual power, flow through the meridians of his arm, and warm the black death seal in the palm of his hand, making the color of the black seal more and more profound. Because of the sparring with Luo Tong at the training ground yesterday, Mukin's reputation spread in the East Courtyard. Some old students who relied on their seniority no longer dared to underestimate this newcomer. And because of Tan Qingshan's fierce attitude yesterday, people knew that this seemingly taciturn boy was not easy to mess with. So in the following days, no one came to cause trouble, which made Mukin really peaceful. In this peace, Mukin began to devote all his mind to cultivation. During the day, with the help of the third-level spirit gathering formation in the training ground, the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi became more powerful day by day. At night, when he was nurturing the death seal in the palm of his hand, he would gradually try to condense the second death seal, but without exception, all failed. However, despite repeated failures, Mukin did not give up. He could vaguely feel that with each failure, he became more and more proficient in the method of condensing the Sun Luo death seal, and became more and more adept at controlling the Sun Luo death seal. However, this feeling of getting closer and closer to success made Mukin feel a little happy. Time passed quietly like this, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed. In this half-month, the spiritual power in Mukin's Sea of Qi became more and more powerful. Although he had not yet entered the late stage of the spiritual realm, he was obviously much stronger than half a month ago. While his spiritual power improved, Mukin's practice of the Sun Luo death seal became more and more proficient. The control of the first death seal could reach a fairly precise level, and it would not cause unnecessary consumption like the previous fight with Luo Tong. As for the condensation of the second death seal, Mukin also vaguely felt something, but due to the lack of spiritual power, he could not successfully condense it, which made him a little regretful. In the training field, when Mukin heard the bell sound that represented the end of the course, he also opened his eyes, feeling the spiritual power surging in the Sea of Qi. He smiled gently and stretched lazily. Hey! A delicate voice came from the side. Mukin tilted his head, and saw Tang Qianer looking at him with a smile, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. What's wrong? Mukin asked with a smile. Tomorrow we will go to the North Spirit Plane to practice. Tang Qianer smiled. Are we going tomorrow? Mukin was startled, then smiled and nodded. During this period of time, he was immersed in practice and almost forgot the time. But it was okay. At the moment, he was worried that the second Sun Luo death seal could not be condensed because of insufficient spiritual energy. It is said that there is a spiritual medicine in the North Spirit Plane. If he can find it, it will just solve his urgent need. You have to work harder in this training at the North Spirit Plane. It is said that Lu Mubai from the West Court will also participate. His team is Hong Ling from the West Court. We can't lose to them, Tang Qian'er said seriously. Lu Mubai. Mukin smiled slightly. He was the real number one in the North Spirit Court. And in this training at the North Spirit Plane, were they going to have their first confrontation? It was really interesting. A glimmer of light flashed across Mukin's black eyes. He had never been afraid of anyone in the Spirit Road, and the same was true in the North Spirit Realm. Chapter 24 Promise. Belingyuan, located in the northwest of Bailing Realm, is about a day's journey from Bailing Academy. This vast area is considered to be a popular place in Bailing Realm. Although Belingyuan is full of crises, crises are often accompanied by opportunities. Many people enter Belingyuan for such opportunities. Some of these people have gained opportunities, while others are buried under the rotten branches and leaves. Going to Belingyuan to practice is a very important event for Bailing Academy. Nearly half of the students of Tianjia will participate, because they all know that what they need most when they practice quietly in the academy is this kind of real combat. Only in actual combat can people's character be tempered to be more tenacious, which is an indispensable thing on the road to becoming a strong man. And because the North Spirit Plane is not only full of various spirit beasts, but also has all kinds of people from all walks of life, including some notorious ones. Compared with these ruthless characters with blood on their hands, the students of the North Spirit Academy are like lambs. Even if they are strong, if they really fight, they are probably not the opponents of those ruthless characters. Therefore, in order to protect the students, the North Spirit Academy also sent out a very strong guard force. Master Mo from the East Court and Master Shi from the West Court will also follow. These are two real strong men in the spirit realm. I don't think there will be any daring people who dare to have bad intentions in front of two strong men in the spirit realm. In the early morning, the practice team of the North Spirit Academy started to set off. It was not until the evening that they gradually arrived at the outskirts of the North Spirit Plane. As the night deepened, they set up camp on the spot. The night was falling, and the bonfire was rising in the camp. The students of the Northern Spirit Academy had obviously rarely come to such a place, so many people were a little excited. The whole camp was shrouded in a lively atmosphere. The liveliness made people look over in the darkness. Most of them were adventurers. They also knew that these young people from the Northern Spirit Academy curled their lips in the darkness and gradually went away. In their eyes, these good kids from the students would probably be scared to tremble when facing those ferocious spirit beasts. Mu Chen sat cross-legged by the bonfire. He looked at the darkness outside the camp. In the distant depths, it seemed that there were all kinds of bloody beast roars echoing. This scene was a little familiar. However, the atmosphere here was much less cruel and bloody than the Spirit Road in his memory. When Mu Chen was slightly dazed, a slender jade hand suddenly stretched out from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Just as the jade hand landed on Mukin's shoulder, his black eyes suddenly turned cold, and his whole body tensed up like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey. His hand reached out like lightning and grabbed the jade hand tightly. Ouch! A cry of pain came, and Mukin woke up. He turned his head and looked at Tang Qian'er behind him. The coldness in his eyes quickly dissipated. He nodded awkwardly and quickly let go of his hand. What are you doing? It hurts. Tang Qian'er sat down beside Mukin angrily, rubbing her wrist and complaining. Sorry. Mukin smiled bitterly. The experience of the spiritual road that year made his body alert like a conditioned reflex. Originally, this instinctive alertness had been suppressed by him after returning to the Northern Spirit Realm, but suddenly being in this somewhat familiar environment again awakened that alertness. What's wrong with you? Tang Qian'er pouted her lips, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Mukin. After all, the girl was careful. When Mukin grabbed her wrist earlier, she felt a chill in her heart. She felt that if it weren't for the cry of pain, Mukin would probably crush her wrist directly. Mukin looked at the bonfire in front of him, was silent for a while, and said, "In the Spirit Road, if someone else does what you just did to me, I might kill them. Because if I don't do this, I might be the one killed." Tang Qian'er was stunned. She looked at the calm boy. When he said the word, kill, his expression didn't fluctuate much. That feeling was like he was used to it. That spirit road sounds a little scary. Tang Qian'er muttered. In their eyes, the spirit road seemed a little mysterious. It is said that many people who came out of the spirit road kept silent about what happened there. However, because most of the people who came out of the spirit road were extremely powerful, young men and women like Tang Qian'er were quite yearning for that place. But they were so naive that they didn't know that to have abnormal strength, they had to come out of the abnormal place. Mu Qin smiled lightly and murmured to himself, everyone there is a competitor, and it's a very cruel one. There are some abnormal people there. Maybe they are smiling at you in the last moment, and a dagger will stab you in the chest in the next moment. So, trust is a very rare thing there, but if you can really meet it, it will be a rare thing for you for life. Mu Qin exhaled lightly, his expression was gentle. He remembered the girl with long silver hair. She was a pervert who even gave him a headache. In the 6 months of chasing him, Mu Qin fought with her 3 times and won twice, but in the last time, the girl turned the situation around. The black long sword stopped at his throat like a ghost in the dark night. This time, it was obvious that she won, and it was very thorough, because she only needed to stab lightly at that time, and Mu Qin would stay in the spiritual road forever. But in the end, she didn't stab him. Her glass-like eyes stared at him for a long time in the dark, then she slowly put away her sword and said in a low voice, I won't kill you. Come with me. Mu Qin was obviously stunned for a long time at that time, and then he asked the question that had made him depressed for half a year, why did you chase me for so long? If I hadn't saved you, you would have died long ago. When he first saw her, she was trapped in a dead end. 5 perverts who were equally cunning as foxes almost put her to death. Originally, Mukin didn't intend to take action because those guys were also troublesome, but perhaps because of the sadness revealed in the glass-like eyes at that moment, he softened his heart. He saved her, but also caused those 5 troubles. A week later, Mukin took her injured and began to flee, but 10 days later, those 5 troubles were defeated by him one after another, 3 of them died, and 2 finally gave up. But after solving these 5 problems, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the girl who had never said a word to him began to draw her sword, and then, it was a half-year-long chase and confrontation. The girl heard Mu Chen's question, seemed to think about it, and then hesitantly gave an answer that made Mu Chen want to vomit blood. I don't want to have a good impression of you, I just want to practice. Having a good impression of you will distract me. You are sick. At that moment, even with Mu Chen's calmness, he couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. What are you doing now? Mu Chen asked somewhat weakly. I was going to kill you just now, but I can't seem to do it. The girl thought seriously, the faint moonlight shone on the little face that would bring disaster to the country in the future, and then she frowned and said, I think it seems that I have a good impression of you in the past 6 months. Mu Chen looked up at the sky speechlessly. We have been chasing each other for half a year, and you can actually kill me. I didn't kill you just now, you owe me a life, so you have to team up with me, and when I don't like you anymore, I will kill you. Are you raising a puppy? Then I won't kill you when the time comes, and let you go. Mu Chen shook his head helplessly, turned around and left, not interested. I can block all the cold arrows from behind for you. As long as you don't hurt me, I will protect you, whether in the spiritual road or in the world. The girl looked at Mu Chen, who turned away, hesitated for a moment, and said softly. Mukin stopped walking. The girl's gentle voice seemed to penetrate the space and suddenly hit his heart, causing his eyes to soften quietly. You usually don't talk, but I didn't expect that you would be so touching when you talk. Mukin turned around, smiled, then sighed, walked back, and stretched out his hand to her. Then, let's have a happy cooperation. The girl's face, which was always calm and even without any emotion, also had a faint smile at this time. The beauty of the moment made the moonlight dim. Then, she stretched out her jade-like cold little hand and gently shook it with Mukin. This is my promise to you. Chapter 25 Spirit Beast Essence. The bonfire was rising, and the warm flames shone on Tang Qian'er's delicate body, but it made her feel a little cold. This coldness came from the spiritual world that Mukin described to her that she had longed for. It seems that the spiritual world is not as beautiful as I thought. Fortunately, I didn't go there, otherwise I might not even have bones left. Tang Qian'er said with a little palpitation. She really couldn't imagine how nervous she would be in a place where trust did not exist. It's not a good place in the first place. Mukin smiled, then raised his head, and saw Master Mo wave to everyone, and then many students looked over. This time, we will be practicing in the Northern Spirit Plain. This will be our camp. You will set out from here tomorrow and go to the Northern Spirit Plain to practice and fight the spirit beasts there. Before that, I have to remind you that spirit beasts are divided into 3 levels, high, medium and low. Most of the spirit beasts in the outer area of the Northern Spirit Plain are low-level spirit beasts, but even so, you must work together to deal with them. Master Mo looked around, and his steady voice echoed in the camp. Every student listened carefully. They all understood that this was not a drill, but a real battle. If they were not careful, they would probably become food in the mouths of the spirit beasts. Low-level spirit beasts are about the strength of the Lingdong realm, middle-level spirit beasts are the strength of the Lingluan realm, and high-level spirit beasts are comparable to the strength of the Shinpa realm. In the depths of the Northern Spirit Plain, there are high-level spirit beasts, so you must not go deep into the Northern Spirit Plain. At this point, his voice was already a little stern. The high-level spirit beasts in the depths of the Northern Spirit Plain were extremely troublesome for him to deal with. These students who had just come out of the academy were like lambs without resistance. Everyone nodded. They were not stupid enough to joke about their lives. Not to mention high-level spirit beasts, even if it was a mid-level spirit beast, they could only run as far as they could. In this practice, the top 3 teams can get 1 soul-enriching pill per person. Master Mo's expression eased slightly. He looked at the boys and girls whose eyes suddenly lit up, and smiled, saying, "So, in order to get good results, cooperate with your companions. With your current strength, you must take some cooperation to be able to thrive in the outer area of the North Spirit Plain." Yes. Many students responded in unison. After hunting spirit beasts, don't forget to collect the essence. Although the essence of low-level spirit beasts will not be favored by any strong people in the spirit realm, it is the standard for evaluating your performance. Mu Chen nodded slightly. The strong people in the spirit realm have the ability to refine the essence of spirit beasts. With their strength, ordinary spirit beasts are obviously impossible for them to be favored. Master Mo, you are also a strong man in the spirit realm. What kind of beast soul did you refine? A student asked curiously. They were also extremely interested in the strange ability of the strong man in the spirit realm to refine beast souls. Master Mo hesitated slightly when he heard this, and then formed a seal with one hand. A strong spiritual power suddenly burst out from his body. The golden light gathered behind him and turned into a golden giant wolf howling to the sky. On the surface of the giant wolf's body, there seemed to be a series of thunder patterns, which looked mighty. Wow! In the camp, bursts of exclamations suddenly broke out. Even the students of the West Court on the other side of the camp cast their eyes over, and then looked at the golden giant wolf behind Master Mo with a little shock. Master Shi, who was also talking about the rules with the students of the West Court, saw this, curled his lips, his body shook slightly, and a strong spiritual power burst out. Behind him, the light and shadow of a black giant lion appeared, and on the back of the giant lion, there was a gray tortoise shell. All the students looked at the 2 powerful soul realm masters who summoned the spirit beasts they refined, and they were all jealous. This kind of power is really coveted. I refined the spirit of the high-level spirit beast Golden Thunder Wolf. This Golden Thunder Wolf is also ranked in the 10,000 beasts record, but it is not at the top, only 382nd on the Earth list. Master Shi refined the spirit of the high-level spirit beast Stone Turtle Lion, which is ranked 390th on the 10,000 beasts record Earth list. Master Mo smiled when he saw Master Shi's actions, and then waved his hand, and the golden giant wolf behind him disappeared. Such a powerful spirit beast is only ranked in the top 300 on the 10,000 beasts record Earth list. Aren't the spirit beasts in the top 100 on the Earth list even more abnormal? And the legendary 10,000 Beasts record heaven list. Aren't those against the sky? Some students were amazed. The Earth list is so powerful, how terrifying must the 10,000 Beasts record heaven list be? The spirit beasts that can enter the top 100 of the 10,000 Beasts record Earth list are no longer simple spirit beasts. Their strength far exceeds that of the strong men in the spirit realm and is comparable to the strong men who have entered the three heavens realm. Therefore, they are also called heaven-level spirit beasts, or heavenly beasts for short. At this point, Master Mo suddenly glanced at Mukin, who understood what he meant, because the dragon flame eagle refined by Mukin's father was ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list, so the dragon flame eagle should have reached the level of heavenly beasts. Generally speaking, it is extremely difficult for the strong men in the spirit realm to refine the spirit essence of spirit beasts that surpass their strength, and it is indeed a great opportunity for Mu Feng to refine it. Because of this, Mu Feng's strength is definitely in the top 3 even among the 9 domain masters in the northern spirit realm. After all, the greatest means to enter the spirit realm is the spirit essence of the spirit beast refined, which is equivalent to an additional combat power. Naturally, the stronger the spirit beast refined, the stronger its strength. As for those on the 10,000 Beasts record heavenly ranking, Master Mo paused, then smiled and said, I'm afraid that even the supreme-level super-powerful figures in the universe would not dare to attack them easily. Okay, it's almost time. You should rest early today. Tomorrow morning, you will enter the North Spirit Plane and formally practice. Master Mo felt that he had said enough, so he waved his hand to stop the excited boys and girls. After hearing this, everyone still dispersed with some excitement, and Mukin also returned to the tent, closed his eyes and practiced, trying again and again to see if he could condense the second Sun Luo death seal. The night passed peacefully. The next day, when the morning came, many students in the camp were ready, looking at the vast forest with excitement. Mukin was with Tang Qianer. He glanced and saw Tan Qingshan not far away. Beside him, there was Mo Ling. It seemed that the two of them were teaming up. This surprised Mukin a little. Mo Ling was in the late stage of the spiritual realm. If he wanted to find someone to team up with, there would obviously be many people who were more suitable than Tan Qingshan. Mukin, are you in the same group with Qianer? I'm in the same group with Qingshan. He's a newcomer and it's a little dangerous to come here, so I want to take care of him. Mo Ling also saw Mukin and walked over with Tan Qingshan, smiling. Mukin smiled and nodded. From Mo Ling's words, he could hear some taste of deliberately wanting to build a good relationship. It seems that the reason why the former took care of Tan Qingshan was mostly because he wanted to make friends with him. Senior Mo Ling is still thoughtful. Mukin smiled. He had no ill feelings towards Mo Ling, so he was not disgusted with his friendship. The two laughed and talked for a while, then the voice suddenly paused. On their right, the crowd suddenly dispersed, and several familiar figures appeared in front of Mukin. The one leading was Lu Yang, who was defeated by Mukin in the college exam. Lu Yang stared at Mukin with a gloomy look. The battle in the college exam was a big blow to his reputation. Although his elder brother was Lu Mubai, some ridicule in secret still made him full of rage. Mukin just glanced at Lu Yang, then turned his head and looked at his side. There was a tall and strong boy, who was also staring at Mukin with interest. Are you the Mukin? You are quite famous recently. The boy in yellow clothes stared at Mukin with a smile and asked casually. Chen Tong, what are you going to do? Mo Ling frowned when he saw the two boys and said in a deep voice. Mukin's face was calm. Chen Tong was quite famous in the Northern Spiritual Academy. Although he was not as good as Lu Mubai, he was ranked 3rd in the Northern Spiritual Academy's overall ranking. He was in the late stage of the spiritual realm, similar to Mo Ling, and was considered to be the focus of the Northern Spiritual Academy's training. You used to come here to show off by yourself, but now you have to bring someone with you? Mukin glanced at Lu Yang and smiled. Hearing this, Lu Yang's face suddenly turned pale, and he said sinisterly, You can show off, but don't let us meet you in the Northern Spiritual Plane, otherwise you will be in trouble. Mukin smiled and shook his head. Compared to your elder brother, you are indeed much worse. You are really arrogant. Let's get to know each other. I am Chen Tong from the West Academy. I have long wanted to see you, the only person in the northern spiritual realm who has obtained the qualification for the spiritual road. Chen Tong stretched out his hand and smiled a little lightly. Let's go. Mu Qin smiled slightly, not wanting to pay attention to the two guys anymore, and walked straight past Chen Tong. Then he paused and looked at the distance, where Lu Mubai, who was dressed in white and looked particularly handsome, was looking at this side indifferently. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness flowing in the air, which made the students around them quietly shut up. If you don't like me, just come by yourself. I don't like these people. Mu Qin smiled lightly, and no longer stayed. He took Tang Qianer and his group out of the camp and quickly went to the North Spirit Plain. Lu Mubai narrowed his eyes and looked at Mukin, who was going away, with a faint cold light in his eyes. This bastard. Lu Yang gritted his teeth. Chen Tong grinned, his eyes slightly gloomy. It's okay. Let him show off first. We'll meet him again in the Northern Spirit Plain. When no one is watching, I'll teach him what courtesy is. He's really a kid who doesn't know how to respect his seniors. Chapter 26 Experienced Hunter. These guys in the west courtyard are really annoying. In the forest full of green shade, Tang Qianer's pretty face was full of anger. These guys repeatedly came to trouble Mukin. Even a clay man would be a little angry. If you are not envied, you are a mediocre person. Mukin just smiled lightly, glanced at the far back, and said, but it seems that Lu Mubai does have a lot of jealousy towards me. It seems that I didn't have much interaction with him before. Lu Mubai. Tang Qianer frowned slightly and said, is he going to deal with you? Otherwise, do you think that a newcomer like Lu Yang, who has just been promoted to the heaven realm, would have Chen Tong to help him out? I'm afraid that Lu Mubai must have been behind this. This guy is somewhat similar to those perverts in Linglu, but he lacks a little fire. Mukin said lightly. This guy is annoying. Tang Qianer's pretty face was slightly cold, and then she was a little worried. This Lu Mubai is not easy to deal with. Compared with Lu Yang, he is not at the same level. Since entering the Northern Spirit Academy, Lu Mubai has always held the title of the strongest in the Northern Spirit Academy. Over the years, he seems to have never lost. Yes, Mukin, you have to be more careful of Lu Mubai. This guy has always been a little hard for me to see through. I have fought with him before, but I was defeated miserably, and even that time, Lu Mubai never used his true strength. Mo Ling on the side also said solemnly. Senior Mo Ling, you are already in the late stage of the spiritual realm. If Lu Mubai can easily defeat you. Tan Qingshan was shocked and couldn't help but said. Mo Ling nodded slowly and said, it is very likely that Lu Mubai has already entered the spirit will realm. This guy is really amazing. Tang Qianer's pretty face was also a little solemn. If this was true, then it would be a bit troublesome. The gap between the spirit will realm and the spirit movement realm was really too big. Thinking of this, she looked at Mukin, but the boy's face was still quite calm, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. The silent quietness and calmness suddenly reduced the worries in the hearts of Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and Tan Qingshan. The boy in front of them seemed to have such a calm magic that made people believe that he could do many things that ordinary people could not believe. Although the spirit will realm is powerful, it is not something that cannot be touched. Although it will be a bit troublesome, if Lu Mubai really wants to make a move, he will also pay some price. Mukin said softly, without showing off anything in his words, but no matter whether it is in the spirit road or in this world, if someone really wants to make a move on him, then no matter what the result is, he will always have to pay some price. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The practice of the North Spirit Plane has begun. Let's officially start. You two are now our competitors. Mukin looked at Mo Ling and the other two and said with a smile. Then we will strike first. Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan looked at each other and both ran forward. They were now at the outermost edge of the North Spirit Plane. There were quite few spirit beasts here. Only by going deeper could they meet them. Mukin looked at the two guys going away, and couldn't help but smile, then gently rubbed his palms, and a little excitement slowly emerged in his black eyes. It's been a long time since I was a hunter. If I don't start now, I'm afraid I'll get used to it. Let's go too. Mu Chen waved at Tang Qian'er and his pace suddenly quickened. However, he did not follow Mo Ling's route, but slightly deviated from it. The experience in the spiritual road made him know how to find the traces of spiritual beasts. The two of them sped up, and after more than 10 minutes, they gradually went deep into the periphery of the North Spirit Plain. From time to time, there were all kinds of beast roars coming from the surroundings. Tang Qian'er followed Mu Chen closely. The girl's pretty face looked a little nervous at this time. She knew very well that in such a dangerous place, if she was surrounded by spiritual beasts, she would really lose her life. While she was nervously watching the surroundings, Mukin's body suddenly stopped in front of her, and she bumped into him without warning. The girl's soft and delicate body pressed against Mukin's back. The soft touch made Mukin blink his eyes. Tang Qian'er's pretty face flushed, and she quickly stepped back, but was caught by Mukin's jade hand. Hush! Before Tang Qian'er could struggle, Mukin had already waved his hand gently, looking straight ahead through the jungle. Tang Qian'er also looked in the direction, and saw that in the open space, two blood-red creatures with a black horn on their foreheads, which looked like tigers and pigs, were leisurely strolling, and shrill hums continued to come out. It's a low-level spiritual beast blood pig tiger. Mukin said softly. These two blood pig tigers seemed to be of the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual realm, but this kind of spiritual beast had thick skin and flesh, enough to withstand the full force of people in the late stage of the spiritual realm, and when they went crazy, they were also particularly fierce. One for each person. Is there a problem? Mu Chen looked at Tang Qian'er. The girl's pretty face was a little pale, but she still nodded stubbornly. This was probably the first time for her to fight against such a ferocious-looking spirit beast head-on. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Mukin smiled and comforted. Yes. Tang Qian'er bit her silver teeth lightly, clenched her jade hands, and a short sword slipped from her palm. She didn't want to hold Mukin back, and for the sake of their results, she had to work hard. Go! Mu Chen shouted softly, and his figure rushed out first. Roar! As soon as Mukin appeared, the two bloody pig tigers projected their red eyes and roared, and blood light emanated from their bodies. Boom! One of them directly took a step that shook the earth and mountains, like a red light, rushing towards Mukin as fast as thunder, and when the other one was about to catch up, a sharp piece of gravel wrapped in spiritual power hit its nose fiercely, which made it stop immediately. It looked at the fragile girl with blood-red eyes, roared, and rushed over. Mu Chen stared at the blood-red pig tiger that rushed towards him. Not only was there no panic in his eyes, but there was a touch of excitement. He stomped his feet and rushed straight out. A man and a beast passed by, and the wind blew up the dead leaves on the ground. However, just when the two sides were about to collide, Mukin took a step sideways, clenched his right hand, and a sharp dagger slipped into his palm, and the dark spiritual power quickly entangled it. Mukin drew a tricky arc with his right hand, and at the moment when the blood pig tiger rushed past his body, a black light suddenly appeared, and a cold light flashed across the blood pig tiger's eyes, and blood splashed out. Bang! The blood pig tiger slammed into a giant tree behind it, and the whole giant tree collapsed with a bang. The earth shook a little, and the blood pig tiger screamed madly. Its pair of blood-red eyes had been blinded by Mukin at this time. Roar! The severe pain made the blood pig tiger almost crazy. He relied on the smell in the air and turned around again to rush towards Mukin madly. The mane on his body stood up like steel thorns, just like a steel fortress. However, facing the crazy blood pig tiger, Mukin seemed quite calm. He stepped on the steps and let the blood pig tiger rush past him madly. Every time the blood pig tiger rushed past his body, the sharp dagger would bring up red and hot blood. As blood flew, the blood pig tiger's momentum slowed down, and it was obviously running out of energy. Mu Chen took advantage of its stagger and rushed forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The dagger was wrapped in spiritual power and was so sharp that it made people feel cold on the skin. Then it stabbed into the blood pig tiger's throat as fast as lightning. The hot blood flowed out along the dagger, and the blood pig tiger let out a shrill howl, and finally the body began to gradually stop moving. Mu-Chen calmly pulled out the dagger and pushed the huge blood pig tiger away. The experienced method would be shocking to some adventurers who often hunted spirit beasts for a living. This method was obviously not something that a young man of this age could have. After getting rid of the bloody pig tiger, Mukin looked at Tang Qianer. The girl was a little embarrassed at this time. Although there were blood marks on the bloody pig tiger's body, it had almost no effect on the thick-skinned bloody pig tiger. Roar! The bloody pig tiger that was entangled with Tang Qianer may have heard the shrill howl of its companion before death. Its blood-red eyes suddenly turned red, and its already huge body suddenly expanded. Crazy? Seeing this, Mukin raised his eyebrows. Ah! Tang Qianer screamed in surprise. When the short sword chopped on the bloody pig tiger's body, it was actually knocked out of her hand by the recoil. She immediately stepped back a few steps, and then she felt a shadow covering her. The fishy smell came to her face. The bloody pig tiger jumped high, like a small mountain, and pressed down fiercely. Looking at the shadow that was pressing down, Tang Qianer's pretty face turned pale, and she felt as if her body could not move. Swish! A figure came over from the side, and his arm wrapped around the slender waist. The dark spiritual power on the dagger in his hand surged, like a dark cold light, passing through the belly of the blood pig tiger like lightning. Swish! Blood rolled down all of a sudden, along with smelly intestines, internal organs, etc. Mukin rolled on the ground holding Tang Qianer, avoiding the pressure of the blood pig tiger. The latter struggled after landing, but could no longer move, and was obviously dead. Ha! Seeing that the two blood pig tigers were dealt with, Mukin also let out a sigh of relief. Then he felt the girl in his arms struggle slightly, and then he let her go with a smile, saying, "Are you okay?" Tang Qianer blushed and shook her head. She looked at the two dead blood pig tigers, and there was amazement in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well that being able to deal with the two blood pig tigers so quickly was basically all Mukin's credit. How can you be so powerful? I have been entangled with the blood pig tiger for so long and couldn't kill it. Tang Qianer couldn't help but say. Just attack the vital points. You will get used to it after hunting a few more times. Mukin smiled, then stood up and walked towards the two blood pig tigers. The dagger passed through their heads, and red light spread out. Two light balls about the size of a fist slowly rose. In the light ball, a mini blood pig tiger could be vaguely seen, and there was a faint violent spiritual power fluctuation emanating from it. This is the spirit of the spirit beast. Mukin collected the two spirit beasts and threw them to Tang Qianer, who also took them curiously and looked back and forth, seeming to be very satisfied with their first trophy in life. Seeing this, Mukin couldn't help but smile, wiped the blood on the dagger, looked deeper, licked his lips lightly, and the previous blood seemed to arouse his long-suppressed desire. Let's go, this is just the beginning. Mukin tilted his head and said to Tang Qianer, and then took another step. This kind of spirit beast still lacks some challenges. Chapter 27 Robbery. Bang! In the forest full of dead leaves, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a roar full of violence spread far away. Looking in the direction of the roar, I saw a khaki giant bear about several meters tall, waving its huge palm as heavy as a hammer, madly slapping a petite body in front of it. Facing the slap of the giant bear, the petite body quickly retreated, and the short sword in its hand was entangled by spiritual power, like a spirit snake out of a cave, scratching a white fur pattern on the chest of the giant bear, leaving a scarlet blood. Roar! The severe pain from the chest made the giant bear a little crazy. The giant palm was filled with deep yellow spiritual power. Every slap would leave a deep mark on the ground. If this kind of power fell on the petite body, it would definitely be enough to slap it severely. Fortunately, the petite figure was quite agile and kept dodging. Then, when the giant bear showed a flaw, the dagger left blood marks on the giant bear's chest. The two figures, one big and one small, kept fighting. After about 10 minutes, the giant bear finally couldn't bear this consumption, and its huge body fell to the ground like a rock. The pretty girl was relieved to see that the giant bear was finally exhausted. She wiped the cold sweat on her forehead with her jade hand and turned her head panting. Under the big tree not far away, there was a tall boy smiling at this scene. Not bad. Mu-Chen walked forward, took a look at the body of the mountain bear, then pointed to the white lines covered with bloodstains, and said, "But you are still a little indecisive. This is its vital point. As long as you find a flaw, you can kill it completely. You did too much useless work before. If this mountain bear is stronger, maybe you should be exhausted." Tang Qianer looked at the ground not far away. There was also a killed mountain bear on the ground there, but there was only a blood hole on the white lines on the chest of the mountain bear. The blood hole was located very accurately and went straight to the heart of the mountain bear. Obviously, the mountain bear was killed by one blow. This mountain bear was Mukin's battle record. Tang Qianer had seen that fierce blow before, which was cruel, accurate, and without hesitation. The thrilling and calmness when killing was many times more elegant than her embarrassment. "You are a pervert. How can I compare with you?" Tang Qianer pouted. Although she had not hunted spirit beasts much, she could still feel that Mukin's methods would definitely not be weaker than those adventurers who often mingled between life and death. How could she compare? Although she said this, Tang Qianer was a little impressed in her heart. Along the way, under Mukin's guidance, she had begun to get rid of the initial fear. Now she could even hunt low-level spirit beasts with strength around the middle stage of the spiritual realm alone. As for Mukin, his handsome face maintained a calm and gentle smile from beginning to end. These dangers that were enough to scare her were insignificant in his eyes. Tang Qianer's eyes moved, looking at the boy who squatted down to collect the spirit of the mountain bear. Fragmented spots of light fell on his body. His serious side face had a temperament that ordinary young boys did not have, which made her face slightly flushed. Today's harvest is not small. So far, we have obtained 8 low-level spirit beasts. Mu-Chen put away the mountain bear spirit, then stood up and smiled at Tang Qianer. Hearing this good result, Tang Qianer also smiled. Today's harvest is quite satisfactory. Let's go, continue. The result is a small matter. We still have to seize this opportunity to hone our skills. Mu-Chen smiled and was about to go deeper. His brows suddenly frowned slightly and his eyes looked to the far right. "What's wrong?" Tang Qianer asked when she saw this. "There's some movement over there. Let's go and take a look." Mu-Chen thought for a while, then waved to Tang Qianer, quickened his pace, and went in that direction. Seeing this, Tang Qianer also hurried to follow. In the dense forest, dozens of students from the Northern Spirit Academy gathered together, and at this moment, they were looking ahead with a sullen look. There were 10 figures leaning lazily against the tree trunks, looking at them with a playful look. Although these 10 figures were lazy, they gave people a sense of efficiency. Their eyes were bright and sharp, and there was even a faint smell of blood on their bodies. This was actually a team of adventurers. "What do you want?" In front of those students from the Northern Spirit Academy, there were many familiar figures, Mo Ling, Tan Qing-shan, even Jiang Li and Ting Yong, and at this moment, their faces were the same as other students from the Northern Spirit Academy, looking at the adventurers in front of them with anger and fear. After all, they were just some young boys who were not too old, and they were a little timid even when facing fierce spirit beasts. And these adventurers in front of them were people who often licked blood on the edge of a knife, and the cruelty that was inadvertently revealed was enough to make them shiver. "You little brats who haven't even grown all their hair yet." A young man in leather armor looked at the students of the Northern Spirit Academy with a smile, and said lazily, "Didn't I tell you to take out all the spirit beast spirits in your hands? You want to rob us," a young man said angrily. "Right," the young man laughed, and his companions behind him also laughed out loud. They obviously regarded this as some small fun. "We are students of the Northern Spirit Academy, our 2 mentors are here, they are the strength of the spirit realm." Some students brought out Master Mo and the other 2, trying to shock the adventure team in front of them. "I know you are students of the Northern Spirit Academy, you come here to practice, right? Did your mentor tell you that encountering such robbery is also a kind of practice?" The young man curled his lips and smiled, saying, "As long as he doesn't kill you, your mentor won't care. So, hand it all over, don't let me do it, I'm quite rough." The young man grinned, his white teeth like a beast that made people feel cold. You. Mo Ling couldn't help but get angry, clenching his palms. You want to try? You are also in the late stage of the spiritual realm, the same as me. Why don't you try and see who is stronger? The young man glanced at Mo Ling, but smiled grimly, a smile that was a bit bloodthirsty. Mo Ling saw the young man's eyes staring at his prey, and his heart sank. Although they were both in the late stage of the spiritual realm, the latter's momentum was really beyond his reach, and the companions behind this guy were no weaker than him. Mo Ling's eyes flickered, and after a moment, his tightly clenched palms finally loosened slowly, smiled bitterly, and shook his head helplessly at Tan Qingshan, Jiang Li and others. Tan Qingshan and others could only sigh. They also understood that they were not at the same level as the adventure team in front of them. Now they could only admit that they were unlucky and just take it as a loss to avoid disaster. This is a good kid who knows what's best for him. The young man smiled with satisfaction when he saw Mo Ling and the others gave up resistance, but there was a mocking look on his face. Is this the student of the Northern Spirit Academy? It's really disappointing. What are you doing? Just as Mo Ling and the others were about to take out the spirit beast essence they had finally obtained, a somewhat puzzled voice suddenly came from behind. They immediately turned their heads and saw Mukin and Tang Qianer standing not far away looking at them. Mukin? When Mo Ling and the others saw Mukin, they were first happy as a conditioned reflex, and then they thought of something and hurriedly winked at Mukin, asking him to leave quickly. What's wrong? However, Mukin seemed not to see their eyes, but smiled and walked over with Tang Qianer lowered. Hush, there's another little fat sheep. The young man looked at Mukin with a smile, and then suddenly looked at Tang Qianer beside him. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he whistled and said lightly, There's also a little beauty. Tang Qianer glared at the young man with some anger, but this slightly angry style made the young man slightly stunned. Mo Ling saw Mukin and the others coming over, and could only smile and shake his head, and then told the story. Robbery? You are really unlucky. After listening, Mukin couldn't help but smile and said, Aren't you the same? Jiang Li and the others rolled their eyes, and this guy could still laugh at this time. Hey, that kid, since you are here, just take out some spirit beast essence, and then let the little beauty hand it over. After all, you can't favor one over the other. The young man waved his hand and smiled. I want mine too. Mukin frowned and said, Who made you run here in such bad luck? You little brats are really stupid. Although you have decent talent, you are not good enough to fight. The young man said helplessly. I only have one spirit beast essence, so I'll give it to you. Mu Chen nodded, took out a spirit beast essence from his arms, and walked towards the young man. You are hard of hearing, I told the little beauty to bring it over, you are a bit annoying. The young man frowned and chattered. While he was chattering, Mu Chen had come to him and handed over the spirit beast essence. The young man grabbed the spirit beast essence with one hand, and slapped Mu Chen's head with the other hand in dissatisfaction, but just when his palm was about to touch the spirit beast essence, the young man's black eyes, which were originally smiling, suddenly became cold. With a flip of his palm, a sharp black light flashed out, with a tricky and ruthless arc, directly across the palm of the young man, and blood immediately flew out. This scene happened in a flash, and almost no one could react. Even some of the companions behind the young man were a little stunned to see the blood flying past. Amid the many stunned eyes, the handsome young man raised his head and smiled slightly. Sorry, I suddenly don't want to give it to you. Chapter 28 Cooperation. In the dense forest, the young man also looked at his bloody palm in a bit of astonishment. After a moment, a sharp pain came from his palm, waking him up, and then his originally smiling face gradually became gloomy. Mo Ling and others behind him also looked at this scene in amazement. They never thought that Mukin would dare to suddenly attack, and he was so cruel when he attacked. Boy, are you looking for death? The young man's body trembled slightly, and his gloomy face was faintly a bit hideous. Mukin glanced at him calmly and said, As an adventurer with some experience, don't you know that you will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later? Haven't you encountered a situation where you capsized in the gutter? "Huh, good boy." Hearing this, the young man suddenly laughed in anger. The companions behind him also wanted to come up, but he waved his hand to stop them. He tore his clothes and wrapped up his bleeding palm, staring at Mukin with cold eyes, and said, "You should know what will happen next." "Do it?" Mukin smiled. "Come on, you dare to attack suddenly. I am not too angry, on the contrary, I admire your courage. If a person has no blood, no matter how good his talent is, he is still a waste. You are different from those guys." The young man stared at Mukin and said, "My name is Lin Zhong. I admire you, but let's be honest. Now I give you a chance. If you beat me, you and your companions can leave directly, and I won't care about your knife. If you lose, I will leave a finger as a lesson. Of course, you can also refuse, but you and your companions will probably suffer a physical pain today. Although I can't kill you, believe me, I have plenty of ways to make you miserable. Are there any other options?" Mukin shrugged and said, "What do you think?" Lin Zhong sneered. "Is that so? Then, let's do it." When Mukin's voice just came out, he narrowed his eyes, took a step forward, bent his fingers together, and the dark spiritual power wrapped around his fingertips, bringing up an extremely sharp gust of wind, and stabbed towards Lin Zhong's throat as fast as lightning. "Still want to come?" However, Lin Zhong was obviously not comparable to those students in the North Spirit Academy who had no actual combat experience. In addition, he had suffered losses before, and he had been wary of Mukin in his heart. Therefore, when Mukin suddenly attacked, although he was startled, he was not panicked. He raised his arm and blocked his throat with the surge of spiritual power. Dong! Mukin's 2 fingers stabbed Lin Zhong's arm, but it was like touching gold and iron, and it made his fingertips numb slightly. This Lin Zhong's strength is indeed good. It is obvious that he has reached the limit of the spiritual realm. If he goes further, he will have to step into the spiritual will realm. This thought flashed through his mind, but Mukin did not slow down at all. He immediately gathered his fingertips and turned them into fists. The spiritual power wrapped around his fists and fiercely blasted towards Lin Zhong's temple. Bang bang! Lin Zhong also suddenly slapped his palms and hit Mukin's fists. The 2 fists collided, and the spiritual power wave spread out, and the dead leaves on the ground were all flying up. The 2 fists collided, and Mukin was immediately shocked back several steps, and Lin Zhong also took a step back, with a look of surprise in his eyes. At the moment of contact, he could feel the domineering dark spiritual power. It seems that the spiritual art practiced by the boy in front of him is not ordinary. "Good boy!" Lin Zhong shouted coldly, and suddenly rushed forward, and the powerful spiritual power burst out, and his palms were like knives, drawing sharp arcs, and mercilessly greeted Mukin's vital points. Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and others in the back also broke out in cold sweats when they saw Lin Zhong's fierce attack. These guys are really desperate criminals. However, facing Lin Zhong's fierce attack, Mu Chen was not frightened and panicked. He moved his steps lightly, staring at Lin Zhong's attack with his black eyes. Occasionally, he changed his palm into a fist and touched Lin Zhong's palm wind, but he retreated as soon as he touched it. It seemed that he was retreating step by step, but Lin Zhong could not do anything to him. Behind Lin Zhong, his companions were originally watching the show with a playful mentality, but gradually their faces became more and more solemn. They looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. This kid is pretty good. With the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm, Lin Zhong can't do anything to him. At the back of the group, a sturdy figure was also staring at the fight between the 2. His eyes, which had always been out of focus, became much more serious. After a moment, he slowly said, "What a powerful boy." He saw through all of Lin Zhong's attacks. Every time he attacked, it was at the moment when Lin Zhong was exhausted. It seemed that he was losing step by step, but I'm afraid Lin Zhong was the most frustrated. What? The adventurers were all shocked. This boy could actually see through Lin Zhong's attacks? What kind of eyesight is this? Lin Zhong is not a brat in the academy. "Captain, are you seeing things?" Someone asked in surprise. The sturdy man glanced at them and said, if this boy is also in the late stage of the spiritual movement realm, none of you can be his opponent. When did the students of the Northern Spiritual Academy become so powerful? No way. The adventurers were stunned. Lin Zhong can't hold it anymore. The sturdy man smiled faintly and said. Everyone looked over and saw that Lin Zhong's face was a little red. There was a silver light flashing on his fist, and it seemed that there was a low sound of thunder. Are you going to use the thunderstorm fist? That's Lin Zhong's trump card. It seems that he is really forced a little hard. Boy, try to take my move again. Lin Zhong's face was red, and the silver light on his fist became more and more brilliant, and a violent wave spread out. Mu Chen looked at the silver light on Lin Zhong's fist, his eyes were also slightly stern, and his right palm suddenly clenched. Swish! Lin Zhong's figure was like an arrow, and he suddenly rushed out, punched out, and the rolling air waves swept, and the rumbling thunder sounded low. Thunderstorm fist. A violent punch, carrying amazing power, went straight to Mukin, rolling up the dead leaves on the ground, like a yellow tornado, wrapping Lin Zhong's fist and slamming towards Mukin. This amazing punch made Tang Qianer and the others tremble with fear. Huh! Mukin took a deep breath, and a dark light suddenly burst out from his palm. The next moment, he took a step forward, his body was like a longbow bursting out, and the black light wrapped around his fist, and punched out. Sun Luo Death Seal. The black light condensed on the surface of Mukin's fist, turning into a black light seal, which also carried domineering spiritual power. In a head-on collision, in the eyes of many astonished people, it collided with Lin Zhong's fist. Bang! A low sound rang out, and the ground where the two stood was cracked, and the violent air wave broke all the dead leaves around. The faces of the two figures turned pale at this moment, and then the air wave exploded, and both of them were suddenly shocked back, staggering and almost falling to the ground. Such a hard fight, it was hard to tell who was better. Everyone around was stunned. Those adventurers were because Lin Zhong's powerful attack was unsuccessful, and Tang Qianer and others were because Mukin actually blocked this fierce attack. You! Lin Zhong stabilized his body, and he looked at Mukin with a changing expression. This result was obviously a little difficult for him to accept. Behind him, his companions suddenly stepped forward and stared at Mukin with a bit of unkindness. Seeing this, Mukin sneered, pinched his slender fingers, and a fiery red bead appeared between his fingers, and an extremely violent wave emanated. What? Want to outnumber others? Lin Zhong's companions also noticed the violent spiritual power fluctuations between Mukin's fingers, and their faces changed. Broken spirit pearl? They dared not move forward, staring at Mukin with some surprise. No wonder this kid was not afraid of them at all. It turned out that he had this thing in his hand. Judging from the spiritual power fluctuations of the broken spirit pearl, even a strong man in the spirit will realm would be seriously injured if he was not careful. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Tang Qianer, Mo Ling and others also hurried to Mukin's back, staring at these adventurers vigilantly. Stop it! A deep shout suddenly came from behind Lin Zhong and the others. The tall and strong man walked up slowly and frowned, saying, "What are you doing? You lose the battle but not the battle. Are you going to embarrass our Thunder team?" Those adventurers smiled awkwardly. The tall and strong man then turned to Mukin and said with a smile, "My little brother, you are very powerful. Let's end today's matter like this. If I have offended your companions before, please forgive me." "You're welcome." Mukin smiled, flicked his fingers, and put away the broken spirit bead. At the moment he put away the broken spirit bead, he could feel that the tall and strong man's tense body also relaxed. Obviously, he was also a little afraid of this broken spirit bead. "You are really capable." Lin Zhong's changed expression also recovered. He looked at Mukin, smacked his lips, and said. Mukin smiled, but didn't say much. He said, "Since everything is fine, then we will leave." As he said that, he was ready to take everyone away. These adventurers were not the same as them. It would be safer to leave as soon as possible. Wait a minute. The tall and strong man saw this and was anxious. He hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. Mukin stared at him warily, slowly put his hand into his sleeve, and prepared to take out the broken spirit bead again. Anything else? The tall and strong man saw Mukin's vigilant eyes, smiled bitterly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "My little brother, I plan to cooperate with you. I wonder if you are interested?" Cooperation? Hearing this, Mukin's eyebrows immediately raised. Chapter 29 Jade Spirit Tree. Cooperation? Mu Chen looked at the sturdy man in front of him with some surprise. The latter had a square face and thick eyebrows, and looked a bit rough. Of course, what surprised Mu Chen the most was the spiritual power fluctuations faintly emanating from the latter's body. At that level, it was obvious that he had already entered the spiritual will realm. This adventure team is quite strong. Hee, little brother, I am the captain of Captain Baolei, Lei Cheng. The sturdy man stretched out his big hand to Mu Chen and smiled. A student of Bailing Academy, Mukin. Mu Chen smiled and shook hands with him, then withdrew his palm without moving his expression. Lei Cheng's palm was extremely rough, and there were many calluses on his hand. It seemed that this person was very good at swordsmanship. I'm just an ordinary student of the North Spirit Academy. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help. Forget about cooperation. Mukin shook his head. Although he didn't know what exactly Lei Cheng meant by cooperation, he knew that these adventure teams were not very clean and had too many grievances. If he got involved for no reason, it would be a lot of trouble. Lei Cheng saw Mukin refuse, looked around, and whispered, "Brother Mukin, to be honest, I suddenly wanted to cooperate with you because I saw the broken spirit bead in your hand. Our Thunder team found a valley in the North Spirit Plain 2 days ago and found some good things in it." Mukin's expression did not move, and he smiled without saying a word. Lei Cheng saw this and knew that this young man was not a simple person. Originally, young people were arrogant and curious, but Mukin did not show the slightest interest in what he said, and obviously controlled his mind very well. In that valley, we found a mature, jade spirit tree. Lei Cheng knew that Mukin would not show his eagle until he saw the rabbit, so he was silent for a while and said softly, "Jade spirit tree?" Mu Chen's eyes finally flickered slightly, looking at Lei Cheng. "Is it mature? Has it produced jade spirit fruit?" The jade spirit tree is a rare natural treasure. The tree itself is not very attractive to people, but the jade spirit fruit produced by the jade spirit tree is full of warm spiritual power, which is extremely beneficial to practitioners below the spirit realm. At present, Mu Chen is about to practice the second Sun Luo death seal, but after all, his strength is still shallow and his spiritual power is insufficient, so he has to rely on external objects to make it work, and this jade spirit fruit can indeed solve his urgent needs. Although we didn't get close, we observed it for a while, and the jade spirit tree is probably quite mature. Lei Cheng nodded and said, "Is there a guardian spirit beast?" Mu Chen asked. "It's because of these beasts." Lei Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "There are at least 100 fire apes in the valley, and the most troublesome thing is that there is also a fire ape king, which has reached the level of intermediate spirit beasts. Its strength is about the middle stage of the spirit will realm, which is stronger than me." 100 fire apes? A fire ape king? Mukin was stunned. Although the fire apes are low-level spirit beasts, some of the mature ones can also reach the strength of the late stage of the spirit movement realm. It is extremely difficult to deal with so many of them together, and there is also a fire ape king. The strength of the fire ape king is not only the most difficult part, but it can command other fire apes. Mukin said softly. Although there are many fire apes, they are just spirit beasts without much wisdom after all. It is easy to deal with them as a pile of loose sand, but if there is a command from the fire ape king, it will be different. The fire ape king has some intelligence. Even if he is not as cunning as humans, as long as he commands hundreds of fire apes to charge together, the thunder squad in front of him will probably be shattered. Lei Cheng looked at Mukin in surprise. He obviously didn't expect that this seemingly young boy actually knew as much about these spirit beasts as they did as experienced hunters. "Well, don't worry about that. We have the means to hypnotize some fire spirit apes. What we have to deal with now is the fire spirit ape king." This time I'm looking for a little brother to cooperate with me, hoping that we can join forces at that time. You look for an opportunity to kill it with the broken spirit bead. Although my broken spirit bead can severely injure intermediate spirit beasts, it may still be difficult to kill them. Mukin pondered. It's okay. As long as we can seriously injure the fire spirit ape king, our chances of winning will be great. Lei Cheng smiled confidently. After all, he was also at the early stage of the spirit will realm. Although he couldn't beat the fire spirit ape king in his prime, he should still be able to seriously injure him. In that case, Mu Chen smiled slightly. His smile was as cunning as a little fox. Then let's discuss the reward again. You should also know that to accomplish these things, I have to pay at least a broken spirit bead. The price of this broken spirit bead is not cheap, and sometimes you can't get it even if you have money. Lei Cheng smiled bitterly. He no longer regarded Mu Chen as a teenager, so he didn't have any intention of deceiving him. Little brother, just name the price. If it's appropriate, I will naturally not object. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and said, I want 30% of the jade fruit on the jade tree. This price should not be outrageous. I also know that the main force is still your Thunderbolt squad, so the big head is given to you. Your heart is really dark. Lei Cheng grinned, but after thinking about it, he nodded. This price is not unacceptable. After all, the big head is on their side. Let's do it this way. I also need to bring a few partners, is that okay? Mukin said with a smile. Although Lei Cheng gave people a good impression in the initial communication, it is necessary to be on guard. It is not safe to go alone with them. Okay, but you also know the strength of the fire spirit ape. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, it will be troublesome to go. Lei Cheng said. Mu Chen nodded and turned around. Tang Qianer, Mo Ling and others didn't know what Mukin and Lei Cheng were talking about, but it seemed that the atmosphere between the two sides was quite friendly. It would be best if they didn't fight. Next, there is something a little dangerous, but there are also some benefits. I want to work with this Thunder team to do a task. If you are interested, you can go with me. The reward will make you very satisfied. Of course, there are two prerequisites. One is that you must obey my orders, and the other is that you must reach the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm. Does anyone want to go? Mukin looked at Mo Ling and said. Mo Ling and others were stunned. Mukin actually wanted to cooperate with these people? I'll go. Tang Qianer raised her white and tender slender little hand first and said with a smile. I'll go too. Mo Ling thought about it and nodded. He was in the late stage of the spiritual realm and fully met the requirements. He knew Mukin's vision. If even he said that he was satisfied with the reward, it should be very good. Tan Qingshan was a little regretful, but there was no way. His strength was only in the early stage of the spiritual realm. It would only be troublesome if he went. Jiangli and Teng Yong looked at each other, hesitated for a long time, and suddenly gritted their teeth and said, We'll go too. After that, there were 3 young men in the middle stage of the spiritual realm who participated. In this way, Mukin had 8 people on his side. This lineup was not bad. Even if something happened at that time, there was room for turnover. Qing Shan, take the others back to the camp first, and tell Master Mo that we will go on a mission with the Thunder Squadron, so that he doesn't have to worry. Mukin looked at Tan Qing Shan again and said with a smile. His voice was not small, so Lei Cheng and others could hear it clearly. This young man is even more cautious and experienced than us. When did such a student appear in the Northern Spirit Academy? Lei Cheng shook his head slightly. It was obvious that Mukin's words were meant for them. If they really dared to do something, the strong man in the spirit realm would definitely not let them have the chance to escape from the Northern Spirit Plane. Tan Qingshan also nodded. Seeing Mukin waving his hand, he did not stay and left with the other students. Let's go too. Mukin turned around, looked at Lei Cheng, and smiled. Well, let's go. Lei Cheng nodded, waved to the members of the Thunder team, and then led the way. The group quickly entered the dense jungle and then disappeared quickly. While on the road, Mukin told Tang Qianer, Mo Ling and others about the Jade Spirit Tree. When they heard the 3 words, Jade Spirit Fruit, Their eyes were obviously a little bright. Obviously, they also knew how much benefit this spiritual fruit had for them. Hee, it's still Mukin who is loyal. He didn't forget us even though this was a good thing. Mo Ling said excitedly. Jiang Li and Teng Yong on the side blushed slightly. They didn't treat Mukin well before, but now they are doing him a favor. The young man felt a little uncomfortable. Do you really think you can come here for free? Just follow the instructions. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Mukin chuckled. Don't worry, I will definitely follow your instructions. Mo Ling smiled, and even Jiang Li and the others nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Mukin also smiled, and then concentrated on the road. The group passed through the jungle and encountered some spirit beasts that blocked them. However, before Mukin and the others could take action, these low-level spirit beasts were completely eliminated by the Thunder Squad. The neat method made Mo Ling and the others a little surprised, and then they felt the gap between the two sides. After traveling so fast for about half an hour, the number of people around became increasingly scarce, and the roar of beasts could be heard from time to time. Even the Thunder Squad began to be cautious when they reached this point. A group of more than a dozen people passed through the jungle again, and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. The stream flowed through the gravel, and on the opposite side, a small valley appeared. In the valley, there was a sharp sound of apes howling. Looking at the small valley, Lei Cheng also stopped, and then nodded to Mukin, which let the latter know that they had reached their destination. The jade spirit tree was in this valley. Chapter 30, Hunting Apes in the Valley. The valley in front of us is narrow, and there are dense branches on both sides of the valley. The pile of rocks makes the valley vaguely visible. I think the Thunder team has spent a lot of effort to find this place. There are indeed quite a few fire spirit apes here. Mu Qin stood at a distance from the valley entrance, sniffed lightly, and then smelled the strong smell. Obviously, there are more fire spirit apes in the valley than Lei Cheng said. Get ready. Lei Cheng waved his hand, and Lin Zhong and several companions quickly found dry firewood from the surroundings, piled it outside the valley, and then lit it. Cover your mouths and noses, and try to hold your breath. Lei Cheng took out a few dark gray pills from his arms, which had a strong fragrance emanating from them, making people feel a little drowsy. Lin Zhong and others on the side had already pulled out rags, wet them in the stream beside, and then distributed them to everyone. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lei Cheng threw the pill into the fire, and then the strong fragrance spread out immediately. Let's activate our spiritual power together and blow the smoke into the valley. Lei Cheng shouted and took the lead. His sleeves fluttered, and the strong spiritual power roared out, bringing a gust of wind, carrying the thick smoke, and roared towards the valley. Mukin and others also copied it. The spiritual power brought up the gust of wind, and the waves of smoke quickly enveloped the valley, and the originally boiling ape howling sound began to weaken rapidly. Lei Cheng looked at the valley, waited for a long time, and then listened to the movement of the valley. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Do it, be careful. Go. Everyone who had been unable to hold back nodded excitedly, and then rushed out agilely, directly through the valley entrance, and rushed into the valley. Mukin and his companions rushed into the valley. At this time, the valley was already somewhat foggy. Looking around, they could see that there were giant red apes lying everywhere on the ground in the valley. However, at this time, almost all of these fire spirit apes were in a deep sleep. It was obvious that Lei Cheng and his hypnotic drugs were extremely effective. The jade spirit tree is deep in the valley. Let's hurry up. This hypnosis can't last too long. Lei Cheng urged, and his speed immediately increased. He jumped over the fire spirit apes on the ground and headed straight to the depths of the valley. Mukin also led his men to follow closely, but just as they entered the depths of the valley, a low roar suddenly sounded from the rocks, and then a fishy wind whistled, and a huge fire spirit ape rushed straight to Tang Qianer behind Mukin. The sudden attack scared Tang Qianer. She raised her jade hand in a hurry, and the short sword flew out under the wrapping of spiritual power, but it only left a shallow blood mark on the body of the fire spirit ape. Although it did not cause any damage to the fire spirit ape, the dagger still stopped it for a moment. At this time, Mu-Chin touched the ground with his feet, and his body rushed out like a spirit monkey. He clenched his hands, and the sharp dagger slipped from his sleeves. The dark spiritual power was wrapped around it, and it brought a cold light and quickly passed through the eyes of the fire spirit ape. As blood flew, the fire spirit ape suddenly burst into a shrill roar, but as soon as the roar came out, the dagger had already pierced into its throat with a cold light, stopping the roar. Bang! The huge body of the fire spirit ape fell heavily to the ground, crushing the rock into pieces. Mukin also fell to the side, wiped the blood off the dagger, and asked Tang Qianer, who was still in shock, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Tang Qianer shook her head slightly, while Mo Ling and others beside her looked a little dazed. Obviously they had not recovered from the fact that Mukin had killed a fire spirit ape so neatly. Of course, not only them, but also the people in the Thunder team were stunned. Mukin's reaction was so fast and his move was so neat. Awesome, this fire spirit ape is probably at the late stage of the spiritual movement realm. Lei Cheng gave Mukin a thumbs up and smiled. Its speed was reduced by the smoke, otherwise I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Mukin shook his head. It seemed that although the fire spirit ape had withstood the hypnosis of the smoke, it was still affected. After all, the power of the ecstasy is limited. This kind of fire spiritual apes that have reached the late stage of the spiritual movement realm can resist it. Now in the depths of this valley, there are probably no less than 20 fire spiritual apes of this strength. Fortunately, although they are not hypnotized, their strength will be reduced. It should not be difficult to deal with them. Lei Cheng nodded, then suddenly lowered his body, looked into the distance, and his expression gradually became solemn. "Our trouble is that big guy." Mu-Chin also narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw that at the end of the valley, the smoke had dissipated a lot. There was a fiery red giant shadow that was larger than other fire spiritual apes. This giant shadow was like fire, and its body was bright, as if covered with a layer of fiery red armor. Although it was half sitting on the ground, there was a murderous aura that spread from a long distance. The violent spiritual power fluctuations were far beyond the ordinary fire spiritual apes. Obviously, this giant shadow was the boss of this valley, the fire spiritual ape king. Mukin felt the pressure of spiritual power coming from afar, and his eyes became more serious. Mo Ling and others beside him even had a hint of fear in their eyes. That was a mid-level spiritual beast. Mukin stared at the fire spirit ape king for a while, and then looked behind the big guy. He saw a crack about 2 feet long on the mountain wall, and in the crack, a small tree about 10 feet long stretched out from the crack. This small tree was white as if it was made of jade, and on the small tree, the green branches and leaves revealed a little bit of emerald color. They were round fruits. Even at such a long distance, you could still smell the fragrance, which was refreshing. "It's really a jade tree." Mukin looked at the small tree, and a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. Moreover, the jade tree was obviously mature. A rough look at the jade fruits was probably no less than 30. If this cooperation was successful, it would be really exciting. "Little brother, I will lead 5 team members to attack the fire spirit ape king, and the other 5 team members will work with your companions to deal with the awakened fire spirit apes around. At that time, you will wait for the opportunity to use the broken spirit pearl to see if you can directly kill the fire spirit ape king with one blow." Lei Cheng watched for a while again and said in a deep voice, "Well." Mu-Chin nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "If there is an accident at that time, I suggest retreating immediately. If you are greedy for the jade spirit fruit, I will take people away first, and I will treat the loss of the broken spirit pearl as a waste. After all, although the jade spirit fruit is precious, your life is more important." Lei Cheng heard this, smiled bitterly, and then nodded. If it really comes to that step, it can only be considered bad luck. Get ready to act. Lei Cheng waved his hand, and the 5 people in the Thunder team, including Lin Zhong, had spiritual power rising from their bodies, and then they carefully approached the fire spirit ape king in the depths. Although there is a light mist in the valley now, this fire spirit ape king is obviously not an ordinary fire spirit ape. When Lei Cheng and his men approached within a few dozen feet of it, it suddenly noticed something, and its scarlet eyes stared at everyone, and then there was a violent look in its eyes. Obviously, these humans who dared to break into its territory angered it. Roar! An angry roar came from its ferocious mouth. The fire spirit ape king stretched out his long ape arm and grabbed a huge boulder and threw it at Lei Cheng fiercely. The humming sound of breaking the wind was obviously extremely heavy. Kill! Lei Cheng shouted, and his figure shot out. With a backhand grip, a blood-red broadsword appeared in his hand. With the surge of spiritual power, he chopped it out. The sharp blade light instantly split the giant rock, but his speed did not slow down at all. He took the lead and rushed straight to the fire spirit ape king. The other members of the Thunder Squad also hurried to follow. Bang bang! The two sides came into contact with each other in an instant, and a fierce battle broke out immediately. Spiritual power surged, followed by sharp blade light, which was as fast as lightning and greeted the body of the fire spirit ape king. While Lei Cheng and his team entangled the fire spirit ape king, Mo Ling and others also followed the other 5 members of the Thunder Squad to stop the awakened fire spirit apes, otherwise they would go to interfere with the battle circle there. Mu Chen stood not far away, staring at the battle circle tightly. Between his 2 fingers, the fiery red broken spirit bead was once again held by him, and violent spiritual power continued to radiate. This broken spirit bead has the power to severely injure a strong man in the spirit will realm, but there is only one, so he must seize the best opportunity, otherwise if it is wasted, this operation will fail. Boom! The battle with the fire spirit ape king was quite tragic. Lin Zhong and the other 5 members of the Thunder team attacked with all their strength. Although they also left some scars on the body of the fire spirit ape king, their palms holding the hilt were covered with blood, obviously injured by the recoil. Looking at this, if Lei Cheng hadn't resisted most of the fire spirit ape king's attacks head-on, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to get close to this big guy. Thunder blade strangulation. After entangled for a while again, Lei Cheng also felt his arms numb, and immediately shouted in a deep voice. Boom! As soon as he shouted, Lin Zhong and the other 5 suddenly stepped forward. Lightning flashed on their long swords. Then, they slashed with all their strength. 5 blades of lightning flashed out and chopped on the back of the fire spirit ape king. Swish! The fire spirit ape king's back, which was as hard as metal, was cracked open by the 5 people, and blood immediately flowed out. Roar! The severe pain from the back made the fire spirit ape king roar in anger. The ape arms slapped out violently, and violent spiritual power swept out. The 5 people of Lin Zhong vomited blood and flew backwards. You beast, die! Lei Cheng jumped up and shouted. He slashed with his long sword. All the spiritual power in his body surged out. On the blade, a spiritual blade of more than 10 feet long appeared, and he chopped down the fire spirit ape king in anger. Ding! The fire spirit ape king was also very fast. He sensed the ferocity of Lei Cheng's attack and immediately crossed his arms like a shield, blocking the sharp knife. The blade penetrated into his flesh, but did not cut off his arms. Mu Chen! Lei Cheng roared at this time. As soon as he roared, Mukin, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly rushed out, and his figure appeared behind the fire spirit ape king like a spirit monkey. On his 2 fingers, dark spiritual power was wrapped, like a sharp dagger, inserted into the scar on its back. Blood spurted out, Mukin pulled back violently, and an extremely violent spiritual power came out from the scar of the fire spirit ape king. Bang! As soon as the wave came out, a huge spiritual power shock wave broke out, and the back of the fire spirit ape king was like a bomb explosion. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the rocks on the ground were shattered by the impact. Roar! The fire spirit ape king roared crazily, but blood was pouring from its back, and it looked as if a big gap had been blown out. Then it struggled for a few steps and finally fell to the ground. Mu Chen fell to the ground, and he looked at the fallen fire spirit ape king and breathed a sigh of relief. Success! When Lin Zhong and the others saw this scene, they suddenly had ecstasy in their eyes, and even Lei Cheng had a relieved smile on his face. No! But just as they were relieved, Mu Chen's face changed first, because he saw a faint red light emanating from the body of the Fire Spirit Ape King. Be careful. Lei Cheng also noticed this change and became nervous. The red light filled the body of the Fire Spirit Ape King, and the blood on its back was stopped at this time. Then Lin Zhong and the others were horrified to see that the Fire Spirit Ape King actually stood up again, and the fiery red hair on its body actually grew a little bit at this time. Roar! The Fire Spirit Ape King roared to the sky, and within the red light on his body, there was a faint emerald light flashing, which was exactly the same color as the Jade Spirit Fruit. Amid the roar, the Fire Spirit Ape King's aura suddenly became much stronger. Damn it, he actually broke through at this time. Lei Cheng felt the growing aura of the Fire Spirit Ape King, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Mukin's expression also suddenly became solemn. It seems that this beast has eaten a lot of Jade Spirit Fruit. Now things are really troublesome. Chapter 31, Driving the Tiger to Devour the Wolf. Buzz. The valley seemed to tremble at this moment. The already huge body of the Fire Spirit Ape King looked even more ferocious at this moment. The ugly beast face was full of violence and looked extremely ferocious. Mukin, Lei Cheng, and others looked at the Fire Spirit Ape King with an increasingly amazing aura with a solemn expression. Who could have expected that the Fire Spirit Ape King would break through at such a critical moment? Judging from this aura, I am afraid that the Fire Spirit Ape King has now reached the peak of the intermediate spirit beast, comparable to a strong man in the late stage of the spirit will realm. Late stage of the spirit will realm? Mukin and Lei Cheng looked at each other, and their mouths were secretly bitter. They could encounter such a very small probability event. Their luck was really unlucky. Captain, what should we do? Lin Zhong and others also looked a little pale and asked hurriedly. Lei Cheng thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "This Fire Spirit Ape King is about to break through at this time and has been seriously injured. Let's try again. If we can't solve it, then retreat." Lin Zhong and the others nodded when they heard this. This change was too unexpected. Although they were reluctant to give up the Jade Spirit Fruit, the latter was more important than their lives. Mukin also made a gesture to Tang Qian'er and the others in the distance, indicating that they should retreat immediately if the situation was not right. Roar! When Mukin reminded Tang Qian'er and the others, the Fire Spirit Ape King suddenly roared furiously, and the scarlet eyes full of violence stared at Mukin. It seemed that it remembered Mukin, who had seriously injured it before, very clearly. The Fire Spirit Ape King has a strong sense of revenge and is not very smart, which makes it regard Mukin as someone who must be torn to pieces no matter what. Therefore, it took the lead at this time. Its huge ape arm grabbed a huge boulder of more than 10 feet and used it as a weapon to slap Mukin angrily. Seeing this, Mukin touched the ground with his toes and jumped back swiftly, avoiding the violent attack of the Fire Spirit Ape King. He didn't dare to let this big guy get hurt at all. With its strength in the late stage of the spirit will realm, it would probably be dead or injured. Lei Cheng and others saw the Fire Spirit Ape King rushing towards Mukin, and they also rushed to attack. However, what surprised them was that no matter how they attacked, the Fire Spirit Ape King ignored them and just smashed Mukin madly, which made Mukin a little embarrassed. Roar! Seeing Mukin's agile dodge, the Fire Spirit Ape King also became angry and suddenly let out a very sharp howl, which echoed in the valley. Then Lei Cheng and the others were shocked to find that the Fire Spirit Apes they had hypnotized were actually showing signs of waking up. This discovery made them pale. If the hundreds of Fire Spirit Apes in the valley woke up, they would have no chance of escape today. Captain, if this Fire Spirit Ape King continues to roar, all the Fire Spirit Apes will wake up. Lin Zhong and the others exclaimed. Mukin also discovered this situation, and his face became more and more solemn. His eyes flickered slightly, and then he glanced at the Jade Spirit Tree in the crack of the mountain wall, and gritted his teeth. Brother Lei Cheng, I will lead this Fire Spirit Ape King away, and you quickly take the Jade Spirit Fruit. What? Lei Cheng and the others were shocked and they heard this. This Fire Spirit Ape King was the strength of the late Spirit Wheel realm, and Mukin was only in the middle stage of the Spirit Movement realm. If he led him away alone, it would be extremely dangerous. There's no time. This fire spirit ape king has set his sights on me. You can't pull him away. As Mukin's voice fell, the dark spiritual power had already wrapped around his legs, and his speed suddenly soared. His figure flew out of the valley like an arrow. Behind him, the fire spirit ape king almost didn't stop at all, and roared and chased after him. Lei Cheng and the others stared at Mukin, who was escaping the valley with the fire spirit ape king. Finally, Lei Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up, seize the time. Lin Zhong, go and stop those fire spirit apes that are beginning to wake up. I'll go get the jade spirit fruit." "Yeah." Lin Zhong and the others wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, nodded hurriedly, and then rushed towards some fire spirit apes that were staggering to their feet. Lei Cheng looked outside the valley again, smiled bitterly, and could only pray in his heart that Mukin was okay, otherwise they would be in trouble when the people from the North Spirit Academy came to find them. Bang bang! In the forest, the ground shook, and a fiery red giant shadow filled with violent aura rushed past madly, breaking all the big trees along the way, but it ignored it at this time, and its blood-red eyes only stared at the small figure in front of it that jumped and dodged like a spirit monkey. Such a movement naturally attracted the attention of some spirit beasts in the forest, but at this time, the fire spirit ape king had reached the peak of the intermediate spirit beast, and was the top existence in the outer periphery of the northern spirit plane. Therefore, those spirit beasts were also shocked by its fierce power and dared not approach. They could only watch this man and beast go deep into the depths. This damn beast is really persistent. After running wildly for nearly 10 minutes, Mukin found that the fire spirit ape king showed no signs of giving up, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Swish! While he was cursing inwardly, a strong wind suddenly came from behind him. He saw the fire spirit ape king lifted a huge tree and threw it towards him fiercely. He rushed forward and rolled on the ground for several times. Only then did he avoid the rolling tree while the earth was shaking. When Mukin's body rolled over a clump of weeds, he suddenly reached out and pulled out a handful of black grass leaves, stuffed them into his arms, and ran wildly again. While running wildly, Mukin's black eyes were constantly flashing. He took the initiative to ask to lead the fire spirit ape king away, not because he was showing off, but because he had a lot of experience in this kind of thing. In the spiritual path, he had encountered this kind of thing many times. We should be approaching the interior of the North Spirit Plane. There should be spirit beasts here that can rival the fire spirit ape king. These spirit beasts have a strong sense of territory. Once they find the fire spirit ape king's intrusion, they will definitely not give up. That will be his chance to get rid of this big guy. Mu Chen's mind flashed, and all the spiritual power in his body was activated. The great Buddha art was also running at this time. Perhaps because of this life and death moment, Mukin seemed to feel that the speed of the great Buddha art had become much faster. Waves of spiritual power continued to dissipate from his limbs and bones, so that he would not be exhausted. However, no matter how powerful the great Buddha art was, he was only in the middle stage of the spirit movement realm at this time. Compared with a mid-level spirit beast with a strength of the late stage of the spirit will realm, the gap was too big. Therefore, as time went on, Mukin began to feel that his condition was gradually weakening. Roar! Just when Mukin felt that the situation was a little bad, a low whistle suddenly came from the forest in the distance, and there was a sense of warning in the whistle. Finally here. When Mukin heard the beast's roar, a touch of joy flashed across his eyes. He sped up suddenly and then jumped towards the back of the jungle. At the moment he jumped into the jungle, he quickly took out a handful of black grass leaves from his arms, squeezed his palm, and the pungent black juice flew out and covered his body. Just as Mukin finished doing all this, a black giant shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It obviously didn't care about this little human, but stared at the fire spirit ape king coming aggressively from behind. It's a unicorn leopard. Mukin also looked at the black giant shadow. It looked like a black panther with a single horn on its head, but it was covered with an extremely hard shell. At its tail, it was swinging a crocodile tail like an iron thorn, and a violent spiritual power emanated from its body. Mukin looked at the unicorn dragon leopard and frowned slightly. Although this big guy is also a mid-level spirit beast, it seems to be only at the initial stage of the spirit will realm, which is too far behind the fire spirit ape king. Roar! The unicorn dragon leopard stared at the fire spirit ape king who was rushing towards him, and roared threateningly from its bloody mouth, trying to scare it away. However, the fire spirit ape king had already red eyes at this time. Whoever stopped it from tearing Mukin apart, it could only tear him apart first. Therefore, when it saw that the unicorn dragon leopard dared to stop it, it immediately let out a violent roar, and its huge body bounced up directly. The fiery red spirit power condensed under its huge beast palm, and finally, like a small meteorite, it directly slammed on the waist of the unicorn dragon leopard. Bang! At this time, huge holes were blasted out of the ground, and the surrounding trees were directly swept and broken. Then Mukin was stunned to see the unicorn dragon leopard roaring in pain, and its body flew backwards. Its entire waist was broken by the extremely brutal palm of the fire spirit ape king, and its armor was completely shattered. What a cruel beast! Seeing that the unicorn dragon leopard was actually killed by the fire spirit ape king with a palm, Mukin couldn't help but take a breath. This guy is too weak, and he still wants you to stop him. The fire spirit ape king killed the unicorn dragon leopard with a palm, and the scarlet and violent eyes were cast at Mukin. The latter also felt that it was not good when he saw this. Just as he was about to escape again, a roar full of extreme anger suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Roar! The roar was filled with extremely astonishing spiritual power fluctuations. The roar was like a strong wind. The spiritual power pressure made Mukin's face change instantly. High-level spiritual beast. The strength of the spirit realm. Boom! A silver shadow rushed out from the depths of the forest crazily. In a few breaths, it appeared in this open space. Mukin lowered his body and looked over. He saw that the silver shadow looked exactly like the previous unicorn dragon leopard, but its body was even larger. The unicorn on its head also showed a silver light. This is a high-level spiritual beast, a silver-horned dragon leopard? Mukin's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the dead unicorn leopard, then looked at the blood-red and resentful eyes of the silver-horned dragon leopard staring at the fire spirit ape king. Then he suddenly realized that the fire spirit ape king had actually killed the silver-horned dragon leopard's cub. Mukin quietly lay down, smeared the pungent black juice all over his body to cover up the smell, held his breath, and then looked at the fire spirit ape king with a sympathetic and compassionate look. "Brother, you're done." Chapter 32, Dividing the Loot. In the depths of the forest, violent spiritual power swept like a hurricane. The powerful spiritual pressure made all the sounds in the forest become dead silent. Some spiritual beasts in the distance fled desperately. They all sensed the rage of the silver-horned dragon leopard. The originally extremely scarlet eyes of the fire spirit ape king also faded a lot under this spiritual pressure. A trace of fear appeared on the ugly beast face. Although it has just broken through to the peak of the intermediate spiritual beast, the silver-horned dragon leopard in front of it is a genuine high-level spiritual beast. The huge body of the fire spirit ape king curled up a little, staring at the silver-horned dragon leopard with extreme fear. There was a faint sign of retreating, and it was obvious that he was planning to escape. Roar! However, the silver-horned dragon leopard, which had just lost its son, would not let the murderer go easily. Its cold eyes were full of rage and cruelty. Its sharp hoof claws slowly rubbed the ground, and waves of extremely violent spiritual power were continuously emitted. Boom! The fire spirit ape king suddenly turned around and ran away. The fierceness that had previously chased Mukin was gone at this time. Under the threat of death, it had obviously forgotten Mukin. The silver-horned dragon leopard stared at the fleeing fire spirit ape king coldly, and its huge body crouched slightly. The next moment, its spiritual power burst out like a flood, and the dazzling silver light enveloped the silver-horned dragon leopard. A muffled sound was heard, and the silver-horned dragon leopard turned into a silver beam and shot out violently. Whoosh! The silver light tore through the sky at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye. Before Mukin could react, there was a sharp tearing sound in the distance. He looked and saw that the fire spirit ape king had stopped running. There was a blood hole about half a meter long on its back, and the internal organs inside had disappeared completely. On the ground in front of the fire spirit ape king, the silver-horned dragon leopard shook its body lightly, shaking off all the blood stains on its body, and then slowly walked back. Bang! The huge body of the fire spirit ape king fell to the ground with a bang, and blood flowed out. It was obvious that his breath was completely cut off. One blow, kill instantly. Mukin's heart jumped slightly. Is this the power of a high-level spirit beast? It's really terrifying. He exclaimed in his heart, but his body lying on the ground did not move at all, and even his breathing was reduced to a minimum. The spiritual power running in his body was also collected by him into the Sea of Chi. If he were discovered by the silver-horned dragon leopard at this time, I'm afraid his fate would not be much better than that of the fire spirit ape king. Fortunately, the silver-horned dragon leopard was not in the mood to detect this little human being. Instead, it walked back to the side of the one-horned dragon leopard, nudged its body, and made a wailing sound. Finally, it lifted the body and slowly walked towards the depths of the forest. Mu Chen watched the direction where the silver-horned dragon leopard disappeared. He did not get up immediately, but waited quietly for about 10 minutes before standing up carefully. He looked around vigilantly, then quickly came to the body of the fire spirit ape king, took out a dagger and cut open its head, and suddenly a ball of red light rose up. This is the essence of the fire spirit ape king. In that ball of flame-like light, there is a mini fire spirit ape, and a strong spiritual power fluctuation quietly emanates. Mu Chen took the spirit of the fire spirit ape king into his arms, and then cut off the head of the fire spirit ape king with a dagger. After doing all this, he was about to leave, but suddenly his footsteps paused, and after a little hesitation, he came to the place where the unicorn dragon leopard died before. There was still a large pool of red sticky blood on the ground there. Mu Chen took out a bottle, carefully put the blood into it, and then put it in his arms, and then turned around and left quickly. While Mu Chen solved the big trouble he was facing, there was also trouble in the valley. Roar! The silence in the valley was completely broken at this time. The fiery red giant apes looked angrily at the humans deep in the valley. They grabbed the boulders and threw them out continuously. The large number of them made the people in the deep valley particularly embarrassed. Damn it, all these beasts have awakened. Lin Zhong and others dodged the boulders in a panic. They looked at the crowded group of fire apes in the distance, and their faces were particularly ugly. After Mukin led the fire ape king away, they had already sped up, but they didn't expect that these hypnotized fire apes would wake up one after another, and now they were directly blocked here. What should we do now? Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and others also looked a little pale. After all, their psychological quality was not as good as Lin Zhong and others. This scene really made them a little weak. Get ready to rush out. Lei Cheng said in a deep voice. Behind him, he was carrying a package. Inside the package, there was a constant green light permeating out, and the fragrance was also drifting out. Lin Zhong, take someone to look after them, don't let anything happen to them. Lei Cheng said. After all, they were all veterans with rich experience, but Tang Qianer and the others were inexperienced rookies. If they were caught in the fire apes, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. Yeah. Lin Zhong and the others nodded. They no longer laughed at the students of the Northern Spirit Academy for being cowardly. They were shocked by Mukin's courage to lead the Fire Ape King away alone. They knew that if it weren't for Mukin's action, they would be doomed today. Let's go. Lei Cheng clenched the long sword in his hand, his eyes became sharp, and his powerful spiritual power emanated. He took the lead and rushed directly into the fire apes. The sword light shot violently, tearing a passage out. The members of the Thunderbolt squad followed closely, while Tang Qianer and the others were in the center of their protection. At this time, they all pushed their spiritual power to the extreme, and the sharp swords formed a defense line to block all the fire spirit apes that rushed from the surroundings. Bang bang bang. However, although there was a strong man like Lei Cheng, who was in the early stage of the spirit will realm, leading the team, there were too many fire spirit apes after all. Therefore, before the group had gone out for a long time, some members of the Thunderbolt squad were injured, but they gritted their teeth and persisted, and the palms holding the long swords continued to bleed. Damn it! Lei Cheng split a fire spirit ape in half with a knife, but there were more fire spirit apes rushing towards him, which made him curse angrily, and his heart gradually became anxious. Could it be that all of them were really going to be buried in this valley today? Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and the others also looked pale at the fierce fire apes around them, but just when they were in despair, they saw that the fire apes in front of them suddenly became chaotic. The fire apes retreated one after another as if they saw something terrible, and made frightened chirps. What's going on? Lei Cheng and the others looked at this scene in amazement, and looked not far away, only to see a thin young man flashing out. It's Mukin. Tang Qianer and the others were surprised when they saw the familiar figure. For some reason, although they knew that Mukin's strength was far inferior to Lei Cheng's, the confidence that the latter gave them far surpassed Lei Cheng. What is he holding in his hand? Lin Zhong and the others could see clearly that Mukin was holding a huge object in his hand, and the fear of the fire apes around him seemed to come from that thing. It's a head. Lei Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then a look of horror suddenly surged in his eyes. It's the head of the fire spirit ape king. What? Lin Zhong and the others were shocked, and their eyes were also horrified. Could it be that Mukin killed the fire spirit ape king? Come quickly. While they were horrified, Mukin shouted at them loudly, and at the same time he raised the head of the fire spirit ape king in his hand. The surrounding fire spirit apes immediately retreated in fear. In their eyes, the fire spirit ape king was already a very scary existence, and how strong would someone who could kill the fire spirit ape king be? Their dull wisdom made them unable to think deeply, and they could only feel fear by instinct. Go! Lei Cheng was overjoyed, and waved his hand hurriedly, leading everyone to speed through the encirclement of the fire spirit ape group, and finally came to Mukin's side. As they approached, they could clearly see the ugly head that was still dripping with blood. It was indeed the fire spirit ape king. Lei Cheng and Lin Zhong looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. How did Mukin do it? Mukin ignored their thoughts and led them to quickly exit the valley, and then placed the head of the fire spirit ape king at the entrance of the valley, scaring the fire spirit apes so that they dared not come out. The group turned around and ran wildly until they left the valley far away, and then they all fell down exhausted. Even Lei Cheng was sweating and panting. Mukin also sat down under the tree, feeling that his bones were about to fall apart. This time, it was really thrilling and he almost fell. Are you okay? Tang Qianer came to Mukin's side, staring at the boy in front of her with bright eyes. Obviously, the latter today gave her a lot of shock. Not bad. Mukin smiled, then he raised his head, only to see Lei Cheng, Lin Zhong, and Mo Ling all staring at him blankly. Obviously they had not recovered from the fact that Mukin rescued them with the head of the fire spirit ape king. Don't look at it, I'm just lucky. I don't have the strength to really kill the fire spirit ape king. Mukin shook his head unhappily, then looked at Lei Cheng and smiled. But brother Lei Cheng, the mission is perfectly completed. Next, we should divide the spoils, right? Lei Cheng couldn't help laughing when he heard it, took off the package on his back, and spread it out. Suddenly, the dazzling emerald light overflowed, and the strong fragrance made everyone's eyes light up. Mukin also looked into the package. He looked at the round and plump jade spirit fruits, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had worked so hard and finally it was worth it. Chapter 33 Return to Camp. The package was spread out on the ground, emitting an emerald-like light. The emerald-green jade fruits were round and shiny, and the alluring aroma made everyone's throats roll and their eyes heated up. There are a total of 30 jade spirit fruits here. Originally, we could have harvested more, but many of them were wasted by the fire spirit ape king. Lei Cheng smiled, then stretched out his hand to separate the 15 jade spirit fruits, and said, Brother Mukin, although you only said to take 30%, today's matter is indeed thanks to you. These 15 jade spirit fruits are what you deserve. We can't take advantage of this. It's better to take 30%, okay, thank you, brother Lei Cheng. Mu Chen shook his head and was about to refuse, but seeing Lei Cheng's resolute look, he had to smile helplessly and stopped being pretentious. He took the 15 jade spirit fruits, and then he looked at Mo Ling and others who were staring at him eagerly, and smiled. You have also made a lot of efforts this time, so 1 jade spirit fruit per person, how about it? Hee hee. Mo Ling and the others couldn't help but grin. Even Jiangli and Teng Yong were excited. When they took the jade fruit from Yukin, their faces flushed and they wanted to say something, but they were a little embarrassed. They could only keep smiling foolishly. Here, you have one too. Mukin also gave a jade fruit to Tang Qianer. The girl held the jade fruit in her jade hand and smiled sweetly. Mukin distributed the 15 jade fruits he had obtained, and there were still 6 left in his hand. He looked at the jade fruit that was as cold as jade and couldn't help but smile. With these jade fruits, he should be able to condense the second death seal of the Sun Luo death seal, right? The group sat in the forest to rest. Because they had just returned with a full load, everyone was in a good mood and their relationship became closer. Mo Ling and his team also took the opportunity to ask the Thunder team for some methods of hunting spirit beasts, while Lin Zhong and his team talked about some dangerous experiences in their adventures. Mo Ling and his team, who were still young, were excited. Seeing their harmonious atmosphere, Mukin smiled. At this time, Lei Cheng also came over and handed a bottle of strong liquor to Mukin, saying with a smile, "How is it? Can you drink it?" Mukin didn't like the drink, but he didn't refuse it. He took it and took a sip. The hot feeling made the handsome face of the young man blush a little, and then he couldn't help coughing a few times. "Drink less." Seeing this, Tang Qianer on the side hurriedly patted Mukin's back with her jade hand and scolded him. I have met many young people in these years, but none of them is as powerful as Brother Mukin. If you have time in the future, you can come to our Thunderbolt team to hang out. Lei Cheng joked. His father is the Lord of Muyu. If you kidnap him to be an adventurer, Uncle Mu will not let you go. Tang Qianer rolled her eyes at Lei Cheng and said unhappily, "Lord of Muyu." Lei Cheng was stunned, and then looked at Mukin in surprise. "So Brother Mukin is the young master of Muyu, but I was wrong. I also met Lord Mufeng with my eldest brother. It's true that a tiger father has a dog son." Mukin stared at Tang Qianer, and the girl also secretly stuck out her tongue. She also said it in a hurry. "Brother Mukin, we will be in Belingyuan in the next few days. If you need any help, just call us. This time we owe you a favor." Lei Cheng said. "Brother Lei, you are too polite. Since we are cooperating, I will naturally help you with all my strength." Mukin said with a smile. "Cooperation is cooperation, but it is also true that you saved our Thunder Squad." Lei Cheng said seriously. Mukin had no choice but to shake his head helplessly, but he had a little more favorable impression on this straightforward strong man in his heart. The group chatted for a long time, and the sky was getting dark. Seeing this, Mukin took Tang Qianer, Mo Ling and others to say goodbye to the Thunder Squad, and then rushed towards the camp. Along the way, Mo Ling and others were still immersed in that excitement. Although today's events were thrilling, the excitement after the thrill made them inexplicably excited, and they kept talking about the fierce battle in the valley. Mukin was helpless about their excitement. He had experienced too many thrilling things in their eyes in the Spirit Road, so he could treat it with a normal heart. There were fewer obstacles on the way back, so half an hour later, they were close to the location of the camp. A group of young people looked at the tents in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Mukin also looked towards the camp, and frowned suddenly, because he saw dozens of figures at the entrance of the woods in front of him. The leading figure was quite familiar. It was Lu Yang and Chen Tong, followed by some smiling teenagers, obviously some students from the West Academy. "It's Chen Tong and others." Mo Ling also noticed Lu Yang and others there, and was stunned for a moment, and then his face looked a little bad. "Mukin, it seems to be coming for you." When Mukin and others found Chen Tong and others, they also saw the people who returned, and immediately greeted them with a bad face, and a group of people blocked Mukin and others. "Chen Tong, what do you want to do?" Mo Ling frowned when he saw this. Nothing, just plan to communicate with him." "Mo Ling, this has nothing to do with you. I think you'd better not interfere. If you offend Brother Lu, you're afraid it won't be good." Chen Tong smiled. The Brother Lu mentioned by Chen Tong was naturally Lu Mubai. Mo Ling's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He was obviously quite afraid of Lu Mubai. Jiangli, Teng Yong, you guys go away too. I know you have some grudges with Mukin. It's a good opportunity for us to help you vent your anger. Chen Tong looked at Jiangli and others and said. He calculated correctly. They were numerous and powerful. Except for Tang Qianer, the rest of the Mukin in front of him were not familiar with Mukin. It was said that Jiangli and the others didn't like Mukin, so it was naturally impossible for them to help Mukin. However, just when he thought he had calculated it well, he saw Jiangli, Teng Yong and others just looked at him coldly, but there was no sign of leaving. Instead, they sneered, if you want to touch Brother Mu, you have to ask us if we agree or not. Although Jiangli and the others had not seen eye to eye with Mukin before, today's incident completely changed their prejudice against Mukin. Whether it was Mukin helping them out or his various actions in the valley afterwards, these somewhat arrogant young men admired him. The previous dislike had long been eliminated. When they called him Brother Mu, they did not feel any psychological burden. You guys. Chen Yong, Lu Yan and others were stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Mo Ling, Jiangli and others who surrounded Mukin and looked at them with hostility. They felt a little incredible in their hearts. Mukin was just a newcomer who had just arrived at the East Courtyard Tianjia. Why did even these old students defend him so much? Mukin looked at the scene calmly, and did not say anything. He just patted Jiangli and the others on the shoulders and said, let's go. He did not say anything to Chen Tong and Lu Yang. This almost ignoring attitude made Chen Tong look even uglier. He shouted, want to leave? You are too arrogant. After he shouted, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Mukin's collar. Swish. However, at the moment when he attacked Mukin, a touch of coldness flashed across the latter's black eyes. He flipped his palm and a black light appeared. When Chen Tong's palm was about to touch his collar, a dark dagger still stained with blood was already stuck to Chen Tong's throat. The chill from his throat made Chen Tong's pupils shrink violently. He trembled and gritted his teeth and said, what do you want to do? Do you really not believe that I will kill you? Mukin looked at Chen Tong and said softly. Although Mukin's voice was light, for some reason, Chen Tong and Lu Yang felt a chill at the bone, a real murderous aura. The young men behind Chen Tong were also shocked by Mukin's black eyes that seemed to be devoid of any emotion, and they dared not speak for a moment. What are you doing? Suddenly, a deep voice broke the stalemate here, and many young men looked over and saw Master Mo standing not far away, staring at them sternly. Master Mo. Mo Ling and the others hurriedly saluted when they saw this. When Mukin saw Master Mo appear, he retracted his dagger, and his handsome face, which had been somewhat indifferent before, showed a gentle smile again, and he looked harmless. Master Mo, Mukin wants to kill me. Chen Tong stared at Mukin with a flushed face. Do you really think I didn't see anything? Master Mo glanced at Chen Tong lightly and said. Chen Tong paused, touched his nose angrily, then stared at Mukin with hatred, and left with his men in a hurry. You all should go back to the camp. Master Mo said to Mo Ling, Tang Qianer and others. After hearing this, the latter and others hesitated for a moment, and then left one after another. Seeing them leave, Master Mo walked towards Mukin. He looked at the boy's soft and comfortable face, and couldn't help shaking his head and said, You kid, you dare to do such a dangerous thing with those adventure teams. Master Mo knows what we are going to do. Mukin was slightly stunned and said. After Tan Qingshan came back and told me, I rushed over, but I didn't show up, but I saw your actions clearly. Master Mo stared at Mukin, but his heart was a little turbulent. He watched Mukin lead the Fire Spirit Ape King away alone, and originally wanted to help him, but who would have thought that this kid would actually lead the Silver-Horned Dragon Leopard out? This move of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, even he couldn't help but sigh. So Master Mo was protecting me in the dark. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been chased so badly. Mukin said helplessly. There was only a strong man in the spirit realm protecting me in the dark. Who would be willing to be chased all over the forest? You kid. Master Mo smiled and shook his head. He also knew that although Mukin was young, he was quite cautious. The reason why he cooperated with the Thunderbolt squad was obviously that he expected that the other party would not dare to have any bad intentions. Forget it, it's good to come back. Let's go back to the camp first. Master Mo waved his hand and turned to the camp. Mukin followed with a smile. The two passed through the woods and entered the camp. Mukin looked around the camp and suddenly looked not far from the camp. There were dozens of sturdy figures. These figures had amazing auras and were surrounded by murderous auras. They were obviously not ordinary people. This is... Master Mo also frowned slightly and looked at the strange team. When he saw the badge on the chest of these people, he murmured, "Are they from Liu? What are they doing here?" Chapter 34 Lu Ming. In the camp, the group of strange visitors obviously attracted a lot of students' attention, but not many people dared to approach them. The evil spirit emanating from these people made these young men and women a little scared. People from Liu? Mukin also frowned and looked at the group of strangers. What were these people doing in Bailing? Master Mo was obviously a little confused. He walked slowly towards the group of people. There was also a middle-aged man walking quickly there. He smiled and clasped his fists and said, "I guess this is Master Mo from Bailing Academy? Lu Ming from Liu, I come here uninvited. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing you." Oh, it turns out to be Lu Ming, the third master of Liu. Master Mo smiled faintly and said when he heard it, "How can you be called Master Mo? It's just rumors from outsiders." The middle-aged man shook his head quickly, and his attitude was quite humble. Lu Ming? The third master of Liu Yu. Mu Chen, who was standing behind Master Mo, took a closer look at the middle-aged man. The latter was a little skinny, and his palms were like eagle claws, thin and powerful. At this time, his thin face was full of smiles. Mu Chen was not unfamiliar with the name of Lu Ming. He had heard it from his father and Uncle Zhou many times. This man was the younger brother of Liu Yu's master Lu Qingtian, and also his right-hand man. His own strength had reached the late stage of the spirit will realm, and he was only one step away from the spirit realm. He was also a well-known figure in the northern spirit realm. "What are you doing?" Master Mo looked at Lu Ming's group, which was out of tune with the atmosphere of the camp, with a slightly unhappy expression. This was the place where the students practiced. These people with strong evil spirits were here, and they might disturb the students' practice. "Master Mo, my uncle is on a mission. Seeing that Lu Yang and I are here, he came to see us. He has no intention of disturbing us." Behind Lu Ming, Lu Mubai said with a smile. "Mission?" Lu Ming sighed and said, "A batch of important things in our Lu territory were robbed by the Blood Slaughter Group during transportation. Although they were surrounded and suppressed by our Lu territory in time, the leader of the Blood Slaughter Group, Shuetu, still escaped, and then fled to the North Spirit Plain while we were chasing him. We came here this time to capture him." Blood Slaughter? Hearing this name, Master Mo frowned. This is a ruthless criminal with a very high reputation in the North Spirit Realm. I don't know how many lives he has stained. If this kind of criminal comes to the North Spirit Plain, wouldn't it be a threat to the students who practice like them? Other well-behaved adventure teams and adventurers would be afraid of the North Spirit Academy and dare not do anything excessive to the students, but this kind of criminal would not hesitate at all. As long as they are unhappy, they will be killed. Yes, I came here this time to remind Master Mo, and let the students be more careful, so as to avoid bad things. That guy's madness is known to everyone." Lu Ming said with a smile. Mu Chen, who was standing next to Master Mo, was a little surprised when he heard this. He had heard of the Blood Slaughter Group. Although they were indeed very notorious, these guys were not fools. How dare they attack Liu Yu easily? It seems that what these guys robbed was something extraordinary, otherwise why would Liu Yu be so angry, not only washing the blood of the Blood Slaughter Group clean, but also chasing the blood slaughter here? "Master Lu San, what did the Blood Slaughter Group rob your Liu Yu? You actually have to mobilize so many troops." Mu Chen's eyes flashed, and then he suddenly spoke, seemingly naively asking, This kind of question made Lu Ming stunned for a moment, and then he laughed dryly and said, "Little brother, you can't talk about this kind of thing." Mu Chen smiled slightly, but he understood more and more how important the things that were robbed by Xue Tu were to Lu Yu. "Mu Chen, this kind of thing has nothing to do with your Mu Yu." Lu Mubai glanced at Mukin and said, "Mu Chen?" Lu Ming was stunned when he heard the name, and looked at Mukin with narrowed eyes and said, "So you are Mu Feng's son, the only Mukin in the North Spirit Realm who has obtained the qualification of the Spirit Road?" Mu Chen smiled and nodded. There were many disputes between Lu Yu and Mu Yu, which could be regarded as a kind of hostility, so he was not surprised by Lu Ming's reaction. I have heard of your name for a long time. I thought that the quota of the Spirit Road would be Mu Bai's." Lu Ming smiled faintly and said. Mu Chen smiled, but did not say anything else. "Thank you for reminding us about the matter of Xue Tuesday. We will pay attention to it." Master Mo frowned when he saw the thorn in Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming was a famous figure in Bailing Realm, so how could he be so rude when talking to a teenager? "Master Mo, we want to rest in the camp for one night today. I hope Master Mo will agree." Although Master Shi has agreed before, I think Master Mo should also agree. "Of course, let our people guard the camp tonight. I guarantee there will be no problem," Lu Ming said hurriedly. Master Mo pondered for a while after hearing this. Since Master Shi agreed, he couldn't lose face too much. He nodded and took Lu Ming and others to arrange a place for them. "I heard from Chen Tong that you wanted to kill him just now." Seeing this, Mukin was also about to turn around and leave, but Lu Mubai in front suddenly spoke faintly. Mukin tilted his head to look at Lu Mubai, and smiled. "I don't know what it means to show mercy to people who come to cause trouble. If you like, you can come by yourself in the future. I don't mind teaching those lackeys a lesson." Lu Mubai stared at Mukin with a cold look in his eyes, and Mukin smiled and looked at him. "If there is a chance, I will come to try how much weight you, who has obtained the qualification of the spiritual path, have. I hope you won't let me down." Lu Mubai looked at Mukin deeply, and then turned away without saying anything more. Seeing this, Mukin also smiled and turned to walk towards the camp where the students of the East Courtyard camp were located. When Tang Qianer saw him coming, she also curled her lips and said, "What are those guys in Liu Yu so proud of? They are so shameless even when their things are robbed." She also kept looking over there, and naturally heard the sarcastic words of Lu Ming and Lu Mubai, and immediately felt a little unhappy. When people are in a bad mood, they should be allowed to vent. Mukin smiled, then waved at Tan Qingshan. When he came over, he quietly put a jade spirit fruit into his hand. "This is the credit of your message." Mukin patted the shoulder of Tan Qingshan, who was a little dazed holding the jade spirit fruit, and smiled. "Is this really for me?" Tan Qingshan's face was a little red because of excitement. Earlier, Mo Ling and the others told him about the valley, and Tan Qingshan was naturally envious when he saw that they each had a jade spirit fruit, but he also understood that Mo Ling and the others had gone with him and worked hard to get it, so he could only secretly hate that he was not strong enough and could not go with them. After all, his family was not very good, and he could not afford a spiritual fruit like the jade spirit fruit. Now Mukin gave him a jade spirit fruit, which could save him a lot of time for cultivation. "Without you coming back to report the news, we would not have the confidence to go on the mission with others." Mukin smiled. Brother Mu, thank you." Tan Qingshan grabbed the jade spirit fruit and said gratefully, "Practice well." Mu Chen shook his head and went to his tent. Now he still had 5 jade spirit fruits left in his arms. With such sufficient preparations, this time, he should be able to condense the second Sun Luo death seal, right? When he thought of this, even Mu Chen's calm heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. The night gradually enveloped the North Spirit Plain. The sky darkened, and the camp became brightly lit and lively again. Mu Chen did not go out again, but sat quietly in the tent, his eyes closed, running the Great Buddha Sutra, and a faint dark light flickered on the surface of his body. This quiet practice lasted for about half an hour, and Mu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and took out a round jade spirit fruit from his arms. Under the faint firelight, the surface of the jade spirit fruit reflected a bright light, which looked extremely tempting. Mukin licked his lips, then opened his mouth wide and stuffed the jade spirit fruit directly into his mouth. Next, it was finally time to condense the second Sunluo death seal. Chapter 35 The Second Death Seal of Sunluo. Boom! The jade spirit fruit melted in an instant as soon as it entered his mouth, and a rich sweet taste emanated from Mukin's mouth. Then, the cool and pure rolling spiritual power, like a stream of water, poured into Mukin's body. The strength of the spiritual power was so strong that Mukin's body trembled slightly, and his lips were tightly pursed. Mukin did not hesitate at all. He only saw his 10 fingers come together and quickly change the dazzling seals. As his seals changed, a stream of rich dark spiritual power began to condense between his palms. During this period of time, Mukin had been trying to condense the second death seal of Sunluo. Although he had always failed, he had become more and more proficient in this condensation process. The dark spiritual power, with a black light, almost wrapped Mukin's arms completely. The powerful spiritual power was far beyond what Mukin could achieve at ordinary times. Mukin's eyes were fixed on the spiritual power that was rapidly condensing in his palm. The center of the black light seemed to form a vortex, which continuously devoured the spiritual power flowing from the surroundings. His mind was also completely focused on this, and he did not dare to be distracted or careless. Normally, when he condensed, he would activate the spiritual power that he could control, so that even if he failed, it would not cause too much damage. But now it was different. The spiritual power from the jade spirit fruit made Mukin's spiritual power reach a very powerful level at this time. If the spiritual power backfired due to failure, it would probably cause Mukin a lot of trouble. Buzz. With Mukin's full concentration, the black light condensed faster and faster. Faintly, it could be seen that the black light began to slowly condense into the shape of a black light print. Everyone, go in. A low shout suddenly erupted from Mukin's heart, and he used all his strength to activate the spiritual power in his body, pouring all of it into the black light. The extension speed of the black light mark also accelerated again. After about a minute, the black light quietly shrank, and a black light mark floated outside Mukin's left palm. This second Sunluo death mark was finally condensed by him. Mukin stared at the Sunluo death mark floating outside his palm, but he did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, his eyes became more solemn, because he knew that condensing the Sunluo death mark was only the first step to success. Next, he had to take this second Sunluo death mark into his body, but once this Sunluo death mark entered his body, it would burst out with extremely terrifying recoil force. If he was not careful, even the meridians in his body would be destroyed. Mukin had suffered enough from the recoil of the Sunluo death seal when he was refining the first one. He also knew that the recoil would become more terrifying with each refining of a Sunluo death seal. Even Master Mo, who was at the spiritual realm, had not been able to condense the third Sunluo death seal. Although the recoil would increase due to the strength of the cultivator, it was also possible to tell how powerful the recoil would be. Mukin took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his chi began to surge, forming a defense outside the meridians, ready to deal with the next fierce attack. With his body ready, Mukin finally stopped hesitating, and with a thought, the second Sunluo death seal was gently imprinted on the palm of Mukin's left hand. Bang! At the moment of contact, Mukin's body shook violently, and then his face changed drastically. An extremely violent impact force, like a raging flood, rushed into the meridians in the palm of his left hand. That impact force was full of destructive power. Along the way, the originally set spiritual power blockade collapsed suddenly, and the meridians were also slightly twisted because they could not withstand the impact. A sharp pain followed. Cold sweat broke out from Mukin's forehead, but he did not dare to be distracted. He hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to block again. Bang bang bang. Mukin's body seemed to have become a battlefield at this time. The recoil force from the Sunluo death seal destroyed all the defenses and raged. The severe pain made Mukin's body twitch slightly. Damn it! The severe pain made Mukin's face a little distorted. He gritted his teeth, cursed secretly, and held on tightly. If he couldn't bear it at this time, not only would his previous efforts fail, but he would also suffer serious injuries in his body. The severe pain from the twisted meridians continued to spread, and Mukin's whole body was wet with cold sweat. The severe pain even made his brain faintly dizzy. At this time, he really understood how difficult it was to condense the second line of the Sunluo death seal. The recoil force had already broken through the outer meridians, and then went straight to Mukin's sea of qi without stopping. This finally made Mukin's heart slightly cold. The meridians could be repaired if they were injured, but if the sea of qi was broken, it would really make people feel miserable. Stop it. Thinking of the consequences, even with Mukin's calmness, he suddenly burst into an angry roar in his heart. Buzz! As Mukin's roar reverberated in his body, he suddenly saw that dazzling spots of light suddenly lit up in his body. These spots of light were all over Mukin's body, and looked extremely strange. Spots of light appeared, and then Mukin felt as if there was a kind of power gushing out from the depths of his body, and it collided directly with the raging recoil force. Boom! The roar from his body made Mukin's ears buzz, and it took him a long time to recover. When he recovered, he sensed his body, and then he was stunned. Because he found that the raging recoil force was blocked. How could this happen? Mukin muttered to himself in a daze, and he looked at the spots of light in his body that dimmed again and finally disappeared completely. Is this really a spiritual vein? Why can't he control it at all, and even can't sense it? After thinking hard but to no avail, Mukin couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It seemed that there were some secrets in his body that he didn't even know about. Suppressing these thoughts in his heart, Mukin operated the Great Buddha technique to absorb all the spiritual power scattered in his limbs and bones into the sea of qi. However, when these spiritual powers poured into the sea of qi, he felt that these originally quiet spiritual powers were a little turbulent at this time, and a strange wave rippled in Mukin's heart. Feeling this wave, Mukin was stunned for a moment, and then there was an unconcealable surprise in his heart. This is a sign of a breakthrough in spiritual power. Mukin opened his eyes in surprise, and immediately took out another jade spirit fruit from his arms, stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, and then operated the Great Buddha technique to refine the warm and cool spiritual power bit by bit, and finally turned it into dark spiritual power, which continued to drill into the sea of qi. The two spiritual powers quickly merged together, and a sound like a chorus of joy rang out in Mukin's sea of qi. In this chorus of joy, Mukin could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his body was rapidly becoming more powerful. This increase lasted for a while before gradually slowing down. The dark spiritual power in Mukin's sea of qi, which was like a star cluster, was twice as strong as before. In the tent, Mukin opened his eyes, and his thin and handsome face was full of joy. He stretched out his hands, and saw a black mark looming in the palms of his hands. He finally cultivated 2 Sunluo death seals. Mukin grinned and clenched his palms slowly. Moreover, this time he not only condensed the second Sunluo death seal, but also took advantage of this opportunity to make another breakthrough and entered the late stage of the spiritual movement realm. Feeling the more powerful spiritual power in his body than before, Mukin couldn't help but laugh happily. Tonight's harvest was really beyond his expectation. While Mukin was delighted by the breakthrough, Master Mo suddenly opened his eyes in another tent in the camp, looked at Mukin's tent with some surprise, and then smiled slightly. This little guy is really amazing. Chapter 36 Trouble. The next day, the camp became lively again. Many boys and girls gathered together excitedly, talking about their team's gains yesterday. The girls' crisp laughter echoed in the camp, full of youthful vitality. The people from Liuyu, led by Lu Ming in the early morning, temporarily left. I think they should be looking for the traces of Shui Tuesday. Without the presence of these guys, the atmosphere in the camp seemed to be much more relaxed. These boys and girls still had a lot of resistance to this kind of stranger with evil spirits. Master Mo and Master Shi did not stop practicing because of the matter of Shuetu, but they also reminded many students not to go too deep and not to be too scattered from each other. Let's go, we're leaving too. Mu Chen waved to Tang Qianer, and the girl trotted over lightly. Her graceful and soft little body caught the eyes of many young men, who then looked at Mukin with some envy. This guy was really lucky to be able to team up with Tang Qianer. Brother Mu, are you out practicing? Huh, don't lose to us. Jiang Li and Teng Yong also greeted Mukin and the others when they saw them. You want to win, dream on. Tang Qianer snorted tenderly. Huh, Brother Mu, call us if you have something to do. We're not afraid of anyone who wants to cause trouble. Jiang Li and the others laughed, and Mo Ling and the East Courtyard boys who accompanied Mukin to do the task yesterday also nodded repeatedly. Mu Qin smiled and waved at them, and then without saying much, he took Tang Qianer out of the camp and headed towards the North Spirit Plain. In the camp, Lu Mubai looked at their receding figures, and a trace of imperceptible coldness flashed across his eyes. Bang! In the forest, Mukin passed by and slapped out with his backhand. Dark spiritual power rushed out from his palm. The powerful force gushed out, and it actually directly shook a low-level spiritual beast with the strength of the middle stage of the spiritual realm for more than 10 meters, and then fell to the ground with a wail. Tang Qianer, who was behind, was stunned when she saw this scene. Although Mukin could kill low-level spiritual beasts of this strength yesterday, he seemed to be unable to kill them directly in the most brutal way like today. What is your strength? Tang Qianer couldn't help asking. With the help of the jade spirit fruit last night, I just broke through to the late stage of the spiritual realm. Mukin bent down to take out the spirit of the spirit beast and explained with a smile. Pervert. Tang Qianer muttered when she heard this, then raised her pretty face and said proudly, I can also reach the late stage of the spiritual realm within 5 days. Awesome. Mu Qin smiled and gave a thumbs up, then continued to go deep into the forest. Let's go, you have to take action next, don't be lazy, it's not good for your cultivation. Got it. Tang Qianer responded in a delicate voice, then followed with a smile. To the west of the North Spirit Plain, dozens of figures were searching vigilantly, and Lu Mubai was also among them. With his status and strength, it was obviously enough for him to lead the team. From Lu Ming, he knew how important the things that were robbed by the blood slaughter this time were to their Liuyu. They spent a lot of money to get them, so no matter what, they must capture the blood slaughter and take the things back. Young master, we have detected the trace of Xue Tu before, but that guy is also very cunning and got rid of one of our teams. Behind Lu Mubai, a Liuyu master reported. Continue the search. Lu Mubai nodded and ordered. Yes. The team immediately responded and then led people to expand the search range. This search lasted for about half an hour, and just when Lu Mubai frowned slightly, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the front, which was the signal sent by their Liuyu people. Found it, go. Lu Mubai's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand and rushed out first. As his figure passed through the jungle, a man covered in blood rushed in front of him. Judging from his appearance, he was a good player from their Liuyu. Where is Xue Tu? Lu Mubai looked at the man and asked hurriedly. Young master, Xue Tu fled to the north. Do we need to notify the third master immediately? The Liuyu master replied hurriedly. North? Lu Mubai's eyes flickered when he heard this, but he waved his hand and said, Wait a minute. Brother? Why are you waiting? Lu Yang asked doubtfully. What if he waited any longer and let the blood butcher run away? He can't run away. The blood butcher has been forced into a dead end by us. Lu Mubai smiled faintly and said, He is now a trapped beast. He will die sooner or later. But before he dies, he can catch some unlucky guys to vent his anger. What do you mean, brother? Lu Yang was stunned. Mu Chen is in that direction. Lu Mubai smiled softly. Oh. Lu Yang heard this, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes, and then his brows frowned again. We can't guarantee that Xue Tu will attack Mukin. Xue Tu likes women, and Mukin is accompanied by a little beauty like Tang Qianer. He will definitely not be able to resist, and with Mukin's personality, I'm afraid he won't leave Tang Qianer alone and run away, so. Lu Mubai smiled lightly, but that smile was full of coldness. Huh, big brother is still thoughtful. If Mukin dies in the hands of Xue Tu, no one can say anything, and can only blame himself for his bad luck. Lu Yang said excitedly, he knew how cruel Xue Tu was, and if Mukin fell into his hands, he would definitely be worse than death. Lu Mubai just smiled. He looked towards the north, and murmured, I originally wanted to do it myself, but it seems that you really don't have this blessing. Hey, Mukin, hurry up, this guy is the strength of the late spiritual realm, I can't beat him. In the forest, Tang Qian'er dodged a ferocious spirit beast that pounced on her. Her black ponytail was dancing coquettishly, and the girl's exclamation sounded from time to time. Standing on a branch, Mukin looked at the figure below who was constantly dodging the spirit beast in the late spiritual realm, and couldn't help but smile. Then he pointed his toes and flew down like a wild goose, his right hand clenched into a fist, and the dark light condensed in his palm, turning into a black light mark. Don't be so arrogant, beast. Mukin flew out, chuckled, and the black light mark carried a shocking wave, fiercely blasting at the spirit beast. Bang! The spirit beast also roared angrily, and its huge hoof claws carried rolling spiritual power, colliding with Mukin's violent punch. The spiritual power swept away, and the dead leaves around it were swept away cleanly. Then the spirit beast roared, and was actually repelled by Mukin. Swish! As it retreated and became unstable, Mukin turned around and rushed over again. With a flip of his palm, a dagger emerged. With the spiritual power entangled, it directly brought a sharp arc of light and stabbed it into the throat of the spirit beast fiercely and cunningly. Boom! The hot blood splashed out, and the spirit beast fell to the ground with a bang, and the earth trembled. Mukin jumped down nimbly, and wiped the blood on the dagger with a smile. The young man's tall body looked quite good in the gentle sunlight that penetrated into the forest. Hateful fellow, you don't know how to be gentle with women, and you made me be hunted for so long. Tang Qian'er said angrily, then walked towards the spirit beast, took out the dagger and stabbed it into its head, taking the spirit beast's essence while counting Mukin's crimes. Mukin looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to speak, his dark color suddenly changed, and he rushed out, hugged Tang Qian'er who was about to take out the spirit beast's essence, and both of them rushed over at this time. Just as Mukin hugged Tang Qian'er and rushed out, a blood shadow suddenly swept out of the forest, and the palm that was originally aimed at Tang Qian'er, but fell into the air, and immediately let out a surprised sound. Mukin rolled on the ground twice while holding Tang Qian'er, then quickly stood up, looking at the shadow that suddenly appeared with vigilance, and then his pupils shrank slightly. I saw a figure standing on the corpse of the spirit beast in the open space. He was wearing a blood-red robe, his face was gloomy and fierce, and his narrow eyes flashed with cunning. Hee, boy, you are really good at fighting. The blood shadow stared at Mukin and laughed strangely, and then his eyes fell on the girl behind Mukin. The girl had a soft and slender figure, a perky chest, a small waist that could be held in one hand, and especially the kind of youthful and energetic smell, which made him lick his lips. I didn't expect to meet such a top-notch stuff here. The blood shadow said with a smile, and the look he stared at Tang Qian'er was as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach, which made the girl shudder and hide her body behind Mukin again and again. Boy, give her to me, I will let you go, otherwise, I will let you taste my tricks. The blood shadow smiled, and his eyes were staring at Mukin like a venomous snake. Mukin stared at the bloody figure intently. The palm holding Tang Qian'er's slender hand was sweating. If he guessed correctly, the guy in front of him should be the leader of the blood slaughter group, Xue Tu, who was being hunted by Lu Ming and his men. I really didn't expect to run into such a murderer here. This time, it's really a bit troublesome. Chapter 37, Laying a Trap. In the clearing of the forest, three figures were facing each other. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people's hearts suffocate. Of course, this was only relative to Tang Qian'er behind Mukin. Xue Tu was smiling, and his narrow eyes flashed with cunning and coldness. And Mukin also stared at him vigilantly, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly. The Xue Tu in front of him gave him a very dangerous taste, and the degree of danger was even far beyond the fire spirit ape king he met yesterday. Whether in terms of strength or wisdom, this Xue Tu was not comparable to the fire spirit ape king. The latter just broke through to the late stage of the spirit will realm, while the current Xue Tu was almost about to step into the spirit realm. Boy, I don't have much time to play this kind of confrontation trick with you. You have 10 seconds to think about it. Hand her over to me, and I can give you a way out. Shwetu looked at Mukin with a smile on his face and said again. If you attack us here, aren't you afraid of attracting the two Shinpa realm instructors from the Biling Academy? Mukin said slowly. You don't have much time. Shwetu grinned, his sharp white teeth made people shudder. Mu Chen took a deep breath, tilted his head to look at Tang Qian'er, then grabbed her smooth wrist and tried to push it towards Shwetu. You know what's happening, kid. Seeing this, Shwetu's smile became brighter. Mu Chen used his arms to move vigorously, and then took a step forward, but he directly slapped Tang Qian'er's shoulders with his backhand, and the powerful force shook her away. If you don't want to hurt me, leave. After shaking Tang Qian'er away with his backhand, Mukin's low voice also came out. Tang Qian'er fell into the forest. Her beautiful eyes looked at the tall figure of the young man. Her eyes were wet with mist, and then she suppressed the extremely stupid idea of not wanting to leave him alone, and turned around and ran. Do you think you can run away? Shwetu looked at the scene coldly. Two boys in the spiritual realm, could they naively think that they could escape from his palm? Boy, I will let you taste what it means to be worse than death later. Shwetu smiled grimly, and then his figure suddenly shot out, but he did not go to Mukin, but went straight to Tang Qian'er, who fled to the outside of the forest. Seeing this, Mukin also rushed out fiercely, but Shwetu ignored his rush. Break the spiritual pearl. Just when he was about to ignore Mukin's obstruction, he saw the young man suddenly clenched his palm, as if a ray of light appeared in his hand, and then the roar came. Broken Spirit Pearl? Upon hearing this name, Shwetu's heart was also trembling. Although Mukin in front of him was weak, if he had the Broken Spirit Pearl, it would indeed hinder him. Moreover, if he allowed the Broken Spirit Pearl to hit him, it would probably cause some injuries to him. This was something that Shwetu, who was now trapped, could never bear. Shwetu's eyes flickered, and finally his body stopped. He looked at the black light that was rushing towards him, and with a low shout, the powerful spiritual power burst out, wrapping his body completely. Ka! The black light suddenly burst open at the moment when it was about to collide with his body. The expected violent spiritual power did not appear, but a fishy smell suddenly came, and a sticky thing burst out from the black light, covering Shwetu's body. This sudden change made Shwetu stunned for a moment, and then he looked down at the blood all over his body. The blood was particularly sticky and had a pungent smell. Now it was all over his body, making him look extremely embarrassed. You dare to play tricks on me? The corners of Shwetu's mouth twitched slightly, and a chilling light flashed in his eyes, staring at Mukin. But Mukin ignored him and retreated instantly. Boy, since you want her to escape so much, I won't do as you wish. Although Shwetu was furious at Mukin's trick, he was a sinister and vicious person after all, so he laughed grimly. You bastard, do you want this thing? Seeing that he had suppressed his anger and still wanted to catch Tang Qian'er first, Mukin smiled and took out a round jade-like fruit from his arms. A strong spiritual power came out from the fruit. Jade Spirit Fruit? When Shwetu saw the Jade Spirit Fruit, his pupils shrank slightly, and greed suddenly appeared in his eyes. He had already reached the peak of the Spirit Will realm, and he was only one step away from entering the Spirit realm. If he could get the Jade Spirit Fruit, he would obviously fight for it. If he really succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to get rid of Lu Ming smoothly. This dilemma can only be truly solved. What a surprising kid, I am finally interested in you now. Shwetu grinned, his eyes were instantly cold, and he turned around and rushed towards Mukin. Compared with being able to break through to the spirit realm, it was still worthwhile to temporarily give up a little beauty. Mu Chen had expected him to have such a reaction. The spiritual power in his body surged, and then he wrapped his legs, directly pushing the speed to the extreme, and fled madly to the depths of the forest. With Tang Qian'er's speed, it should take some time to return to the camp to inform Master Mo, and he must ensure that during this time, he can save his life in the hands of Shwetu, who has reached the peak of the late stage of the spirit will realm. With Shwetu's strength, it is too easy to kill him. Boy, do you really think you can escape? For a little girl, you would use your life to seduce me. To be honest, I admire you a little. How about this, you give me the jade spirit fruit, and I will only cripple your hands and feet, leaving you with a life. What do you think? Shue-Tu chased the desperate figure in front of him, and the strange sinister laugh continued to come out. You are like a stray dog, you should take care of yourself. Mukin didn't even turn his head and sneered. Don't know how to respect me. Shue-Tu's eyes turned cold, and his speed suddenly increased as his spiritual power surged, getting closer and closer to Mukin's figure. Mukin felt the cold breath approaching from behind, and his heart sank slightly. He still underestimated the strength of this blood slaughter. However, at this time, if he relaxed a little, he might really die in the hands of this guy. Mukin gritted his teeth, and a low roar seemed to burst out from his heart. The spiritual power was running in the meridians at a high speed. Perhaps he also sensed the danger that Mukin was facing. Deep in his body, those light spots that were hidden somewhere were slowly lit up again. The light spots emerged one after another. If Mukin had the mind to observe his body at this time, he would find that these light spots were connected, and they were vaguely similar to a mysterious tower. Boom. However, Mukin obviously couldn't think of this at this time. He just felt that the spiritual power in his body suddenly became much faster, and the speed of the rush was also suddenly accelerated, and the distance between him and the blood slaughter was gradually widened. What? This kid is so fast. Seeing this, Shue-Tu was stunned, then frowned, and used his spiritual power again to chase after him quickly. After all, he had a keen eye. Mukin's sudden burst should only be short-lived, and it was impossible to match his endurance. In the forest, the two of them were running and chasing, and wherever they passed, the dead leaves on the ground were lifted up, just like a whirlwind. At this extreme speed, Mukin and the others quickly approached the interior of the North Spirit Plain. Shue-Tu looked at this direction and felt a little impatient. There were many tricky spirit beasts here, and it was easy for unexpected changes to happen. Boy, I've had enough of playing with you. Shue-Tu gritted his teeth fiercely, and didn't care about consuming a lot of spiritual power. He stomped his feet on the ground, and his body suddenly fell down like a cheetah. He suddenly slapped the ground with both hands, and the spiritual power wrapped around his body seemed to turn into the shape of a cheetah. His body directly turned into a light and shadow, and shot towards Mukin at an extremely amazing speed. Die! The skyrocketing speed made Shue-Tu appear behind Mukin in almost a dozen breaths, and then punched out, with extremely violent spiritual power fluctuations on his fist. This kind of attack is enough to kill anyone with the strength of the spiritual realm in seconds. Mukin also felt the amazing attack behind him. If he forcibly took that kind of attack, he would probably be seriously injured immediately. Mukin's eyes flickered wildly. He glanced at the depths of the forest, calculating certain positions, then turned around abruptly, spread his palms, black light emerged, and a page of mysterious black paper suddenly flashed out. Bang! The mysterious black paper appeared in Mukin's palm, and then Shue-Tu's extremely sharp punch hit the page of black paper fiercely. Boom! The violent spiritual power burst out at this time. Mukin's body was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The page of black paper was also shaken back into his body again, and his body flew out and finally fell into the jungle in the distance. Seeing that he didn't kill Mukin with one punch, Shue-Tu's eyes also flashed with surprise, but his speed was not slow. He rushed into the jungle and looked at Mukin, who fell under a big tree with a cold look. Keep running. Shue-Tu looked at Mukin, who collapsed on the ground grimly, and smiled grimly. No need. However, facing his cold smile, Mukin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the handsome face of the young man. It's your turn to escape next, bastard. Shue-Tu's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an angry roar suddenly burst out from the depths of the forest. Silver light rushed out like lightning. The extremely violent spiritual power directly set off a storm in the forest. Silverhorn Dragon Leopard? When Shue-Tu saw this majestic spirit beast, his face suddenly changed. He then stared at Mukin fiercely and said, "What a cruel boy, do you want to die with me? But you are still too young after all. As long as I leave its territory, this spirit beast will naturally not chase me, and you will become its food." However, when Mukun heard his words, the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. You are stained with the blood of its cubs. Do you think it will let you go so easily? Hearing this, the blood butcher suddenly looked down at the sticky blood that stained his body, and his expression finally changed drastically. He only realized now that this seemingly immature boy in front of him had been setting a trap for him from the beginning. He pretended to throw out the broken spirit bead, but the bottle hidden in blood was premeditated to escape all the way. Looking at the mocking look of the boy, the blood butcher felt a little cold in his heart. Is this really something that a reckless boy can do? Mu Chen looked at the blood butcher with a drastic change of expression, but he smiled lightly. He looked at the silver-horned dragon leopard with amazing murderous intent all over his body, and exhaled lightly. Boss Longbao, I have to rely on you again this time. Be my gun again. Chapter 38, Counterattack. Roar. In the forest filled with violent spiritual power, the silver-horned dragon leopard stared at the blood-covered Shuetu not far away with red eyes, and kept roaring with hatred and murderous intent. From the human's body, it smelled the blood of its cub. Has this hateful human ever hurt its cub? Although the intelligence of high-level spirit beasts is much higher than that of low-level spirit beasts, it is obviously still not comparable to humans. It is angry and just wants to tear apart any person or spirit beast that has the smell of its cub. Asshole. Shuetu was stared at by the silver-horned dragon leopard, and his whole body was cold. He stared at Mukun with resentment and viciousness. Who could have expected that this kid who was originally thought to be easy to catch in the late stage of the spiritual realm would be so cunning? He was lustful by nature, and now he knew that his situation was extremely bad, so he wanted to vent before the worst happened. When he saw such a beautiful girl before, he was immediately tempted, but he never thought that the momentary itch would bring him such a big trouble. I won't let you go. Shuetu said grimly, and then suddenly a powerful spiritual power burst out from his body. He touched the ground with his feet, and his figure retreated instantly. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the woods, obviously intending to escape. Roar. However, the furious silver-horned dragon leopard did not intend to let him go easily. His powerful body bent slightly, and the next moment, it turned into a silver light and shot out. This silver-horned dragon leopard has the strength comparable to that of a strong man in the spirit realm. That speed is naturally faster than Shuetu's day. In a short moment, it appeared behind him. The violent spiritual power fluctuations made Shuetu's face change. Spirit leopard kill. However, this Shuetu was not a simple character. He twisted his body in the air and shouted. Spiritual power rolled out, condensing into the shape of a spirit leopard on the surface of his body. Then he punched out, like a combination of a man and a leopard, and madly punched the silver-horned dragon leopard. The spirit leopard wrapped around Shuetu's body, and then violently collided with the silver light. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard, and the violent spiritual power shock wave spread out. The surrounding trees were directly broken. Bang! The spiritual power rushed out, and the figure of Shuetu flew backwards in a mess, with a painful scream from his mouth, and then fell heavily to the ground. His right arm was covered with blood, and there was a blood hole in the palm of his hand, and blood rolled out. Seeing this, Mukun slightly raised his eyebrows. He clearly saw yesterday that the Fire Spirit Ape King was killed instantly by the silver-horned dragon leopard, but today, Shuetu only had one arm crippled. This guy's strength is really amazing. Shwa. The silver-horned dragon leopard fell to the ground, and its animal eyes stared at Shuetu coldly. Without any delay, its agile body rushed out again, and the silver light flashed, full of the smell of death. Seeing this, Shuetu hurriedly rolled several times on the ground. Although he avoided the charge of the silver-horned dragon leopard, he was still swept by the silver-horned dragon leopard's tail like an iron whip. Puff! The silver-horned dragon leopard's tail swept Shuetu's chest, and he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. His fierce eyes were much weaker. He endured the 2 attacks of the silver-horned dragon leopard, which directly caused him to be seriously injured. This injury was even more serious than when he fought with Lu Ming and others before. If this goes on, sooner or later, this silver-horned dragon leopard will kill him. Xue Tu gritted his teeth and looked towards the direction where Mukin was with a resentful look, but he was suddenly stunned, because the young man who was lying there had escaped without him noticing. This little bastard. When I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Xue Tu was so angry that his face turned blue, and he kept roaring in his heart. However, while he was distracted by this, the silver-horned dragon leopard passed by again like lightning, and its sharp claws left a deep blood mark on his body. The pain made Xue Tu see stars. Damn beast! Xue Tu cursed secretly, and a strange red light suddenly flashed on his face, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He bounced and retreated violently, and then his hands quickly formed seals, and a violent spiritual power surged out of his body, and between the spiritual power, there seemed to be a low thunderstorm sound. Bang! A thunder suddenly intensified, and Xue Tu spurted out a mouthful of blood. His originally weak breath suddenly increased at this time, and his body's speed also suddenly accelerated, turning into a blurred shadow, fleeing in another direction desperately. Roar! Facing the madly fleeing Xue Tu, the silver-horned dragon leopard also roared, and his body turned into silver light, chasing him again relentlessly. A man and a beast frantically swept through the forest, and Xue Tu secretly groaned when he saw the silver-horned dragon leopard chasing him. His method of stimulating spiritual power was extremely traumatic to him, and the sequelae were not small, but in this situation, did he have any other choice? If he couldn't get rid of the silver-horned dragon leopard, he would definitely die today. This chase forced Xue Tu to spit out 5 mouthfuls of blood. His originally gloomy face was as pale as paper, and the weakness from his body made his head dizzy. However, the only thing that made Xue Tu feel a little relieved was that after the pursuit lasted for about 10 minutes, the silver-horned dragon leopard behind him finally began to slow down, and finally stopped, roared at him from a distance, and turned away slowly. Xue Tu saw that the silver-horned dragon leopard finally gave up, but he didn't dare to stop directly. He still took a breath and fled for a few minutes again, and then rolled into a clump of grass in a mess. Xue Tu, who rolled into the grass, seemed to be limp all over, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. He kept breathing heavily, and then looked down at his injuries, and felt like crying without tears. Who would have thought that in order to chase a little cub who was only in the spiritual realm, he would end up in such a mess? This is something that Lu Ming and the others can't do. Little bastard, I won't let you go. Xue Tu gritted his teeth, and his voice was full of resentment. Whoosh! Just as he blurted out the words, his hair stood up all over his body, and his head suddenly tilted due to years of life and death. Swish! A cold light shot out from the forest behind him, and then passed through his head fiercely, and the sharp cold light drew a deep blood mark on his face. This sudden attack made Xue Tu's face change, and he shouted, "Who?" "The person you want to see the most." A clear laugh came out of the forest, and then a figure slowly walked out. The tall body and the bright smile on the handsome face were Mukin. "Little bastard, you dare to come." The blood butcher saw Mukin coming out of the forest and shouted. Mukin stared at him with a smile, but the spiritual power on the surface of his body was slowly rising. In his black eyes, there was no smile at all, but instead filled with coldness. "Boy, what do you want to do? Although I'm not in good condition now, you may not be able to save your life even if you fight back desperately." Xue Tu saw Mukin like this and shouted hurriedly. "After all, you and I don't interfere with each other. How about this, let's write off today's matter." Mukin paused, frowned, and said, "You really won't cause me trouble again?" Xue Tu hurriedly said, "I can't even protect myself. I can swear that when you return to Belingyuan in the future, how dare I cause trouble again?" "You're right." Mukin seemed to hesitate for a moment and nodded slightly. Xue Tu's heart was immediately happy, but before he could show his joy, Mukin's mouth corner raised a mocking smile. "But I still want to kill you." Swish! Mukin's figure suddenly rushed out, and the spiritual power in his body surged rapidly. On his fists, black light surged, and 2 black light marks appeared faintly. "Little bastard, you are so shameless, you are looking for death." When Xue Tu saw Mukin rushing towards him, his eyes became sinister. He urged the few spiritual powers in his body to infuse his arms, and with a low shout, his arms blasted out like guns. Sunluo Death Seal. Mukin clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. The two black light seals suddenly burst out with strong black light. In the black light, there was a kind of domineering and violent fluctuation. Bang! The four fists slammed together fiercely, and the grass on the ground where the two were standing was completely shattered. The spiritual power rushed out, and the two figures flew backwards, and both spurted out blood. Mu Chen's figure had just landed, but he didn't stop at all. His figure popped out like a cheetah, and his palms clenched, and the suction surged, and the dagger he had thrown out before was swept back into his hand. Shua. At this time, Xuetu's body had become extremely slow. Mu Chen approached him instantly, and a touch of coldness flashed across his black eyes. Black light directly passed through Xuetu's eyes. Blood splattered. Xuetu's shrill screams also resounded at this time, and his arms frantically waved wildly, trying to kill Mu Chen. However, Mu Chen turned his body and appeared behind Xuetu's day. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake, stabbing into the vital part of Xuetu's back, and the dagger was completely immersed. Blood continued to drip along the dagger, and Xuetu's frantically waving body suddenly solidified, and then slowly collapsed, and there was still disbelief on his pale face. He was a powerful man in the late stage of the spirit will realm, but he fell into the hands of a young man in the spirit movement realm. When Xuetu fell to the ground, Mu Chen's heels softened, and he sat down with a buttock. A sweet feeling surged in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Mukin sat there and rested for a while, then gritted his teeth, approached Xuetu's body, and began to feel around on his body with his hands. He almost lost his life, so he must have some trophies. He wondered if this guy had the thing he snatched from Lu Yu on him. Chapter 39 Mustard Bracelet. Mu Chen's hands groped over the corpse of Xuetu's day. He was not very interested in Xuetu himself, but he was very interested in what Xuetu had snatched from Lu Yu. The Xuetu group was a well-known force in the Northern Spirit Realm. Although it was not as powerful as the Nine Realms, it was also quite capable. They acted arrogantly on weekdays, but they would not pay attention to the Nine Realms, because they knew very well that the Xuetu group was no match for the Nine Realms. Therefore, Mukin was very curious about what could make the Xuetu group take such a big risk and attack Lu Yu. And Lu Yu's reaction afterwards also surprised Mukin. They actually slaughtered the Xuetu group directly, and they still refused to give up even after chasing Xuetu into the Northern Spirit Plane. Obviously, they were extremely concerned about the things that were snatched by Xuetu. Would something that Lu Yu valued so much be ordinary? In the Northern Spirit Territory, among the 9 domains, the Lu domain is the strongest, and the Lu domain has always wanted to become the real boss of the Northern Spirit Territory. Over the years, they have used various means of luring and threatening, which has also made them more and more powerful in the Northern Spirit Territory. Often, they are like the strongest force in the Northern Spirit Territory. For this kind of muscle show of the Lu domain, other domain masters are not very happy about it. Mukin's father, Mu Feng, is the most. Mu Feng had a gap with Lu Qingtian, the domain master of the Lu domain, in his early years. There have been many frictions between the two domains in recent years. Both sides are not happy with each other. Although they smile at each other, they may definitely be ruthless to each other once they get the chance. Because of this relationship, coupled with the targeting of Lu Mubai and his brother, Mukin naturally has no good feelings towards the Lu domain. He is also very happy to do things that can destroy the good things of the Lu domain. Mukin was thinking about this, but his hands were not slow. He searched in Xuetu's arms for a long time, but found nothing strange. He frowned. Could this guy have hidden something? Mu Chen was still unwilling to give up, so he took off all of Xuetu's clothes. When Mukin took off the last piece of clothing, something finally fell down from the clothes. Mu Chen looked over immediately and saw a gray-silver ring similar to a bracelet falling on the grass, flashing a faint silver light. Mukin quickly bent over and picked up the gray-silver ring. He looked it over and over, but there was nothing special about it. He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Is this a mustard seed bracelet? The so-called mustard seed bracelet is a peculiar spiritual tool. It is said that Sumeru hides mustard seeds and mustard seeds contain Sumeru. This spiritual tool has the power to construct space and is a very rare storage device. However, this thing is quite expensive. Mukin has only seen it in his father's hands. I didn't expect that Shwetu also has it now. Mukin played with the gray mustard seed bracelet. It is said that this thing can leave the spiritual power mark of its owner on it, so that if someone else touches it, its owner can immediately notice it. However, now that Shwetu is dead, I think that the spiritual power mark should be eliminated. Mukin held the mustard seed bracelet in his hand, and his mind moved, and spiritual power flowed into the mustard seed bracelet along his palm. Suddenly, a small space appeared in Mukin's perception. That was the storage space in the mustard seed bracelet. Mukin did find a lot of things in the mustard bracelet, but it was a mess. Mukin flipped through it roughly, but didn't find anything special. Where did this guy get so much garbage? He is the leader of the blood slaughter group after all. Mukin wondered, and could only search carefully again and again. This search lasted for a long time, and Mukin's expression suddenly moved. A light flashed in his palm, and an old copper sheet flashed out. When Mukin's spiritual power swept through the mustard bracelet, other things would react more or less because of the spiritual power, but this thing was motionless. And this extreme normality actually attracted Mukin's attention. Mukin stared at the old copper sheet, and saw that it was covered with some extremely obscure copper patterns. The patterns were so complicated that he looked a little dizzy. On the back of the copper pattern, the pattern was clearer. It looked like a giant black bird flapping its wings and flying high. Below the giant bird, there were mountains and rivers, but these mountains and rivers seemed to be covered by the wings of the giant bird. Wings covering mountains. What kind of spiritual beast is this? Mukin was a little surprised. Although the copper piece was a little blurry, he still felt some inexplicable shock from the pattern, which made him particularly surprised. What kind of spiritual beast? Just a pattern can make him feel shocked. Could it be a celestial beast? Mukin frowned and looked through the copper piece, but there was no result. He could only shake his head. His intuition told him that it was very likely that this was what Shwetu had snatched from Lu Yu. But as for what this thing is used for, I'm afraid he will have to let his father take a look to know. Mukin shrugged and was about to search the mustard bracelet again when his expression suddenly moved. In the distance, there was a sound of breaking wind, and judging from the direction, it was obviously coming towards him. Mukin quickly put the copper piece into the mustard bracelet, then put the bracelet on his wrist, covered it with his sleeve, and then quickly put on Shwetu's clothes. When he finished doing all this, there were figures not far away. In just a few breaths, those figures appeared in this open space. Mukin looked and breathed a sigh of relief. It was Master Mo and the others. Mukin. As soon as Master Mo appeared, he saw Mukin standing not far away. His originally tense face suddenly showed a touch of joy. He moved and appeared beside the ladder, saying, "Are you okay?" Mukin smiled and shook his head. Although his face was a little pale, he was obviously in good condition. "I heard Qianer say that you met Shwetu, so I immediately followed you all the way here, and finally met you here." Master Mo was relieved to see Mukin safe. He frowned and looked around, saying, "By the way, where is Shwetu? This guy is so bold that he dared to attack our students from the North Spirit Academy." Mu Chen laughed dryly, then pointed to the bushes in front and said, "That guy is dead." Master Mo's expression was obviously paused at this moment, and Master Shi behind him was also stunned. Then he waved his sleeves, and the powerful spiritual power directly lifted the bushes away, and then the cold body in it was revealed. This. Master Mo and Master Shi looked at the cold corpse, their faces changed slightly, and then they looked at Mukin in disbelief. What happened? Just as Mukin was about to speak, there was a sound of breaking wind from behind, and Lu Ming came quickly with a large number of people, followed by Lu Mubai and Lu Yang, and when they saw Mukin who was safe and sound, they were obviously surprised. "Shwetu?" Lu Ming saw the corpse on the ground at the first time, and his expression changed immediately, and he asked anxiously, "What happened?" While speaking, his sharp eyes also looked at Mukin, and the latter was quite uncomfortable. "Did you do it?" Mu Chen saw his look, shook his head and said, "I was chased by him before and almost died, but I happened to meet an old man, and then he killed the bloody massacre." "Old man?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Mukin with some suspicion, and then waved his hand, and immediately two men approached the body of the bloody massacre, searched for a while, and after a while, they shook their heads at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes twitched when he saw this, and he looked at Mukin again, with a gentle smile on his face. "Mu Chen, have you seen the things on the bloody massacre?" "What?" Mukin blinked and smiled. "Just now, the old man fumbled for a while after getting rid of him, but I hid far away and didn't dare to come over, and I don't know what he took away." Lu Ming's face suddenly turned cold. "Mu Chen, stop talking nonsense. You must have taken the things from Shui Tuesday. I'm afraid you made up that old man." Lu Yang said angrily. "You mean?" Mukin looked at him strangely and said, "I killed this Shui Tu." Lu Yang paused and was speechless. This Shui Tu was in the late stage of the spirit will realm, only one step away from the spirit realm. It was simply a fantasy for Mukin to want to kill him. Lu Mubai stared at Mukin coldly, with a cold fire surging in the depths of his eyes. "Ha, Mukin, don't joke with me. If you really took the things, as long as you can give them to me, I will definitely reward you handsomely, and I will personally go to Muyu in the future to talk to your father about this matter." Lu Ming tried to make his expression kinder and said with a smile, "Master Lu San, I really didn't see anything on him. I was so scared when he chased me before, how could I dare to approach him?" Mukin shook his head, and the young man's face looked particularly serious and honest. Lu Ming's eyes jumped, and he finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Although he didn't believe that Mukin could really kill Shui Tu, he was the most suspicious here after all. He immediately took a step forward, grabbed Mukin with his big hand, and said coldly, "Since you don't want to tell the truth, let me search you myself." When Mukin saw Lu Ming's big hand reaching out, he clenched his palm and a dark dagger appeared in his hand. However, just when Lu Ming's big hand was about to grab Mukin, another palm reached out and blocked it. Master Mo glanced at Lu Ming and said in a faint voice, which made Lu Ming's body stiff, "Lu Ming, you are going too far." Chapter 40 Results. "Lu Ming, you've gone too far." When Lu Ming heard Master Mo's angry voice, his face froze. Master Mo was a genuine strong man in the spirit realm, and he was also the chief instructor of the Northern Spirit Academy. Even their Liu Yu didn't dare to offend him easily. "Hee, Master Mo, don't be angry. It was me who was a little anxious. But please understand, Master Mo. Our Liu Yu suffered heavy losses this time. Now that Shui Tu has been killed, we naturally have to take back what we lost." Lu Ming clasped his fists towards Master Mo and spoke very politely. Master Mo said calmly, "I understand your feelings, but this is not a reason for you to search my students' bodies in front of me at will. If you hadn't forced Shui Tu to approach Belingyuan, Mukin wouldn't have encountered such a thing that almost lost his life. Now he has escaped by chance, but you still want to do this. I'm afraid I won't agree." Seeing that Master Mo insisted on defending Mukin, Lu Ming's smile became a little forced, and said, "This matter is indeed caused by us. It's a bit unfair to Mukin, but we are willing to give him satisfactory compensation, just hope that we can get our things back." Mu Chen also put away the dagger in his hand. Facing Lu Ming's faintly cold eyes, he still shook his head and said, "Master Lu San, I didn't take your things. That's my trophy." This sentence flashed through Mukin's mind. He was almost killed by Shui Tu today. How could he hand over his things? "You." Lu Ming gritted his teeth, and his eyes became much darker, but because Master Mo was beside him, he didn't dare to do anything to Mukin. "If you want the things, keep them, but be careful not to eat them to death." Lu Ming looked at Mukin gloomily, endured the anger in his heart, waved his hand, and turned away with Lu Mubai and others. Mukin looked at Lu Ming and others who left with anger, and seemed to have not heard his threats. "Thank you, Master Mo." Mukin looked at Master Mo again and said gratefully, You are a student of our Biling Academy, and now you are participating in the practice organized by our Biling Academy. Naturally, I will protect your safety. Master Mo smiled lightly, and then looked at Mukin meaningfully. Okay, let's go back to the camp first. Mukin laughed dryly at Master Mo's look, and then turned around and walked quickly towards the periphery of Biling Plain without saying anything nonsense. Master Mo and Master Shi were at the back. They looked at each other and then at the cold corpse of Shue Tuesday. Master Shi frowned and said, "Is this little guy so lucky? He happened to meet a master to save him? This possibility is indeed a bit low, but if Mukin killed Shue Tu, who was in the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, by relying on his own strength, wouldn't this possibility be even lower and unbelievable?" Master Mo smiled noncommittally and looked at the figure of the young man in front of him. He had seen how Mukin killed the fire spirit ape king, and naturally understood that anyone who looked at him with ordinary eyes would probably pay a heavy price. Others might think that it was incredible that Mukin could personally kill a master like Shue Tu, but he felt that it was not so unbelievable. This seemingly gentle and sunny young man had a heart that was calmer and sharper than some adventurers who often honed their lives between life and death. His methods were not comparable to those of ordinary people. What an interesting little guy. No wonder he became the only one in the North Spirit realm who obtained the Spirit Road qualification. When Mukin returned to the camp, it also caused some commotion. Mo Ling, Tan Qingshan and others immediately surrounded him. Obviously, they all knew the news that Mukin met Shue Tu. Mukin smiled at them, indicating that nothing happened, and then turned his head to look at the pretty girl who was looking at him with red eyes. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Tang Qianer said with red eyes. If it weren't for her, Mukin wouldn't have met Shue Tu and fallen into such a dangerous situation. We are teammates, and if we team up with such a beautiful girl, if there is no ripple, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beautiful fortune? Mukin teased. The girl's pretty face flushed when she heard the words, and she punched Mukin coquettishly, and her sad look was much less. Master Mo and others also came back soon, and then the news that Shue Tu was killed also spread. At that moment, many students were a little stunned, staring at Mukin with an innocent and confused look in surprise. "You didn't do it, did you?" Tang Qianer approached Mukin and whispered. "Do you think it's possible?" Mukin smiled. He knew how unbelievable this kind of thing was, and it was indeed the case. If Shue Tu hadn't been seriously injured by the silver-horned dragon leopard and had desperately wasted his spiritual power to escape, it would have been impossible for Mukin to kill him. It might be impossible for others, but you are so cunning, who knows? Tang Qianer smiled playfully. She had some inexplicable confidence in Mukin. What others thought was impossible, she felt that the boy in front of her might not be unable to do. Mukin smiled and stretched lazily, but he was thinking about the old copper piece in the mustard bracelet. It seemed that he had to find time to go back to Muyu. Since Liu Yu valued this thing so much, it must not be simple, so he had to let his father take a look at it in person. In the following days, because of the killing of Shue Tu, Master Mo and the others relaxed their vigilance a lot, so they did not speed up the end of the practice, but let the students hone their skills in the outer periphery of the North Spirit Plain. Lu Ming led his men away the day after Shue Tu was killed, but the gloomy look he gave Mukin before leaving made Mukin know that this matter might not end so easily. Because of this vigilance, Mukin became much more careful in the following days. Although he did not think that Lu Ming had the courage to secretly attack him under the guard of Master Mo, it was better to be cautious in such matters. Under Mukin's vigilance, the half-month practice gradually came to an end. In the camp, the atmosphere today was more lively than in the past. All the students were full of expectations and excitement, because today was the time to judge the results of this practice. Mukin stood in front of the students of the East Courtyard, and next to him was Tang Qianer. With the help of the Jade Spirit Fruit, the girl had broken through to the late stage of the spiritual movement realm a week ago. At this time, her beautiful eyes were shining. She also wanted to know what kind of results he and Mukin could achieve during this period. In front of that kind of person, Master Mo and Master Shi looked around at the many students and nodded with satisfaction. Compared with half a month ago, these students seemed a little more capable. Obviously, this practice still had a significant effect. As of today, our practice in Bilingyuan has officially ended. Next, it is time to judge the results. Each team will take out the spirit beast essences you have harvested during this period. We will record them and use them to judge the results." Master Amoa nodded to a recorder on the side and said, "Let's start."